Hello, hello. Let me know if you can hear me all right. I'm going to check the microphone. Welcome, welcome. Worthy Queen is here. Roberto is here. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. Aesthetic Delta. What is up, my friend? Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Could always be better, could always be worse. Just going to wait a few more minutes for some people to hop on, pull a couple of cards for everybody. I'm doing the same, man. I can't complain. I mean, uh, just like Roberto said, could be better, could be worse. But overall, I would say it's you know, I would say like an 8 out of 10, something like that. An 8 out of 10. Well, I guess I should probably. Maybe I'll get lucky and maybe my mod will come on in a minute, just in case. All right. While we're waiting, uh, so what's been going on with everybody? Better yet, where are you guys? So we're already in tourist season. It's kind of crazy how fast um, how fast the 2025 is already going by. I mean, I feel like it was just New Year's like a second ago. So, I mean, we're like, you know, we're getting almost halfway into the year, and next month we'll be at the halfway mark, which is kind of crazy. Um, so just a quick check in with you guys. What's working? What have you guys been noticing so far this year up to this point? What's been working for you guys? What's not been working? What are you guys struggling with? What are you winning at? Like, just I want to get a feel kind of for the community with what you guys have been experiencing. I'm going to get one more card here. I got a few other things I'm going to just a couple of quick announcements and a few brief collective messages. Nothing too long, nothing long winded, but definitely want to check in with you all. For those of you that obviously you feel like sharing, if you don't feel like sharing, obviously you don't have to. But I'm just curious with where you guys are sitting, what's been going on, what are you guys struggling with, what's been working, what's not been working, like work, career, relationships, like what are the things? All right, I'll take them. I'm just gonna do three, but those other ones wanted to jump out, so it's fine. Damn it. Let's see. So Aesthetic Delta's been dealing with the tower with Nicole, the Leo. Not sure how things will end up going into June. We'll take things lightly, feel better, and indeed that I need that pause and reflection time. More breathing than anything gives me peace. Worthy Queen says, I'm learning me all over again, my likes and dislikes. That's amazing. Roberto says, love is on the back burner for a while, so I'm working on building the bag. As the kids today say, rock and roll, rock and roll. I like it. I like it. So, a few things. Just this is more of kind of like a reminder, because I feel we're all living life and we get caught up in life. So, um, some of this stuff, it's out of sight, out of mind. But it's good to be reminded of it. It's kind of like a check-in at the very least. So the first thing is that we want to remember that we're still in a 9 universal year. So this year, collectively, when you add 2025 up, it reduces to the number 9. 9 is about endings, closing out a cycle, and really just the last 9 years, just 1 year shy of a decade of all of our lives. So if you were to go back to, um, let me see, I got to do my math here. 20, 2017. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. So 2017 was when this cycle began. So where were you in 2017? What were you doing in 2017? So the last 9 year that we had was in 2016. So 2017 was the beginning of this last 9 year cycle. So this year in 2025 is ending the entire last 9 years that began in 2017. So if you can think back where you were, what you were doing, what you were focused on, where you thought life was taking you, all the things. right? So 2017 was a one universal year. And now we've progressed all the way up from 2017 to where we are right now in 2025. And obviously, a lot of crazy shit's happened in just the last 5 years, not to mention maybe whatever happened in your guys' lives from 2017 till now. So that's just to kind of give you guys like an idea of just how far we've come um, in the last 9 years. Because sometimes, like I said, we get so caught up living life that we don't stop to think about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit, it's been 9 years, and we're wrapping up a whole cycle. Because in 2026, we'll be back in a 1 year cycle. So we'll be starting a whole nother 9 year period, a whole nother cycle of our life, a whole nother season of our lives. And obviously, not all 9 year cycles are equal, just like in history. Like some fractals, and all a fractal is just a cycle within a cycle. There are periods of history where things are quiet, not really much happens, not much changes. But then there are significant changes, significant periods in history where lots of things start to change and happen. And we're definitely in one of those cycles right now. Astrologically, we've been there. This year is really a huge, huge, huge pivotal turning point for a lot of people. And I talked a lot about this in a video that I uploaded on my channel. It's still there. It's going to be there, obviously, forever. And if you haven't seen it, you should probably go watch it. But it's called The Universal Year 9, Part 1 and Part 2. And I've said this probably a million times on my channel since January. But it's the most important video that I've uploaded and will have uploaded until probably next month. I'll record an update next month, probably closer towards the end of June or maybe mid-June, because we want to get into at least get into the energy to see what's going to happen. But the point is, because this is a 9 year, and because there's so much change and so much that's shifting, this year really is going to boil down to one of two groups of people. And so, and this is for all of us, myself included, we're going to end up being in one of two groups. And so we're either going to be in a group of people where this potentially is one of the best years of your entire life ever. Like, 20, 30, 50 years from now, you're going to look back at 2025 and you go, that was the best year of my life. Or you're going to be in another group of people and it's going to be the opposite. You're going to be 2025 was the worst year of my life for whatever reason, right? And so 20, 30, 50 years from now, whenever, you're going to look back at this year and go, man, 2025 was terrible. But either way, whichever group of people that you find yourself in, it's going to be a year where everything changes. So this year, for all of us, something in this year is going to create some type of change, whether we like it or not. And the purpose of this it's not about cruelty. It's not about like, there's not some type of like divine, cruel plan running behind the scenes that's meant to just screw us all over. But what it's meant to do is it's meant to shake up and break us out of the hypnotic rhythm that we've been conditioned into from society, culture, religion, politics, and all the bullshit that has been affecting us collectively as humans the last, the last probably few thousand years, really. And so this is really a turning point for humanity, period. And we're starting to see the emergence of, how AI has skyrocketed, and, like paranormal stuff is starting to be taken more seriously. UFOs are being taken more seriously. There's all this crazy stuff that even just 10 years ago would have seen absolutely sci-fi, ridiculous. People would have laughed at it. It was like, Twilight Zone shit. And now all of a sudden the stuff that we think that we would have laughed at and said this was the Twilight Zone is all of a sudden not so Twilight Zone anymore. right? All of a sudden, all the Twilight Zone stuff is starting to become our reality. And so that's kind of like the big picture. But in order for us all to end up on the same page, the outdated and old belief systems, the ways of thinking, the ways of relating, our paradigms, our relationship to what we think life really is about. Is it about success? Is it about having how much money is in your bank account? Is it about how what you look like? Is it about how much fame and fortune you have? Right? Like what is life really about? We come into this experience with nothing. We leave this experience with nothing. And yet, as we're out here living life, we're constantly trying to obtain and acquire things outside of ourselves. And because we're constantly in pursuit of the next thing, because once we have the thing that we think that we want, most people aren't, they're not satisfied, they're not fulfilled, right? It's like you get the perfect spouse. Well, then you take that spouse for granted, you settle into your comfort zone, and you want something else, you want something more. You get more money in your bank account. You're like, great, you have more money. Okay, well, now what? Now you're bored. You want something else. You want something more. You get the new car. The car gets boring. You get the house gets boring, right? Like we've been so uh, we've been so indoctrinated into the concept of seeking satisfaction and fulfillment outside of ourselves that we've been hypnotized into a type of spiritual bankruptcy. And so that's really what this year is about. This collective 9 year that we're going through is essentially us having to we're all going to have to confront our spiritual bankruptcy. And even this is even for people that consider themselves very spiritual. It's like, well, hey, I'm an extremely spiritual person. What are you talking about? It's like, well, but you probably have some, because we're all humans and there's no such thing as a perfect human. We all have blind spots. We all have outdated beliefs. We all have outdated even spiritual beliefs, right? Because there's one universal law that applies to everyone all the time, and it's that we either grow or we die. We either evolve, expand, or we contract and we shrivel, right? Like anything. You take something, you know, that you have no use for anymore, and you throw it out in your backyard. Well, because that thing has no use anymore, it's going to dissolve, it's going to decay, it's going to break down eventually. Everything does. Even if it takes hundreds of years to do so, eventually that thing that no longer has a purpose is going to be reused. Alchemy. The elements are going to, you know, it'll decompose is the word I was trying to think of, right? And that energy will be transformed and utilized somewhere else. And so this year is about forcing all of us to kind of clean the slate, to look in the mirror, and to confront where we've lied to ourselves, confront, the lies that we've believed, the lies that we've been taught, we've been told, but also the lies that we've been telling ourselves. All must be revealed essentially this year. And so I'm saying this to all of you guys. And the reason I asked, what you guys are going through, because the hurdles, obstacles, and challenges that you're experiencing right now, whether they're big or small, they're clues that are probably pointing you at the things inside of you that this year is meant to change. And so if you're willing to be on board with the change that is wanting to occur in your life, no matter how uncomfortable it might be for you, then the process is going to go a hell of a lot easier than resisting it. Because the people who resist the change that's coming, regardless of whether you want it to or not, those are the people who are probably going to end up in the category of people where this year is potentially one of the worst years of their lives. And not because it had to be, it's just because, you know, you know, you were having to be drugged, kicking and screaming through the whole process when the divine was like, look, you can do this the easy way or you can do this the hard way. But you're going to do it one way or the other because, everybody has to go through it. Everybody goes through it. Like the old saying, the rain falls on the wealthy the rain falls on the poor. The rain falls on the healthy. The rain falls on the sick. So it's not there's no segregation or there's no bias. The divine doesn't have a bias in this process. It's just called the human evolution, the evolution of human consciousness. Like we are all here. We've all chosen to be here at this point in life together, inhabiting this big sandbox playground world that we're in. A bunch of souls, 8 billion souls that are sharing a sandbox that we get to play in. And on a spiritual level, we've all agreed to kind of the terms and service. We all checked the box before we incarnated. Like, yeah, I agree to the terms and service of getting to go play in the sandbox. So here we are sharing in the collective. This thing we call this globe that we call Earth. That's this big playground, the sandbox, and we've all agreed to the terms. Like, yeah, the rules apply to all of us. Gravity applies to all of us. I don't. I'm not more special than you. The laws apply to me the same way the laws apply to you. And so since we've all agreed to play in the sandbox, we've all agreed to the terms and services of the divine, essentially saying, yeah, once you've outgrown your space, once you've outgrown the level of consciousness, because there's some, basically humanity's wanting to go in a new direction. It's evolution up to the next level, whatever that looks like. This is what we've all wanted, because this is where the direction that humanity is going. Again, whether you like it or not, this is the direction that we're all moving. And so, like it or hate it, this is what's happening. So we can either just adapt, be flexible, and embrace it, or we can resist it. And basically, things are going to be a lot harder than they have to be. So that's the first thing. That's the longest part of the kind of the check-in energy for all of you. So that's the first thing. Just keep in mind, as you're continuing on this year, pay attention to where your major hurdles, obstacles, and challenges are being shown to you, and take accountability for them, even if they're showing up in forms through other people, right? Because that's usually where we learn the most. People come into our lives and they teach us the way that we want to be treated. They teach us the way that we don't want to be treated. But we get so caught up in focusing on other people's behaviors that we stop taking responsibility for our own and saying, "Oh, I see what this is supposed to be about. This person's coming to me to teach me how to take responsibility for my existence." But so many people these days, they're just running around, acting like powerless victims and saying, "Well, that person's a narcissist. Everybody's a fucking narcissist." And it's like, well, maybe you're the narcissist, because there's only one form of betrayal, and it's self-betrayal. That's it. There's no other betrayal other than self-betrayal. And when we realize this and we stop betraying ourselves, then we stop attracting the mirrors into our lives that are showing us, hey, look, you've just been betraying yourself this whole time. And when you decide to stop betraying yourself, even though you probably don't see it because we all have blind spots, that's part of the journey, is realizing like, oh shit, I had a blind spot. I've been betraying myself. It's like all of a sudden you stop, attracting people into your life that are betraying you. And then you realize, this is how the spiritual stuff works. So, anyways, we're in a 9 universal year. We're going into May, and we still have the rest of the year to go. Pay attention to the things in your life that are not working, because the divine is going to be showing all of us what needs to change this year. And it's not, again, these aren't things that we don't really have a choice in it. Like, in 2016, that was the last 9 universal year. Maybe, you would have had a choice back then too, but the difference is it wasn't as important back then. It's like, hey, look, if you should probably clean this up. You should probably fix this. You should probably address this issue that you have within yourself. But if you don't, okay, whatever. Anything that we don't resolve in this season of our life, we just take it into the next season of our life. Like whatever. And some people live with their shit their entire lives. Well, until 2025. And see, the people that are alive in 2025, we don't get that same, we're not afforded that same freedom anymore. Not this year. So, it doesn't matter if you're 80 years old, it doesn't matter if you're 90 years old. And it's like, look, I've been living with my problems for my whole life. And I've never had to change anything. I know I have this problem. It's like, well, if you're 90 years old in 2025, it doesn't matter that you're 90 years old. You're going to have to change that thing that you've never changed. So it doesn't matter if you're 5, it doesn't matter if you're 105. This year is demanding change on all of us, and we're going to be shown, the divine is going to be pointing out the things in our life that aren't working. The major things. I'm not talking about little bullshit things. I'm talking about the major things that the major challenges within us. So if it's relationship stuff, if it's money stuff, if it's insecurity, if it's self-worth, like whatever the major challenges are for you specifically, if the divine hasn't highlighted those things for you to where you understand what those things are, then we still have the rest of the year to go. But before this year is over, every single one of us should have an idea about what the things are that we need to change before we go into 2026. Because the divine is going to be, trying to get our attention and say, hey, look, here are the things that need to change. And once you've been shown what needs to change, then you get to exercise your free will to do something about it without the divine having to forcefully do something about it. And that's the decision that we all have. It's like, you can take care of this yourself, or you can be like, nah, I'm not going to do it. And then the divine's like, well, now I'm going to have to take care of it. But it's going to get taken care of. So again, we can all submit to the easy way or the hard way of kind of going through whatever this process is that we're all going to go through the rest of this year. So that's the big picture. All right. Now, quick collective message here for the month of May. Actually, wait. Two other quick little things I want to share. There's two groups of you here tonight. One group of you here are relationship. You're having relationship issues. I feel like these, and there's two groups within the group. So like obviously some of you are in relationships and some of you are single. This is more for those of you. Well, actually, no, it's for both of you. I take that back. Yeah, it's for both of you. So for those of you that are here tonight with relationships, the message from the divine for you guys is something you need to be aware of is the human tendency to project your past issues, your past fears, your past pain, your past trauma onto new people who come into your life. So what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is a lot of times, most of the time, what we are unaware of is when somebody new comes into our life, they don't really get a clean slate. Most people punish the new person who comes into their life for the crimes that were committed by somebody in the past. Right? So, somebody in your past, they hurt you, or maybe you've been hurt multiple times, maybe you've been cheated on multiple times, screwed over multiple times, maybe who knows what your past is. We all have a past. We've all been hurt. Well, and because you've been hurt, your ego doesn't want you to get hurt again. And so now you're stepping into this relationship from a guarded energy and from the intention of I don't want to get hurt. And that's a problem. And so the divine is wanting all of you guys to understand this. And please hear me. For those of you who came out here tonight with relationship stuff, you guys specifically need to hear what I'm saying to you right now. You don't want to miss this. If the intention and motive that you have if the energy that you're made up of, the majority of the energy that you're embodying rather is I don't want to get hurt. If that's your number one priority, the number one drive is I don't want to get hurt. You're in self-preservation. That's what that is. You're trying to self-preserve. And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to get hurt, but the problem is that when you go out in search of a relationship with the intention and motive of I don't want to get hurt, well, first of all, that's not the energy you need to be in if you're going to try to relate to a new human being, because inevitably you're going to be projecting all your shit onto the new person, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. In fact, I just had somebody do, actually, ironically, I just had somebody do that to me this past weekend. And, I wasn't even going to bother trying to explain it to her because, when you're in self preservation, somebody can't point out a blind spot to you. Someone can't point out to you and say, hey, actually, you know, you're I can see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to protect yourself, right? And this person in my example, you know, she was asking a lot of questions that I knew what she was doing because I'm a fucking relationship coach. Like I've seen all the things, I know all the things and all the tactics. And she wasn't doing a great job of trying to be subtle. I think she thought she was being more subtle than she was. But it wasn't subtle at all. Basically she was, you know, she had a lot of unhealed shit from her marriage, and she was still very angry, very bitter, very upset at her ex-husband. But she's out here in the dating world, which there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, free will, you can do whatever you want. But because she hadn't healed and because she had all this anger and bitterness from her past relationship, all that was being sent my way. Because what is she trying to prevent? She's trying to prevent having to go through that experience again. She doesn't want, her husband 2.0. She doesn't want to attract somebody who's going to give her that same experience again, right? That's common sense. But here's the problem. If your intention and your motive, the driving force of the energy that you embody is, I don't want to get hurt, I need certainty, I need security, and I need to make sure that you're not going to be one of the things from back there behind me that hurt me in my past, then you're basically ensuring that you're going to get another one of those, because that's how energy works. Like attracts like energy. You don't attract what you want, you attract who you are. And that's the irony of it. The irony is the more that you try to not get hurt is the more that you keep attracting people that are going to try to hurt you. The more that you keep, you're trying to protect yourself from, well, I don't want to get cheated on. I don't want to get betrayed. I don't want to get, this or that or whatever. It's like the more that you feed into that energy, the more that you embody that energy, then that's what you are. You're radiating that energy out. So what are you going to attract? You're going to attract more reasons to need to protect yourself, from the very thing that you're trying to protect yourself from. It's called the law of attraction. That's how it works, right? And so, and the second part of that, this disempowering, is because you're so focused, you're so hyper focused on not getting hurt, that even if somebody that would have been the person that you wanted, the perfect man, the perfect woman, whatever, you're not going to see them. You're not going to recognize them because your lens, the lens that you're wearing is looking for threats. You're scanning for threats. You're in self-preservation. What's going to hurt me? What's going to hurt me? What's going to hurt me? You're not looking for, oh, wait, I'm healthy. I'm healed. I'm not looking for threats. I'm not out here, wondering when the next shoe is going to drop. When am I going to get, struck by lightning? When am I going to get stabbed in the back again or whatever? It's a totally different energy. And so now when you're neutral, because you've worked through your shit, and I don't mean you're perfect. No one's perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect human being. But I'm saying that you're in a totally different energy. And it's like, hey, you know what? Somebody new shows up and it's like, I don't know this person. I have no reason to project anything from my past onto them. I have no reason to assume anything. I'm just here to let them show me who they are. That's it. I'm here to be a detective. I'm here to just allow whatever this person wants to show me, let them show me who they are. So that's for the first group of you guys out there, that the relationship people out there, uh, you need to be aware of the energy that you're embodying. Because if you're in self-preservation and that's where you spend most of your time, then that's why you're going to continue to have problems with the relationships. And I don't need tarot cards to tell you this. If you're coming in here tonight and you have a relationship reading, I'm sure a lot of people will have questions about relationships. I mean, there's really only two groups of people. Well, actually, there's three, but the two major groups of people who come for readings, they either want love and romance, or they're worried about their money and finances. And then there's like the really, 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 really small percentage of like people that actually give a shit about like their spiritual growth or something. They don't care about relationships and money. They want to know about their spiritual development. That's a very small percentage of people. And I'm not here judging anybody. I'm just saying this is what it is. So that's relationship people. Career people. All right. So the second collective message here before I forget. Those of you out here who your focus is on money and finances and career. What the message that the divine has for you guys is really this. Certainty and security can no longer be the bare minimum. And I'm guilty of this, okay? I'm guilty of this. So I'm raising my hands, even though I'm the messenger here. I'm raising my hand saying that I'm guilty of this myself. Certainty, comfort, and just going with the flow. That can no longer be the bare minimum anymore. Like we can't just settle for, okay, do I have enough money in the bank, you know, to feel secure, to feel safe, to feel certain. I'm going to pay my bills, or maybe I'm living from paycheck to paycheck, or maybe you're doing better than paycheck to paycheck, but you're just concerned with money and finances. You're wondering if it's going to be enough. Is it, or maybe you just want more. Whatever the case is, what the divine wants us to know is we need to to change our beliefs about money, finances, resources, success, and all that kind of shit. Even security and certainty, because we're moving into a time collectively where money, our relationship to money, and the systems that we've been used to, all that's going to change. I'm not saying it's going to change tomorrow, but between now and 2030, you're going to see some major changes. And then from 2030 to 2050, it's going to be it'll be the way that we're doing things now. By 2050, that'll be history. And people will be like, the kids that are growing up in like, the year 2040 and 2050 and beyond are going to be like, they had coins and they had paper and they used these plastic things called credit cards, and they used these online things called, PayPal, and they had these things called apps. What's an app? Like, they're going to be so confused. It's going to be so ancient. The stuff that we're doing now that's normal is going to be like ancient by the time we get into like 2050, 2060. And so, again, the divine is trying to prepare us for some changes that are going to be coming, whether we like it or not. But also, more importantly than just the external world changes, it's the internal world changes. Our relationship that we have to the meaning and purpose of existence, period. Because the meaning and purpose of life isn't to wake up and just go to work and make a fucking paycheck just to pay your bills, just so you can get up and go to work and make another paycheck. And then how many years of our life do we do that? Right? We wake up, we have to have to have a job. I have to pay my bills, right? Well, no, yeah, but what's the meaning of it all? And so the divine is really wanting us to understand that what we're what we're really craving isn't for financial certainty. It feels like financial certainty, financial security is the big thing that we're searching for. It's really not. What we're searching for is fulfillment, purpose. Because if you had a sense of meaning and purpose where you felt completely fulfilled on the inside, you wouldn't care if you were making $5 or $5 million. You wouldn't care. The money wouldn't matter to you because you would be happy, you'd be fulfilled. So it's not money. That's not what the issue is. It's the lack of fulfillment. It's purpose depression. And so for those of you who are here and you have questions about finances and things like that, this is just an addition, okay? I'm not saying that your questions about your job or whatever questions you ask, any of you guys, whatever questions you came here tonight, those are your questions. This is not a judgment on your questions or the importance of your questions. This is in addition to. This is just for something for you guys to think about. The divine gives me messages. I come out here. The divine's like, hey, you know, this is a great opportunity for you to, you know, to share the messages because I'm here. And so when I'm here, the divine's like, yeah, I got shit for you to say. Go tell the people. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to tell the people. All right. So now we're going to get into this and then we're going to jump into the readings. So here we go. For the month of May, for those of you that are here, you guys were meant to get this part of the collective reading here tonight. Okay. So this is for those of you that are here watching. You're meant to get this message. So luck is on your side. So this is a very, 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 very positive energy to start off with. And I know a lot of the stuff that I was just saying a second ago may not have felt that way. But again, I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't hate the messenger. Please. I'm just the messenger. Right? The truth actually sets us free when we can accept the truth from a neutral perception. Meaning when a message comes to me, I try not to allow it to be negative, positive or negative. I just allow information to exist. And if you guys can be in a place tonight to just allow information to just sit without the judgment or without the immediate judgment, that's the most empowering place for you to be. In other words, try your hardest to not let your ego run the show. So, there were really, really good things for many of you. It's not all negative. For sure, not all negative. Luck is on your side. Now, trust is the next card that we have here. The divine is saying, look, and you guys have probably heard me say this a million times. There's only two non-negotiables that the divine has with all of us. The divine is not going to violate your free will, and the divine is not going to give you anything that's not in your highest good. Period. Those are the only two non-negotiables that the divine has with all of us. Well, the divine is saying, if you're willing to trust me in the process of your life, whatever you're going through right now, if you want what's in your highest good, this is another way of saying trust. Okay? If you want what's in your highest good, then the divine can participate with you in acquiring it because you're on the same page now. The divine's like, hey, you want what's in your highest good? I want what's in your highest good too. Cool. Now we're both on the same page. Now shit can happen. Now, you get the divine insurance plan, you get the divine protection, you get all the things. Your entire life is going to be radically different than people who use their free will to go off a different direction. It's like, well, I don't know if I want what's in my highest good. Maybe I want to go over here. Maybe I want to go over there. Maybe I want this thing over here that's not in my highest good. But I want to go play with it. It's like letting a toddler loose in a room full of rattlesnakes. What are the odds that a toddler is going to get bit by a rattlesnake? If you just set a toddler in a room full of rattlesnakes, thousands of rattlesnakes, and you let the toddler just, it doesn't know any better, it's a toddler just crawling around in a room full of rattlesnakes. Well, it's of course it's going to get bit. And that's what we do, right? We have free will. Crawl around and go wherever the hell you want to go. But the divine's like, look, if you want what's in your highest good, then I want what's in your highest good too. So if you want to team up for what's in your highest good, then cool, let's do it. And then luck is on your side, right? Now, the next card we have is Fearless, and we are going into Taurus season. I forget, I never remember, because there's like, there's like a goat, there's a ram, there's a bull, like, there's so many fucking, in the zodiac, there's like rams, goats, bulls, llamas, cheetahs, like there's all kind of animal, I can't remember all the animals for the zodiacs, but we have fearlessness. And this is supposed to be this I mean, I know that this is obviously you know, I know what that animal is, but it's about Taurus season. So we have fearless, and then we have authority. I'm just showing you guys the cards. Now, check this out. What do you see in the picture? For those of you that aren't looking at the screen, I'll just describe it to you. Obviously, there's a big fancy chair, and there's a huge crown sitting in the chair. There's just a crown. A crown that's set in a chair. There's nobody sitting in the chair. The chair is vacant, other than the fact there's a huge crown in the chair. But it says authority. So, what's missing from the chair is you, the viewer. You're missing. You should be the one in that chair wearing that crown, but you're not. So, this authority is basically saying some of you guys, you've left your power behind or you've given your power away to something else. And the divine is saying this month, it's time for you to take your power back because you've been giving your power away for far too long to something outside of you. In other words, whenever you're ready, you can pick up your crown, you can sit on your throne, and you can resume the power of this here within yourself. So that's what that energy is about. Now, this fearless energy, I want to come back to this one actually. I gotta finish my other thought. Threshold. Some of you guys are really close to walking through this door. Some of you guys have been on a really long journey and you're not even aware that, because it's felt so long, it's been so long, and you haven't seen the results you've been looking for, and it just feels like it's always been just out of reach, just out of reach, just out of reach. And some of you guys have been sitting on specific situations in regards to specific people or specific circumstances or all of the above, and you haven't seen change in these specific situations. And the divine is saying, you're about to cross the finish line. Some of you guys, you're at the last mile marker and you're about to get rewarded for the fact that you never gave up. Hope costs nothing, giving up costs everything. And that's going to bring me back here to the fearless energy, which is basically you guys, you kept going, you kept going, you kept going, you kept going, you kept going. You didn't give up. And because you didn't give up, you're going to be rewarded for your courageousness. You're going to be rewarded for your effort, and you're going to be rewarded for the fact that, hey, you were resilient as fuck, and you just kept going. You just kept going. You wouldn't give up. Now, um, there's another group of you with this fearlessness here next to this authority energy. You guys, you guys have been playing small, and I'm just going to keep it real. You guys have been playing, you've been living life small, you've been playing it safe, you've been living inside of your comfort zone, not taking risks. Just everything about your life is being, you know, reduced to you living inside of your comfort zone, basically, for lack of better words. And what the divine is saying is your fulfillment is not inside your comfort zone. And we've been conditioned to believe with Amazon Prime and DoorDash and everything's delivered to you instantaneously that it's acceptable. Like basically some part of you, whether you realize it or not, you think that fulfillment is going to enter your comfort zone and find you, that you're not going to have to come out of your comfort zone and go get your fulfillment. And the divine is saying, you're sorely mistaken, unfortunately. So, for those of you that you know that you know that you know, you've been living inside of your comfort zone for far too long, and you're unhappy and you're miserable deep down inside. Look, we all go to bed with ourselves. At the end of the night, when your head hits the pillow, it's just you and you, right? Everybody goes to sleep with what's really going on inside of them. Like you can fool the rest of the world, you can fool your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, your kids, you can fool anybody that's outside of you. You can't fool yourself. If you're miserable, you're miserable. You can't fool anybody when it comes to what's going on inside your soul. And so the divine knows this. The divine is saying, look, I know that you're miserable. I know that you're miserable. And the reason that you're miserable is because you're choosing comfort instead of fulfillment. If you want a fulfilling life, you're going to have to give up your comfort, unfortunately. And it doesn't mean that you're going to experience discomfort. It doesn't mean that you're just going to live in torment and pain. It just means that you're going to have to come out of the illusion of certainty, that you can control everything, that you can have everything go your way, that you don't have to put forth any effort or take any type of risk in life, because that's what life is. Life is risk. We incarnate here to risk living, to have an experience of the thing called life. This whole fucking thing, this whole existence is a risk. There's not one part about this existence that isn't a risk, even if you do nothing. Right? Even if you do nothing, can you still die? Yes. Can you still get struck by lightning? Yes. Can your house catch on fire while you're asleep in your bed, in your comfort zone? Like, oh man, nothing can hurt me. I'm asleep in my perfect house, and I got my security cameras and my security alarms and my security systems, and I got everything. And I'm in my bed, my safe place. I can't be hurt. And then while you're sleeping, your house catches on fire and you burn to death. Right? Could a plane crash into your house? Like people die all the time that are in their comfort zones all the time. Think of all the people, just this year, all the different plane crashes and things. And I'm not trying to sound morbid or negative, but again, we have to be real. We have to confront the bullshit. And so this fearlessness here is the divine saying, you can prolong your misery. You can fake it out to the world. Again, out here, you can fool anybody out here. But you know what's going on and you know what you feel on the inside. You're not fooling yourself. You can fool other people, but you're not fooling yourself. If you're miserable, you know you're miserable. And what the divine is saying is misery is a choice. It's up to you. You can stay miserable, or you can give up. You can have courage, which isn't the absence of fear. It's doing something while you're scared shitless. It's doing it with the fear. That's what courage is. Doing it afraid, doing it scared, doing it afraid. Whatever that is for you. And you guys know what that is. Whether if it's love, Maybe it's the risk of being vulnerable. Maybe it's the risk of telling the truth. Maybe it's the risk of giving up, you know, bad behaviors or bad patterns or who knows what. If it's career, success, finances, whatever it is, it's up to you to decide. You're a free will agent. But the divine is saying you can't have both. You're not going to have fulfillment and this comfort zone thing. You're not going to have both. You're not going to be able to just say, okay, I can just live the perfectly comfortable, risk-free life and have complete, utter fulfillment. I, you know, it doesn't work that way. And you weren't meant to do that, by the way. Which is why, again, we have the empty chair right next door here that's vacant here, waiting for people, waiting for the kings, waiting for the queens, waiting for all of you badasses out there to come sit in your chair of power, put on your crown, and start exercising the power that you've been given as a divine being. That's what the chair is here for. Just waiting. It's not that it's not sitting in the chair and putting the crown on is not what makes you powerful. You already have the power. That's the point. The point is you already have the fucking power. Just, you know, realize the power that you have. Realize the power that you are. As, you know, you're an expression of the divine. Essentially, basically, you know, you're an individuation of what we call God, source, the universe. How much more power do you need? Once you step into your spiritual power and you give up the illusion of fear and bullshit, you'll experience a whole different level of freedom in that regard. Okay. So there's those messages. And while I put the cards away, for those of you that, and again, I just want to say, and I feel like most of you guys who've been here for a while, I mean, you know the way that I am. You're used to my style, but for those of you that are potentially new, um, you know, I'm never gonna lie. That's not what this channel is here, and I'll never. This channel will never be fairies, unicorns, and mainstream bullshit. Never, 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 never will this channel be a feel good channel. I am here. I have chosen to be here as a messenger of the divine, but I hold myself to a certain standard, and also have surrendered to doing this for a very specific reason. And now, when I first started out, 4 years ago now, it was just I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't know that this was even supposed to be anything. I was like, you know, I'll just start a tarot channel. Everybody else, that's what all the cool kids are doing, starting tarot channels. I'll start one too. Why not? It was fun, and it felt more like a hobby, where I didn't know that it was going to turn into something much more serious than that. So anyway, if I sound intense, it's not that I'm trying to be intense. It's just I have to tell you guys the truth. Oh, and then the last thing, for those of you that are struggling in your relationships, um, or that resonated with what I said to you guys before about being in self-preservation, I talk about that in my book. You can get this book on Amazon if you like. There should be links in the description. And it's not even really, I'm not here, I don't get rich, obviously, trying to sell you guys my fucking book, but I have to mention it. But in the book, because there's a reason I pulled it out. So, yeah, right here on page 193 in my book, you're going to see this section right here. It's called Be the Standard. All right. That's what I was talking to you guys about earlier. So, you know, If that resonated with you guys, then that information is there. All right. Um, so now that we're all done with that, uh, I made a list here. I'm gonna have to scroll back up through because when I'm talking, I don't look at the as you guys can see, I'm looking this way. I have a monitor this way where I can see you guys in the chat. I'm not looking at the chat because my camera is here. And there's nothing here. There's the camera and then there's a wall in the background. So when I'm looking at this little small black circle to look at you guys, I see nothing else. So I have no idea what you guys are saying or who's come into the chat, who's left the chat. So I have to catch up on that. But I did have a list going here. So give me just 2 seconds to update my list. Nicolette. Elaine is here. Nicolette was here. I'm sorry, you guys. You guys snuck in the middle of my sermon here. So Sonali, Dream Dreamer Real, Dreamer Real. Oh, Dream or Real. What the hell is your problem, Eddie? You can't read? Okay, I think I've got the list. So hello, hello. You're first. Uh, and then we got Roberto. We have Worthy Queen, Aesthetic Delta, Alicia, um, Ashu, Chanley, Elaine, Nicolette, Sonali, and Dream or Real. And then if I've missed anybody, hopefully I haven't missed anybody. For those of you that are new to the channel, please like and subscribe. You can skip the queue if you like. All that information is in the description box below. And also, one other thing really quick that I want to tell you guys is I'm going to be basically just doing like speed reads tonight. Well, what does that mean? So usually when I come live, I'll go for like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours straight. I'll sit in my ass in this chair and basically, I won't move for 8, 10 hours straight. Tonight, I can't do that. So, H, what's up? May I join your list? I will add H to the list. Okay. So I basically will just be doing, quick questions that you guys have. So obviously this is a free reading. I'll just go right down the free list and I'll see how many I can get through. I'll probably be here for, 10? I'll probably be here for at least 2 hours. At least 2 hours. So for the next 2 hours, I'll be here. I'll try to get through as many people as I can. All right, so hello. If you are here, you are first on the list. And then after hello, Roberto, my friend, if you're still here, you can be ready on deck with your question. And all the things. I don't know what the delay is. I know there's usually like, I don't know, about a 5 or 10 second delay from me speaking and you guys hearing it. So then I got to give you a second to actually type in your question. So, but if hello, you're not here, Roberto. Okay, and I posted. All right. So hello is here, and she said she posted. Oh, there it is. I'm blind. I'm old and I'm blind. Timeless message from my great grandfather who passed away. Okay. What do we use for this? Nikita. I will add you to the list, Nikita. All right. So messages from your grandfather. Hello. So we just so that you know what these say. Well, I'll show it to you. I'll show you on the camera here. I'll grab them, bring them closer to the camera for you can so you can see. Um, I'm getting some chills, man. You're I'm getting some chills, but I'm also feeling I'm feeling very emotional. There's something here about a birthday too. Now I'm seeing the memories, but there's something about a birthday. I don't know if your birthday's coming up or their birthday was coming up. It doesn't have to be that, you know, that it's, around this time. It could be, or it could just be that something significant or a certain memory about a certain birthday. It was very special, and that's why it's being brought to me. Hmm. Okay. Your birthday is almost coming up. Okay, so this is what your grandfather wants you to know. I'm gonna have to be. I don't need to. I don't need to have. I don't have a breakdown over here on live, because then I need to be. This is the difficulty of when you open yourself to the channel. You start experiencing the emotions and all of it. Which isn't. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just I can't be the messenger and have a breakdown at the same time, if that makes sense. All right, so the first card out is strings in reverse here, and your grandpa wants you is saying to let go, like of how do I describe this? All of us, we think we've all been indoctrinated with beliefs and programming. Like when we're born, when we come out of our mother's womb, we're empty, right? We don't we don't know anything. We don't know our name. We don't know what we are. There's nothing. And as we get older and older and older, our brain is filled up with all this programming, society and culture and religion, and politics and beliefs and experiences and all this stuff, right? And many of us, we fall into the trap of the illusion of that we like being control freaks, basically. We're certainty driven. We're driven by feeling like we have to control everything. And when we're not in control, or we don't feel like we have control over our life, over our circumstances, over things that could happen or things that could hurt us, you know, that's a very uh, it's a very uneasy feeling, to say the least, or very traumatic experience for many people. It just depends on the level of control freak that you are, that exists within you. And so for you, hello, specifically, what your grandfather is trying to tell you, because people on the other side, they're not hypnotized by the illusion and the bullshit anymore. they're not stuck behind the wall of the ego. They're not stuck inside of a body anymore. They can see the full and the big picture. And so what your grandfather is trying to would like to say to you is let go of the need to control. Like let go basically. There's nothing that you have to control, right? And it's the illusion that of control here that is actually preventing you from having a lot of the experiences that you incarnated to have. In other words, we are our own worst enemies in most cases. I believe that. And so what the strings in reverse is saying is like, and look at this. This hand up here has the stars in it, right? The universe. This hand here is like a real human hand that has the strings. But this hand is ethereal. So this is like the hand of your grandfather trying to show you the way, or even your spiritual hand showing you like you don't need control. That part of the illusion that we believe in, our humanity wants us to have control in life, to micromanage everything, to be a control freak, because you know it's just a human tendency. Well, your grandfather's saying like to let go of the need of control so you can experience the freedom that you came here to have, so that you can start to enjoy your life. You can actually enjoy the life that you meant to have, because you're not betraying yourself, but you can't see it. And it's like what I said a second ago when I had out the cards up top here for the collective. And we had the fearless card, and then we had that authority card, which was the chair with the crown on it. And that's what that is. It's like saying, hey, if we all just knew the power that we had, we wouldn't be afraid of all these things, these illusions. And I'm not saying, I mean, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm not saying that, you know, it's easier said than done, is what I'm trying to say here. But again, I'm also just being the messenger here. So there's things in your life that your grandfather's trying to point to you, show you the way, and say, look, you don't need, you don't have to worry about those things. You don't need to have control. You don't need to give up anything having to do with control issues, and just learning how to trust really the divine, or trusting yourself outside of the need of control. It's the best way I know to describe it. Obviously, we have the memories here. So your grandfather is wanting you, obviously, this is just, you know, confirmation. It's the word I'm thinking of. This is just confirmation that your grandfather obviously is here. And that was the second card that came out. That's when I started to get chills. It was like, your grandfather wants you to know that he's closer than the air that you breathe. And that's how thin the veil is between us and the other side. And that those people, you know, uh, people that are on the other side, they know the big picture of everything. And so your grandfather is wanting you to know that he's always here with you, but he's also wanting you, again, with this energy, it's a, of course it's a nostalgic, you know, like, hey, I'm here with you, but it's also him saying, look, go live your life. And I feel like this is the one of the number one things that comes through when I've had these experiences offline. And you know, and it's happened a few times where I've been out and about, and I'll get a message for somebody, and it's, you know, somebody, it's one of their loved ones who's passed on. It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened to me before. And any time that I've been around people who have a much, a profound gift at speaking, mediumship, speaking with people on the other side, the number one thing you always see is the people on the other side, because they know, they understand now. It's like, hey, you know, they can see that how small that we're living our lives because of fear and all these other things. It's like they can see like, oh my God, like if this, the real purpose of life is to go out and live it, to live fearlessly, to just go for it, right? And it's always an encouragement of like, don't waste your life. And that's kind of what I'm for you. Hello, that's really what I'm seeing with this, is like the memories of your grandfather saying, go live your life, do the things that would fill your cup. Each one of these is each one of these little film slots, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I know this is supposed to look like film, like camera film, but it's almost like each one of these little squares could represent a unique experience that you could have, like your bucket list. Like if each one of these was your bucket list items, and your grandfather's wanting you to say, hey, go live your bucket list life. You don't need permission. You don't need a permission slip to go live your life. You don't need to wait thinking like, well, but what about this and what about that? And I have to have this kind of, all the expectations of the way it's supposed to be. It's like your grandfather's saying, no, just go live your life. Like, you know, pardon my French, but fuck all the rules. What you've been taught, what you've been told, this is how you're supposed to do it. Your grandfather's saying, no, go live your life, make your memories, you know, go be true to yourself, because we incarnate and we spend so much of our life not living the life that we incarnated to live because we're so consumed with either, you know, all these outdated beliefs and paradigms and baggage or fear, whatever the thing is. It's like maybe like 5% of the real person that represents our real soul actually gets to experience what it came here for. How sad is that? 5 to 10% of us actually, when it's all said and done, when our soul leaves this body, 5 to 10% of the entire life that we lived, 5 to 10% was the part that was actually ours. That means that 90 to 95% of our life wasn't the life that we wanted. It wasn't the memories and experiences that we were seeking or desiring. How sad is that? And your grandfather is telling you, saying you don't have to let that happen to you. You can go live your life now. Your grandfather wants you to know that he loves you. I mean, obviously, and this card up here does say romance, but obviously he wants you to know that he loves you. But he does want you to know that he's on the other side. He knows who's good for you, who's not good for you, and so he's had your back, and he's kind of back there, you know, assisting in the matchmaking department. I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, so he's got your back in the matchmaking department. He can, but there's rules. There's rules to this stuff. You have free will. We all have free will. That's number one, non-negotiable. You know, the divine's not going to violate our free will, and neither can the people on the other side, right? Your grandfather wants you to know that he's supporting you, so you can see literally that. I don't know if you can see the screen, but there is his hand holding your hand. He's like, he's got you. And there's something here about forgiveness too. I don't know what this is. Uh, I'm being told that you'll know, but there's something here. It's forgiveness, but it's in reverse. It's in reverse. So, um, yeah, I'm just being told that you'll know what this is. I don't know what this is about, and it's not something that I'm supposed to. I'm not supposed to get into it out here on YouTube land, but you'll know what this is about. Something to do with forgiveness between you and whoever. But your grandpa wants you to go out and have more fun in your life. Uh, yeah, really, just to have fun. Have fun while you can have fun. Enjoy your youth while you have your youth, right? Like, do the things that you can do while you can enjoy doing them, and not not major on minor things. Not major on minor things in life, but to just have more fun. And maybe to be a little bit more open. And this is in all areas of your life, by the way. Open up. Be more open to things outside of your comfort zone, things outside of you know what feels what you're used to is what I'm getting there. Okay, so I hope those messages were helpful for you, my friend. My God, my moderator is here. Gene, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Roberto is. Gene's like, I don't have a list. Um, about a month ago, I told you about Elaine. I saw your donation there, so I'll get you in just a second, Elaine. I'll get you in just a second. About a month ago, I told you about the signs and symbols I've been receiving from Spirit, and based on those signs, I'm pretty optimistic about the future. Okay, yeah, so um, let's take a quick look at Roberto really quick. Gene, I hope you're doing well, my friend. All right, let's do a quick check in on Roberto. All right, first card out for you, my friend. We have contract. Ooh, all right, we got a woman here. We have a female, ladies and gentlemen. We have a contract, and we have pretty good looking female too. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I picked a good one, didn't I? I'm like, if I'm gonna create my own, oracle card for a woman, she gonna look like that. Roberta's like, hell yeah. Can I get an amen? Timing. Okay. Hmm. What's going on here, Roberto? What's going on here? Hmm. Building patterns. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Okay. All right. Yeah. So here's the thing. I got it now. I'm gonna have to try to condense all of this, which I suck at, but I'm gonna have to learn. I'm gonna have to learn. So I'm being challenged here. Say more with fewer words. Say more with fewer words, Eddie. All right. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with you and this chick right now, Roberto. I feel like this is probably somebody from your past. I'm getting past vibes from this person here, and you're gonna have to decide, my friend. You're gonna have to decide what you do about her. Um, but this is what I'm gonna tell you. We have this patterns card here. So uh, I can't. I don't have the time to get into like this energy and this energy. I could go into a whole diatribe. I think this is a person from your past, and I think that she's still the same. She's still the same person that she was and has been. So, she has all the same problems that she had before. Now, and that's not, and I don't know, we all have problems. So I just want to say, we all have problems. All right. The only people that don't have problems are people in graveyards. All right. So that's not me being judgmental. I'm just saying that in terms of what the big picture is here, let's start with the big picture for you, Roberta. The big picture is this. You're focused on this. You're focused on trying to build something here. You're focused on your future, what you're doing, your success, all that stuff. Whatever that means for you. Like you really focusing on like your mission, your purpose in life. All right? That's this energy. Now, here she comes and uh you do have a contract with this person, soul contract with this person. We have the contract card here. But she also represents, at the very least, she represents a distraction. Now, distractions can be good, distractions can be bad. And I'm just here to be the messenger. I'm not here to tell you how to interpret the information, which is what I said uh, back at the beginning of the live. I said we can all just be neutral, neutral receivers of information. Leave the ego out of it because our ego is already making assumptions about things before they're even said. Because most people's ego has been pre-programmed to think a certain way. They're always going to think a certain way. They're always going to be, you know, have a certain viewpoint, a certain angle, right? That's why people get when in politics, for example, it's like they're brainwashed. People on the left, they're never going to fucking see anything that somebody on the right's perspective is. The people on the right, they're never going to see the person on the left side's perspective on something because they've been so completely brainwashed and their ego is so, so dialed in to that one dimensional way of thinking that it's the ego's already making immediate judgments. There's no neutrality, right? So the best way to receive this information is just from a neutral standpoint. It's like I'm just here to be a neutral observer. And then the longer that you can hold information without the ego getting involved, then your intuition gets involved. And that's where the truth is, right? Your intuition will never lie to you because it's your spirit. Your spirit is truth. There's no such thing as a lie in spirit. It's divine truth. But to get to that point, to where we know that we know that we know that we're tuned into our spirit and we're receiving communication from our spirit, meaning the divine part of us, the divine truth in all of us, and not our ego's judgment. Is the longer that we can sit in neutrality. It's like, I'm not judging it good, I'm not judging it bad, because that's duality. Good, bad, right, wrong, that's duality. Duality is from the ego. So there's a need here to just receive the information, and your spirit's going to, your spirit, Roberta, is going to give you more understanding and more information about what you need to do, because I can't tell you what to do. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do. I'm just here to be the messenger. And so the message for you is to practice your spiritual discernment about the situation, because you have this woman who's going to show up in your life, and you see the middle card here is timing. And it's just about the time that you start to really feel like, oh man, I got it. I'm focused on my mission, my purpose in life. And you really start to feel like you have this momentum, this clarity, like you're starting to see it now. And we have awakening here at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, like you were saying, you're seeing the numbers, you're seeing the signs, the synchronicities, and all the things. You're in the process of your spiritual awakening, and no sooner have you stepped foot into your spiritual awakening than you get something like this happens. A potential distraction shows up. Something. Uh, uh, you know, it's really just a potential, you know, a challenge, a hurdle, an obstacle, or a lesson, or a blessing. I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't tell you if this woman is supposed to be a blessing or a challenge or a distraction. I don't know. But I can tell you this, that there is a pattern here, and she is coming with this energy attached. Now, this may be activated when she comes into contact with you. I don't know. But if this card, if she was not here on this table, this would not be on the table either. That's the best way I know to explain it. So because she's on the table, this energy is on the table. So maybe there is no pattern. When you're just alone by yourself, hey, there's no pattern. When she's wherever she's at, doing whatever she's doing, single and solo, there's no pattern. But when two energies come together, it's going to create a pattern of some form. So again, I'm not here to tell you that the pattern is positive or negative. You're being called to exercise what you're learning as part of your spiritual awakening, because what you're learning as part of your spiritual awakening has everything to do with what you're supposed to be doing moving forward in terms of building your future. It's going to take courage, my friend. Doing it scared. It's going to take courage for you to embrace the unknown, because the amount of fulfillment that is available to any single one of us, all of us, every single person out there, all of you, anyone that can hear my voice right now, if you're in this if you can hear the sound of my voice, this applies to you, which is 100% of you. The amount of fulfillment that is possible for your life, whatever that looks like for you. Fulfillment is relationships, is it money? What do you want? What are you guys after out there in YouTube land? Well, you guys know. That's why you're here with your questions, because you have questions about things that pertain to your fulfillment. Well, I'm going to give you an answer that applies to all of you. And you can thank Roberto for just being kind of the catalyst here. The amount of fulfillment that is possible for all of you, myself included, is in direct relationship to the amount of uncertainty or the unknown that we can all comfortably tolerate. It's the illusion that fulfillment exists inside your comfort zone. That is what we have to overcome here. And I talked a lot about this at the beginning of the reading, way back at the beginning of the reading, of the live rather. So I'm not going to repeat myself because it'll when this reading is over, not the reading, when this tarot live is over and it's uploaded to YouTube, you guys can come back and you can rewatch it, or I'll go back and I'll probably end up clipping out parts of it and uploading it later. But whatever. The point is every single one of us in spiritual school, spiritual awakening school, the number one lesson, first grade. This is for a little side for everybody here, a freebie for everybody. Kindergarten is having a spirit, just responding to the need for a spiritual awakening at all. Basically, kindergarten is just the movie The Matrix. You get the red pill and the blue pill. Well, if you're a blue pill person, you're asleep. You're in the Matrix, you don't give a shit. I don't want to wake up. I want to stay asleep. I want to just believe that this world is all that there is, and everything that I've been taught, and my five senses, and you know, I just want to pretend that that's all that there is. My five senses and what I've been raised and taught to believe, this fake ass fucking reality, is what's real. Okay, cool, no problem. Then spiritual awakening need not apply to you. Now, for those of you that take the red pill, then you graduate kindergarten and you go to first grade. Well, what happens in first grade in spiritual school is we have to learn how to relate to this thing that our ego hates, which is called the unknown. Every single one of you has a terrifying fear of the unknown because of your ego. The ego hates what it cannot predict, what it cannot control, what it cannot understand. The ego has to know everything all the time. The ego has to be in control all the time. It's the only way it knows how to keep us safe. But that's not how things in the spiritual realm work. That's not how life works. Certainty is an illusion. Nothing is certain in life. Literally nothing is certain in life. If you do nothing, change is the only absolute. There are a few absolutes in the world, but change is probably the only absolute. If you do nothing, will things change? Absolutely. Right? Things are changing all the time. You're changing all the time. I think it's hysterical when people say, they judge another human being and they'll never change. So are you fucking crazy, man? Like, the person that you're saying is never going to change, they're going to be different a year from now. They're going to be different, totally different, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. Like, that's your ego. That's your ego judging somebody else and saying they're never going to change. They may have certain patterns. There may have certain behaviors, certain tendencies, certain things that they do that remain the same or similar. But to say that somebody's never going to change, that's like saying the world's never going to change. Everything is in a constant state of change. And your brain, your ego, fucking hates it. Your brain hates change because it's not in control of it. But your spirit understands that the unknown, the realm of infinite possibilities is where the spirit thrives. It's just when we're not connected because we're only at first grade in spiritual awakening school. And first grade is all about learning how to stop being afraid of the unknown, which is what faith is. And that's what this card here for Roberto. Courage is just another word for faith. And so to graduate first grade in spiritual school, we have to exercise faith, which means exercising courage, meaning I have to believe in something that I do not have a tangible result for, which is why you have an imagination, by the way. There's a reason that we have an imagination. The humans have an imagination, that we can sit and we can visualize the things that we want to build. We can fantasize. And imagining and fantasizing is the divine part of us. Now we're not meant to live there, because if you're just sitting around and fantasizing and imagining all day and you're not doing anything, well, that's an extreme. That's an imbalance. That's not good. That's not healthy. But there's a time for imagining. There's a time to use fantasy. Is to you know get connected to the vision of the thing that we desire, so that we have clarity about the experience that we're after, because that's all that life is. It's just a set of experiences. We come in with nothing, we leave with nothing. So, you know, and if you tell me you want something, I'm going to tell you it's not the thing that you want, it's the experience that you get by having the thing that you say that you want. You want love, or you want a relationship, right? It's like you don't want a relationship, you want the experience, the set of emotions and feelings that you get to experience by having a relationship, right? It's like, yeah, I want to have, mind-blowing sex. Well, it's not the sex that you want to have, it's the feelings that you experience during the sex that you're saying you want to have. Money, I want to be a millionaire. No, it has nothing to do with you being a millionaire. You want a new car, you want a mansion, you want the perfect body. That's all bullshit. It's an experience, a set of feelings and emotions that's attached to the experience of having the thing that you're saying that you want. That's what you're after. And so, being able to imagine it, fantasize, and see it in our mind's eye is part of the process. There's a reason that we have an imagination, so we can connect and get clear about the vision of the thing that we want. That's the easy part. The hard part is this part, going back to the point, the unknown. And this is where everybody gets hung up in first grade in spiritual school, is they get hung up on the how. But how? How do I make it? How do I get it? How do I get the $1 million? How do I get the perfect partner? How do I get my perfect man or perfect woman? The how. Everybody wants to know the how. It's the multi-billion-dollar question, right? That's why everybody's out here. That's why I'm out here. That's why you're here tonight. Fucking YouTube land, right? We let's just be real. That's why we're at here. Everybody's we all have questions that we want answers to, because we want to know the how. If you had the answers that you were looking for, you wouldn't be here with the questions that you have. If you knew how to make $1 million, you wouldn't be on YouTube asking how to make $1 million. You'd be, I was like, I know how to make the $1 million. If you knew how to attract the love of your life and have the perfect relationship, you would have attracted the perfect person into your life, and you'd be having that relationship, and you'd be too busy enjoying that experience with that perfect person instead of being out here listening to my ass talk. You'd be having the mind-blowing sex. It's like, hey, look, Eddie, I love you, man. It's cool, man. I think, your tarot channel is great, but I got better things to do. And I would commend you for that, because that's a much better thing to be doing, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Having mind-blowing sex with the love of your life is a hell of a lot more fun than being out here on YouTube land, right? But my point is, everybody wants to know the how. Everyone's searching for the how. And we're hung up on the how, but we're equally hung up on the answer to get to the how. So there's a lot of people in spiritual school that haven't graduated from first grade because they don't understand the relationship that we're meant to have with the unknown, which is faith and courage. And the way that you graduate is not, there's no answer for this. There's no universal answer. You're never going to go and find someone who's going to tell you this is how you graduate first grade of spiritual school. Because it's up to you, part of your spiritual awakening, to get the answer. The specific detailed answer, rather. Now, am I saying that there's no answer at all? Well, the answer the global answer is courage. It's called just doing it scared. And then you're like, yeah, but doing what scared? This, embracing the unknown, which is called faith. Sometimes you have to just be willing to go into a situation with courage, not knowing what the outcome is going to be, without knowing what the next step is going to be. You just have to trust you just have to trust that there's something inside of you telling you to take the fucking leap. And sometimes the divine inside of you is not even going to give you the answer, but you'll feel it. You will feel it. If you're supposed to take a leap, if you're supposed to move forward, if you're on your path, because remember, the divine has two non-negotiables with all of us. It's never going to violate your free will. You can do whatever you want with your life. And the second is the divine is never going to lead you or give you anything that's not in your highest good. So that you can be sure of. So if you're feeling compelled, if you feel the divine inside of you pushing you towards something, even if you don't know what it is, because the divine hasn't shown you what it is, you don't know what's going to happen, you can't predict it, there's no way of knowing anything. All you know is like, okay, I'm just supposed to go in this direction, I'm just supposed to do this thing, whatever the divine is telling you to do, you just answer the call. You respond to the call. You just say, yes, I don't know what's going to happen. I have no clue what's going to happen when I do this thing, but I'm going to do it. Because I feel something deep inside of me saying, just do it. That's called faith. That's called courage. And when you do it, you've just graduated first grade of spiritual school. Now you're ready for second grade. Because if you can do it once, if you can answer the call in the uncertainty of the unknown, you can answer the call again and again and again and again and again. And once you understand that that is the spiritual life, that is the spiritual lesson at this stage of the game of spiritual awakening in spiritual school, then, you know, if you've truly gotten that lesson under your belt, then you know that the divine always has your back. So it becomes easier and easier and easier to take those steps when you feel urged and pushed to do so. Because you know that the divine is not ever going to lead you off a cliff. The divine is never going to, try to, get you to do something or to take action in a way that's going to hurt you. The divine is always working in your highest good, period. There's no other options. There's no substitute. It's always one thing and one thing only. The divine can only work on your behalf for what's in your highest good, period. End of story. And so when you can truly finally surrender to that and going, okay, the divine has my back no matter what happens. No matter what happens. I know that I know that I know that I know that I know the divine has my back no matter what. Then letting go becomes easy. Taking action, taking calculated risks, responding to the call inside of your soul that's, telling you to walk out into the unknown to go find out what's waiting for you there. That becomes easier and easier and easier. And then you're ready for second grade. So for Roberto, back to your Roberto. So the big picture here, Roberto, is for you, my friend, you are in. You're correct. You said about you're seeing the numbers, signs, synchronicities, all the things. So yeah, the vision for the thing that you're meant to be moving towards, keeping everything in mind that I just said to you and everybody else, you're on your path. You're moving towards the thing that you're meant to be moving towards. You do need to be patient, okay? Like it's not all going to obviously happen overnight. We have the timing card here. And then you do have this person, some woman is going to appear. I feel it's a past woman. I could be wrong, but there's some woman that you have a soul contract with who is going to show up in your on your path, and you just need to be aware of this. And I can't tell you what this is because the divine won't tell me, and I'm not going to lie to you and pretend like I know if the divine hasn't told me. Because part of your spiritual awakening, part of you learning how to become the powerful person that you are, is in learning by doing, right? That's how we all learn. Someone can show you something 10 times and you just sitting there watching it. It's like, man, give me the tool and show me how to do it, and I'll learn 10 times faster than you trying to explain it to me, or making me watch a video on how to do it, right? It's like we all learn better by doing. When our full body is engaged in the thing that we're doing, we learn much quicker. And so the divine is like, you have to learn how to be the spiritual authority that you are by just being in those experiences. So I can't tell you if this is a good pattern or a bad pattern. I can't tell you if this is a good person or a bad person from your past, if it's a new person or an old person. I can't tell you anything about this woman. All I can tell you is that this woman, she's going to show up on your path. You need to know about her. And in terms of you getting progress, in terms of your spiritual mission, your goal, your purpose, the things that you're after in life that will bring you fulfillment, keep exercising courage, doing it scared. Everything that I just said down here about learning to trust the divine inside of you and learning to embrace uncertainty and just saying, man, okay, I've never done it before. Yeah, you're right. You haven't never done it before. That's why it's scary as shit. But that's how you learn to do something, is by doing it. And so but the divine, you're not doing it alone, because the divine isn't gonna sabotage you. So you have divine assistance, but you need to be able to embrace the uncertainty of the unknown, of not necessarily knowing what all it's going to look like, how it's all going to happen. Forget the how, basically. And there's a huge question mark around this woman. Okay, Elaine. Elaine, you donated. Thank you for your patience. Thank you all for your patience with that. That was a little bit of a channel message there. So, Elaine, what is your question? Elaine donated. And for the rest of you that are here, if you would like to skip the queue, or if you would like a super in-depth reading on all that stuff, um, information is in the description box for that as well. And then after I do this donation from Elaine, I'll get back to the free list, and I'm going to be doing, to the best of my ability, I'm going to go through those more quickly than you guys are probably used to. Jean says she posted above. Okay. Let me see if I can go back and find it. Okay. Oh, wait. I don't know if that's your question, though. I don't know which one's her question versus which just the dialogue that you're having with each other. Where is Yas and I twin flame journey at right now? Okay, thank you. See, that's so much easier. All right. Thank you. No, I got it now. I see it now. I don't know if somebody, this is super random. This is really random. And I don't know that this has anything to do with you, Elaine. But I don't know if somebody here in the chat, somebody's pet just died? A dog specifically? Did somebody here on YouTube in the chat, their dog just die? Something about somebody's dog that died. Someone just lost a pet. I mean, if not, then it's just I don't know. Somebody from the other side is wanting me to know about somebody's pet dying. Or somebody's pet did just recently die. Wait. Okay. Um, yeah, I can see. So your partner, Elaine, is your partner is stuck because your partner just went back. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at the irony of it, not because it's funny. I'm laughing at the irony of it, not because it's funny. Um, so your partner just decided. So maybe you've heard the phrase two steps forward, one step back. That's what happened here. So your partner was two stepping forward, and then they just one step back themselves here. So let me show you with this card. So they were moving over here to this side where all the color is. They're like, oh my god, yeah, like they were seeing the color, they were seeing the light, and then they decided, oh wait, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with all of this beautiful color. Like if it's almost like if we could like I don't know if I could like cover up that hold on, maybe like this. Cover up this side of the card that's got like, you know, it's like, oh, we just look on this side of the card where all the color is. It looks like kind of nice, it's kind of pretty and kind of nice. It's green, I mean, as opposed to this side of the card, you know, flames and a barren wasteland over there. So your partner, they've been in between, okay? So they've been in this in between worlds energy for some time, and it's almost kind of like they started to come out of their comfort zone into the land, into the promised land, and something spooked them. Like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? I don't know what to do with myself. But it's something about there's there's something about your personal lane, your partner. There's something about your partner where your partner doesn't feel that they deserve pleasure. Your partner doesn't. There's a pattern, a belief, something inside of your partner that doesn't believe that they deserve good things in life. They're and it's a deep seated pattern. And so whenever things, like love, security, blessing, fortune, like when really positive things want to kind of come into your partner's life, they either reject it, they self sabotage, something always happens. And I don't know that they're obviously aware that they do this or not. I'm assuming they're probably not aware to the full extent that they're doing this, obviously, but they do it. And it's connected to a deep part of them where they don't believe uh, they deserve it. And so it's a form of insecurity and self-loathing. So there's a part of your partner that hates themselves. There's self-hatred there, and it's super deep. That's what this is, and it's connected to this. So It was two steps forward and then one step back. So we had the building energy here. Now there's two energies attached to this. This is like the divine telling you, hey, don't give up. And then we have the favored card, which is like the star card in tarot, the star energy, saying, hey, look, as long as you have breath in your lungs, never, ever, 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 ever give up uh, on this on your person, because it's part of your journey. It's part of the the major theme of why you incarnated to begin with. You incarnated to understand love at such a level that very few people will ever really understand it, because most people only love from their ego, unfortunately. Sadly, 99% of human relationships are based on the ego, not on the spirit or the heart. And that's why there's so many divorces, so many breakups. That's why the dating world's a shit show. You know, it's because everybody is trying to relate from their fucking ego. They're relating from their self-image. Most people don't have a good self-image of themselves or other people. They're relating from their attachment styles, how their parents fucked them up when they were kids. You know, they're relating from their wounds, their betrayals. All the bullshit is ego. All the stuff that happens gets just all funneled right here to the ego. But love and connection is a human need. We have to have, at the very least, we have to have connection. We'll settle for connection because it's less risky, but we all want love. It's a human need. It's a need, not a want. It's a need. But unfortunately, just because it's a need doesn't mean that it's connected or coming from the right place. But you, my friend, all that aside, you, my friend, to, you've incarnated here and you've chosen a very, very difficult path. And when I say difficult, I mean it's difficult in the sense that you're being called to love somebody who may never be able to give you anything in return. And I'm not saying that they won't. I'm not saying that your partner will never come around. I'm not saying that your partner will never not be able to give you something. But I'm saying that you're part of the journey. Forget your partner, because you can only control you. You can't control what your partner does or doesn't do. You can only control you. Your life, your destiny is your responsibility, just like me and everybody else's. And since we are the only things that we can control, then the most empowering place to live, to breathe, and to be is here inside of ourselves. And not worry about the external world, not worry about what other people are doing or not doing, which unfortunately is what 99% of everybody else does wrong. They give their power away. And so when I say that you've chosen one of the most difficult journeys, I'm saying this is because you're being called to love somebody with that understanding that I may never I may never get anything back from this person ever. But are you still willing to love this person unconditionally, truly unconditionally? No expectations. I don't need anything from this person. I don't want anything from this person. I genuinely, truly just am going to choose to love them no matter what. Even if it means loving them from a distance. Even if it means loving them like, you know, like you were dead and gone and you were on the other side. You know? Like if you were on the other side, if you were back in spirit form and you were like, hey, you know what? I'm going to watch over my partner even though they're still here in the human form, I'm in the spirit form. I'm going to choose to watch over them and love them and just kind of follow them around and just always be here in spirit. You know? And then until, you know, their spirit leaves the avatar and comes and joins rejoins me in the spirit world, right? That's the kind of the mentality here. And it's very, very difficult. It's very challenging. It's a very, very, very difficult path that you've chosen, Elaine, in this life. And I don't know. I don't know if you've ever been, you know, told this before. I don't know if anybody's ever been direct with you about that before. If you've ever received a message similar to this before, I don't know. But the divine wants you to understand it now because the divine knows you're ready for it now. In the past, maybe you wouldn't have been ready for it. In the past, maybe you would have resisted it. Maybe you would have had bitterness and resentment. I mean, we're all human. We all go through the evolution of the different versions of us as we grow out of one version and into the next, to the next, to the next. Like, that's what spiritual growth is. Spiritual awakening is just going up through the levels of becoming, a more aware, a more conscious, a more powerful being. And so the divine is through your evolution, Elaine, as you evolve and grow because of this path that you've chosen, which is very difficult. There's two things here that you need to understand, which is attached to this wisdom here, the spiritual wisdom that the divine wants you to understand. Because this is more important than even what's going on between you and your partner. What's more important than the outcome of what's going on between you and your partner, even though there's that part, that human part, and even your soul, and it's not just the human part of you, it's the soul part of you as well that's longing for the human connectedness, because you both actually did incarnate to have that experience together. So being separate is not why you came here. Just to be crystal clear, just to be crystal clear, Elaine, you and your partner did not incarnate to be apart. You incarnated to come together and actually be able to enjoy the human experience. That's what most twin flames do. Most twin flame relationships are like, yeah, we wanted to come here together at the same time and enjoy being in the human experience together. But unfortunately, it doesn't always happen like the Disney movies would like us to believe. You know, we're still human, and there's lots of other lessons and all kinds of other shit that ends up getting in the way of us coming together and having getting to enjoy the human part of it. So, but with that in mind, the divine is wanting you to understand something else right now. And I know you've heard this before, but again, I'm just the messenger, so I have to just tell you what the divine gives me to tell you. Um, which is right now, what's more important than you being with your partner is you understanding the wisdom and the knowledge that you're getting as a result of this experience. Like, you need to actually acknowledge the fact that this experience that you've been going through, what has it been teaching you? How far have you come? How much credit have you given yourself for the fact that, hey, I've changed a lot? My perceptions, my beliefs, my values, what I thought was possible for myself, even doing things that I didn't think I could do. Maybe learning how to love and relate in ways I didn't think I could learn to love and relate. And how has that changed the way that you love even yourself, the way that you view yourself? How has that changed the relationship to the power that you have as an individual? Not focusing on things outside of you, but you looking within, looking at yourself. How is your partner, your twin flame, how is that your partner impacted you? What changes have they helped create and cultivate within you, where you could say, as a result of this person, I have become who I am now? And not for the negative, obviously for the better. How has your twin flame made you more powerful? How have they broadened your horizons? How have they, you know, transformed you or, you know, uh, helped you become awakened, or wake up from lies that you once believed, ways that you once thought, maybe behaviors and patterns that you once had, and you realize things about yourself now, and you're like, man, as a result of this person, I've realized so many things about myself, so many things that could have been better, that needed to be better, that needed to be changed, or this and that, like all, like whatever, what all the things are. That's far more important right now. That's far more important right now than even, the physical part of you guys coming back together. And there's a reason for that, because the more that you allow the transformation of the things that you learn as a result of where you're at, by honoring where you're at in this leg of the journey, by not focusing on where they're at, because, like I said, they got cold feet. They stepped out like, oh my God. It's the whole runner chaser thing. It's like uh, they started to kind of come out of their little cave, their fear, whatever was going on, and then they got spooked, and so they turned around and they started running back into the only thing that they know, which your partner, they're running back into their own denial, running back into their own pain, running back into the comfort of the only person that they've known, which is the same person that they've probably been. Which deep down inside of them is somebody who was taught for some reason to think very poorly of themselves, to hate themselves, or to hate parts about themselves. And because they don't feel worthy of wanting anything, they're not going to allow themselves to have it. And but that's their journey. They have to learn that. And so the divine is saying, what's important for you to do is for you to just focus on what you're learning. Because the more that you transform your energy, the more that it's going to have an effect on them. Because the fact that, hey, they were coming out, you know, they were making progress. Well, that's because you were making progress. And so the illusion of this very difficult journey that you've chosen is to not focus on the external part of it. And it's very hard because the human tendency is to look at the tangible results. That's what we're all doing. It's the number one mistake that every fucking human being makes, is we're so obsessed with tangible results. The tangible result. Where is the more money? Show me the money. Where is the perfect man or the perfect woman relationship? I want to see them. I want to touch them. I want their physical bodies here, right now, in my hands. Like, we don't want just the fantasy of it. We want the actual thing. I don't want to just, you know, imagine myself driving the $1 million Ferrari. Like, I actually want to own the fucking Ferrari, right? I don't want to just imagine myself living in my dream house. I want to actually live in my dream house. So of course, that's obvious. The human, the human, the humanity in all of us wants the tangible thing right here, right now. We all want the tangible thing. But because we misunderstand that the tangible thing does not come first, that's where we get, you know, that's what it's like. We cock block ourselves because we obsess on the tangible thing so much that we don't know what to do when it's not there. And so then we obsess on the fact that it's not there. And so because we're obsessed on the fact that it's not there, all of our resources are being utilized in a disempowering way. Because we only have the magician card, right? Here it is. This is the magician, the manifestation. We've all heard this a million times. The generic cliche magician card. You have all the tools and resources available to you, blah, 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 blah. We've heard that so many times from all the tarot readers, the most generic description of the magician card. Well, it's true. We do have all the tools, resources, power. I mean, we're the fucking divine. We have infinite everything available to us. That's true. But we can only use that in one place or another. So you don't get the life that you want, you get the life that you focus on. Because that's where, where your focus goes, your energy follows. So if you're focusing on, well, I don't have this, then you're using your energy to not have that. When you could have been using the same energy to go get the thing that you do want. And this is like this, just the simplicity, the irony of it is how simple it actually is when you step out of it and you look at it and you go, okay, well, it's just like the saying, nothing changes until you change it. Well, that's true. It's super simple. Like most people's problems are not that hard. They're not that difficult. It's just, okay, you get what you focus on. What are you focused on? Well, I'm focused on the fact that I don't have something. Well, cool. You're just going to keep getting on. You're going to keep having more of the thing that you're focused on because you're focused on not having it. So you're going to keep getting more not having. So use the same energy. It's just like happiness and depression, or positive and negative. It doesn't take any more energy. It takes the same amount of energy to be positive that it does to be negative. How many people choose to be fucking miserable all the time? It doesn't take more energy to be miserable. It takes the same amount of energy to be positive as it does to be unhappy. It takes the same amount of focus to focus on what you want versus what you don't want. So why is it that so many people are focused on what they don't want when they could just focus that same energy on what they do want? And just that one little shift, just going, hey, I'm going to focus on what I do want instead of what I don't want. Just that one little shift for most people would get instantaneous results if they could maintain it for more than 24 hours. Just for 24 hours, I'm going to focus on what I do want instead of what I don't want. Oh my God, life-changing results in 24 hours, but they can't. Most people don't have enough power. They haven't exercised their authority enough, their divinity rather. They haven't exercised their divinity long enough for 24 hours to go, okay, for 24 hours, I'm going to focus on what I do want, not what I don't want. And so why am I saying this? Well, because with this manifestation energy, what the divine is wanting you to know specifically, Elaine, I mean, that was kind of a message for everybody, but the next card over is stuck. So what the divine is wanting you specifically, Elaine, for you, and we have the wisdom here at the bottom of the deck for you as well. And underneath that, we have release. And underneath that, we have mastery. So you are on your way to mastering something called the power of detachment. And when you learn this, then you will win 99% of any battles that you'll ever face the rest of your fucking life. This one skill, this is the secret skill of all secret spiritual skills. And it's not so secret because, all the spiritual gurus and teachers that are actually legit, not the fake bullshit people out here on YouTube land, but the real ones, they all say the same thing. When you learn the skill, the art of detachment, the art of releasing, being neutral, right? All of these things coming together, being detached. Basically, how to live as a human being with zero attachment to anything. And most people can't fathom that because people think that, well, I have to be attached because if I'm not attached, that means that I don't love, I don't care. And it's like, well, that's the problem. That right there literally shows and proves to you and to all of us that we have been hypnotized, we've been warped. Our belief systems are all fucked up because we associate love, care, compassion, nurturing, empathy, all the positive, loving human qualities, we associate that to attachment. And unfortunately, attachment is unhealthy. It's just a form of codependency. There's no matter which way you wrap your head around it, attachment is a dependency. It is a form of dependency. What does that mean? It means I depend on this thing. It's a need. I have to have it. Which means that when you don't have it, there's going to be a negative effect. It's not an if, it's a guarantee. You will experience a negative result by not having this thing that you need. That's a dependency. That's an attachment. And this is one of the reasons why human relationships are so fucked up. Because they're all based on blueprints that we are all given that are based on attachments. So the spiritual part of spiritual evolution is to transcend the ego, which means to get to the place of realizing I don't need or depend, there's no such thing as attachment. Because the first thing you discover is that I already have everything I need right here within myself. I'm not looking for fulfillment and happiness outside of me. I found it. It's right here inside of me. And in order for me to prove love, I don't have anything to prove anymore. And because I don't have anything to prove, and because I don't need anything from somebody to prove to me that I'm worthy, then I'm a source. I'm a source of that's capable to just give. And that doesn't mean that we don't deserve to receive. We do. But that's totally coming from a different place. Receiving naturally, like oxygen. I don't have to beg the atmosphere to give me air. When I naturally inhale, the oxygen is just there. And then I exhale. And then I inhale, and then I exhale. And all the oxygen that I will ever need to sustain my life, your life, and 8 billion people simultaneously on this planet, somehow, magically, we never run out of oxygen. How is that? And not just the 8 billion people that are alive right now. Think about for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. How is it that there's been an infinite supply of oxygen and it never runs out? It's always enough. And you're breathing air all the time. Me, you, everybody's breathing air all the time. We don't even think about it. Completely secondhand. Nobody thinks about how much oxygen they're breathing. Well, if you were in that state of being as a spiritual being, where it's like, I don't worry about these things. When I give, like exhaling, I just know that when I breathe in, I'm going to receive something. And that's the spiritual journey. The spiritual journey for you, Elaine, is learning how to become detached from all of this stuff. But there's prerequisites. We have to really, 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 really know by going deep, deep within ourselves that we have to find that fulfillment. It's not an intellectual exercise. You're never going to logic or ego your way into understanding this. You can nod your head and go, I understand what you're saying, like anybody can. Intellectually, you can say, okay, no, I'm following what you're telling me, but that's different than having an experience and going, oh man, I went and I found, like, this is true. That's a spiritual journey. And it's very hard. It's very difficult because few people are willing to go into the deep, dark places inside of themselves to find that truth, to discover, hey, I don't need anything. And it's not an egotistical thing of saying I don't want anything. It just means that you finally realize that you were searching for something outside of yourself that you already were the entire time. It's the paradox. That's what spirituality is. Spirituality 101. Our whole fucking world, humanity, everything would change if we all could just get this one thing. If every single one of us would just learn this one pivotal spirituality 101, go within, discover that you are the fulfillment that you're looking for outside of yourself. Holy shit. What would happen if we lived in a world where that was everybody's truth? Nobody was seeking or searching for fulfillment outside of themselves anymore. I don't need more money to prove it. I don't need people to prove it. I don't need success to prove it. I don't need this to prove it. I don't need that to prove it. I don't need anything to prove to me the fulfillment that I am. And because I'm not convinced that there's anything, that's missing inside of me or anything outside of me that I have to go get to find fulfillment, imagine what we could all give to each other. Imagine what would happen if we lived in a world where everybody was like, man, holy shit, because I realize I'm already whole and complete, perfectly perfect as I am, and there's infinite, the divine is inside of me, so I have infinite to give. I can just come out into the world and just give my gift away. And then those people are giving their gifts away, and everybody's just giving. And now what do you have? You have a world where everyone's giving because giving out of their abundance. So I give to you, you're giving to me. Everyone's sharing. We're just all out here sharing our gift, sharing our love, sharing our unity, sharing our blessings. Sounds a lot like world peace. Sounds a lot like heaven on earth. Sounds a lot like what we all really deep down inside, what we all long for. Why don't we have it? Is because the issue, the human problem, is that we're looking for fulfillment outside of ourselves instead of realizing that fulfillment is inside. So for you, Elaine, here's the thing. To take all of that, the divine's like, I don't want you to go backwards in your journey. There's no, just because your partner 2 steps forward and 1 step back doesn't mean you have to go 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Because if the response of your life is based on the reaction, if you're in reaction to their reaction is what I'm trying to say. So you're kind of like, well, okay, I'm over here and I'm paying attention to what they're doing. And then, they respond and it's positive. So then I get my hopes up and I'm like, okay, well, things are looking positive. But then, if something doesn't go the way that I want and it looks negative, well, then, it's kind of like now you're mirroring response to response. You don't want to be in reaction to anything, which is the whole purpose behind what I'm telling you with this message of being detached. Because once but to get to detachment, you have to get to fulfillment. That's the only way anybody gets to detachment. You have to find fulfillment within you apart from anything else. And that's the hardest part. That's why I said this journey that you've chosen is extremely difficult because it requires 2 things. It's going to require you to go deep inside of yourself and actually discover the unconditional love that you are. You're going to have to be able to give yourself that unconditional love and realize, oh my God, there's nothing outside of me that could ever give me the gift that I'm giving myself. And then the second hard part is learning how to be detached in a world that's basically thriving on attachment. How are you going to exist in a world where everybody else, 99.99999% of everybody else in the entire world, believes that love is attachment? And you're out here basically going, hey, I don't believe that because it's not true. And just because everybody else thinks that it's true doesn't mean that it is true. That's just the global, it's the global bullshit system. And so what makes it difficult is operating in unconditional love from detachment, because it's like learning how to love without needing anything. And I can't tell you what that feels like because it's something you have to experience. I could describe it to you all day long and you can nod your head and go, okay, intellectually I understand the concept that you're trying to explain to me, but it doesn't make any sense, and your ego is going to resist it all the full way through, because your ego is going to tell you it's impossible. And your ego is going to just tear it up one side and down the next. Your ego is going to have a rebuttal for so many things. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. This is why it's not true. This is why he's full of shit. This is your ego is going to come up with all the excuses of why, all the rebuttals, all the arguing, all the protesting about It's impossible, 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 and this is why, and this is how that's impossible, your ego is going to jump all over it and say it's impossible. And that's what most people that are hearing me talk to you right now, Elaine, their ego is full. It's enraged. The ego's enraged. It's like, this guy is full of shit. Being detached, loving unconditionally, there's no such thing as unconditional love. And their ego's telling them why. It's giving them all the reasons why. It's impossible to love anyone unconditionally. Because most people think that unconditional love means unconditional tolerance. Like, oh, if you love someone unconditionally, that just means that, you know, they can just treat you however they want. No, that's not what unconditional love means. Unconditional love means you're not worried about it. Unconditional love has nothing to do with you giving your power away. Unconditional love is you embracing your power. It's actually the opposite. But the ego is going to get involved with people who don't understand this. And that's why for you, my friend, you've chosen a very difficult path. This isn't easy. So the divine doesn't want you to go backwards just because your partner is. You need to maintain your path, and you need to stop looking at what they're doing, because the more that you pay attention to what they're doing, then you run the potential for, for fucking yourself over. And the divine's saying, look, you're misunderstanding this part of the journey. Like, you not paying attention to them and not being worried with them doesn't mean that you're not loving them. In fact, it's actually the opposite. The most loving thing that you can do right now for your partner is actually to focus on yourself. That's the most loving thing that you can do, is focus on yourself right now and not be worried about what they're doing. And that doesn't mean sending them, sending them like living energy. Communicating telepathically and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that that doesn't mean you can't do that. So, but again, there's a work going on inside of you that's meant to change you into the person that you're meant to become, because the ultimate outcome is this. I'm just going to skip forward and show you. You and your person are supposed to be together, and here you are. Okay, we're skipping to the end of the book, and I'm ruining the film. I'm ruining the movie for you. You're like, no, don't spoil it. No spoilers. Well, here's the spoiler alert. You and your person end up together. I ruined the movie. You and your person are going to end up with each other when it's all said and done. And now your ego's like, but when? It's taking forever. Yeah. And it's going to take longer. Because every time that you allow your focus to drift off the thing that's most important, which is you staying here inside of you until the work is done inside of you, my friend, then it's going back into this stuck land. So if you have any concerns about what the ending is, this is the ending. The ending of your story is, this is it. You and your person, you're going to come back together, and you're going to have happily ever after. Now, does everybody get the happily ever after story? No. Not everybody gets the happily ever after story, but it's here for you. That's the story that you and your person decided you wanted when you incarnated. But, you know, it's up to you to decide when you actually start to get to enjoy being with them based on your willingness to do these other things. And that is not focusing on them. It's staying focused on you and you learning how to find complete fulfillment inside of yourself apart from them in any and all ways, shapes, and forms, so that you can learn detachment. And once you've gotten there, the rest won't even matter to you anymore. That's the irony of it all, the paradox of it all. And I say this to you, my friend, as somebody who's on the same journey. It's just like when you finally get there, you're just like, all these things that I thought were so important to me, they're just not important anymore. And now there's this freedom. There's this natural release because unconditional love is freedom. Unconditional love is, hey, you know what? If I get to experience more with this person, that would be amazing. If I don't if I don't get to experience it, then I'm okay with that too because I'm at home and home is here. Home is where the heart is, but it's not where the heart is in the way that we've been taught. We think home is where the heart is because of attachment. Well, where's my heart? Well, it's attached to something else. It's a metaphor for the thing that I desire, the thing that I love. No, home is where the heart is you. You are always your home. And I don't know any other way to explain it. It wouldn't make sense to you even if I could. It's just an experience that you have to go through on this spiritual journey. You have to come home to yourself first and realize, oh my God, this is what unconditional love is. And then once you experience it for yourself, then you're really ready to give it to somebody else. And it's just a totally different experience in that regard. I know that was a lot, but anyways. Um, okay, where's my list? I got I got wrapped up in that energy there for a second. Thank you, Elaine. And Elaine, I appreciate you, by the way. I know that this has been a long journey for you, my friend, and my heart is sincerely with you on that because I know from just again being on the similar journey. So okay, let me go to no, damn it, I knew this was going to happen. All right, let's see who's next. So for those of you that are just jumping on, welcome. It's hard for me to I don't look at the chat box when I'm doing readings for the most part. So I know that you guys are probably saying things, and if I don't see it, it's because I'm not looking. I'm looking here in the camera. My monitor's over there. And so for those of you that are just jumping on, welcome to the channel. My name is Eddie. Please like and subscribe if you guys do not mind. Um, so Worthy Queen, technically, I don't think I did this. Let me, because my mod jumped on, but I didn't have a list typed out. So Worthy Queen, if you're here, technically you are next. Let me put the free list that I had, Gene, from way back at the beginning, because I don't even know if you can go back that far. And then obviously, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna have to abbreviate. I don't know how to spell aesthetic. So Worthy Queen, you technically would be next, unless there's another donation. And then Aesthetic Delta was after Worthy Queen, and then Alicia. I realize some of you guys may have, I don't know who's still here. And then Ashu was here. And then Chanley. Elaine donated. Then Nicolette was here. Sonali. Dream or real. And then just the letter H. So this is the list that I have. I think, yeah, okay, Gene, I think you got it. I'm just double checking real quick. Yep, that looks good. Okay, that looks good. I think we're on the same. I think we have the same list. Okay, so K-pop donated. K-pop donated. I really wish you would read the chat. It's hard. I can't. I'm one human. God damn it, Gene. I'm one human. And I'm like I'm a golden retriever too. If I start reading the chat, I will engage with you guys on the chat. I will completely be like, oh, like a squirrel moment. I'll completely get out of the reading to want to go hang out with you guys on the chat. It's like one or the other with me. Okay, let me scroll up. K-pop donated. I would like to ask a question about my person being that I've been working on myself and self-love and coming home to self. I'd like to know what Kai is going to do in terms of us. All right? Okie doke. Let's take a look at you and Kai. She's like, you would know what's going on. I know I would know what's going on, but sometimes I gotta, I gotta focus on, the more important task at hand. That's why I have you, Gene. You just, everything instantaneously is better. And I feel like I don't have to worry about anything because I got you. Oh. H just donated. H. Just the letter H. It's like she got drenched. Dude, I guarantee you, I'm the last person that's stressing Gino. She probably like, dude. She's like, I'm just trying to whip that boy into shape. I'm extremely grateful to have Jean as my mod. She kicks ass and takes names, man. She don't fuck around though. And that's why I like that. All right, so we got this. The letter H. Eddie's got communication issues sometimes. Hey, look, that's not the only issue that I have. It's not the only issue that I have. I mean, it might be an issue, but it's not the only one. But yeah, sometimes. You should see the way that I talk to myself. If you guys could be a fly on the wall, when I'm just out here talking out loud to myself. That should be a reality show. A reality TV show where the cameras just follow me around. It's like this is fucking dude just walking around talking to himself all the time. It's like I can't post enough emojis to get his attention. I know. We're gonna need to like get like a some type of like app, like a moderator app, right? Like a special bracelet or something. And then Jean's got something on her phone where she can press a button and it like zaps me. So she's like, I'm getting zapped. I'm like, oh shit, my mod's trying to get my attention. Hmm. No, that one didn't quite come out enough. Oh my gosh, I don't want to be in the masturbation Olympics. Jeez, making me shuffle. All right. Get on Google email and I'll send you chats. Well, if I can't, I'm not reading your chats here. I can't see your chats there. Or wait, maybe you're talking to somebody else. I don't know. See, this is the other problem too. Then I start looking at the chat because I'm like, well, okay, fine, maybe I need to pay attention to the chat. Then I start paying attention to the chat, and then I'm like, wait, I don't think they're talking to me. Like, no, Eddie, pay attention to the fucking reading, dude. Pay attention to the reading. You don't need to pay attention to the chat. All right. Oh my god. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Come on. Somebody is stubborn. Somebody, I don't know if it's you, I don't know if it's Kai. Somebody is stubborn as hell. Stubborn, 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 stubborn. I think Harry is just a he's just a simp, man. That guy that guy is so pussy whipped, man. Like but I don't even like he is it's like so obvious how pussy whipped that guy is. Like it's like not even he's like the epitome. Like when you go to like we just need to go into like or the Urban Dictionary and whatever the definition for pussy whipped is in the Urban Dictionary, we need to just upload that dude's picture there. What is her sign? Somebody look it up. Somebody look up Meghan Markle's birthday. What is her zodiac sign? I mean, that's got to be like magical. Whatever she's got between her legs has to be like the holy grail of all existence. That dude just like completely. Oh, he's a Virgo. He brings shame to the virgins. Oh, she's a Leo. Okay. That's why you were making the reference. See, communication problems continue. Communications problems. I'm shuffle. Okay, like the cars are just like not wanting to talk. All right, I got it. All right, we got it now. We got it. We got it now. We got it now. We got it now. We got it now. Well, I don't know if you guys can see the obvious thing. What's obvious to you guys? that stands out to you? What is not like the others, or what is similar here? Well, we have two of these. We got the mask here, and we got the mask here. So, um, this is interesting. Um, I'm gonna just, yeah, I'm gonna shoot you straight here. Obviously, that did not go back in the deck upright. Here's the thing. This relationship does not have enough. Actually, let me back up. If you're looking for a serious relationship with Kai, and I don't know because you didn't say, and I had to stop myself because I'm like, wait a minute. Don't just assume that because somebody's asking about a relationship, don't assume that they want a serious relationship. I mean, we're in 2025, man. I mean, it's just like anything goes in 2025. You can't assume anything anymore in relationships. So I don't know what type of relationship you're looking for with Kai, and you don't have to say. I mean, that's, but obviously that's your business. But if you're looking for something that is long term, you're looking for something serious, you're looking for someone to build a life with, you're looking for something committed, this person is not the person. Uh, I feel that this person, you've attracted this person into your life to teach you a lesson about your own self worth, which is why we have the influence card here. Now, there's a few energies attached to the influence card. Influence is the most powerful force in the universe. So there's other influences that are influencing your beliefs about relationships and about this person, which is also being influenced by gossip. Now, gossip doesn't have to mean malicious gossip. I mean, it can be. But this energy here is just simply saying that there's other people's perceptions, other people's opinions, other people's advice, other people's anything outside of you. There's too many external forces that have far much more power in determining your own sovereignty. You're pulled in whatever direction, whatever the strongest influence is the direction that you're more prone to be affected by. So, if it's family, if it's friends, if it's this or it's that, whatever. And a lot of that, again, has to do with reputation, expectation, all that kind of shit. And the reason that exists is because deep down inside of you, some part within you, there's a part of you that you're not owning your own power, or you don't believe in yourself enough to make those types of decisions, or you care too much about other people's opinions about you, which means you question your own self-worth, your own self-esteem, or you just question your own confidence, you question your own decision making. Like, it's a form of powerlessness whichever way you want to look at it, in whatever form it exists within you, it's a form of powerlessness. And basically, apart from Kai, okay, so this is kind of like, let's just take him out of it for a second, because we don't want to punish him for things that he's not responsible for. First of all, like, it doesn't matter what he's done or what he hasn't done or any. We're not even concerned about that right now. So we're just going to take Kai out of the situation entirely for just a second. We're just going to look at you, just you, without Kai. And I got to keep it real, because that's how I do here on my channel. I keep it real. I'm not here to bullshit you. I'm just here to be the messenger, so don't hate me. Don't shoot the messenger. One of the reasons that with this obstacles energy here in the middle of the middle of your reading here, one of the reasons that you've been having and have had challenging experiences in regards to love and romance is because, again, somewhere deep down inside of you, there is some type of powerlessness that exists. And the result of that makes you vulnerable to outside influences. And when you don't have any self-authority, then you're going to be pushed in whatever direction this power, the strongest power is going to have the most influence, be able to get you to respond and react. And basically they're the strings that control you. So you're not in control. It's whoever or whatever these forces outside of you are that are in control. And they have been having an unfortunate effect on your dating life. Now, that's that problem, right? Now let's go to the next thing. Let's go to the next thing. We're still on you. We haven't brought Kai back in, just to be crystal clear. We haven't brought Kai into it yet. He's still in the corner. We're gonna get on him in just a second. Both of your energies are attached to this, by the way. Kai's and your energy is attached to this lessons card. But again, we're not talking about him yet. So one of the lessons here is that you have, how do I say this? Well, I guess the best way to say it is just say it. You like a lot of attention. What woman doesn't, right? You like a lot of attention. That might be your kryptonite. So, significance. You need and you like to feel special, but you like attention. This is you liking attention from other men. We got the mask and we got the mask. Now, ironically, we're going to bring Kai in here for a second. Mr. Kai likes to get his attention too. So this energy attached to both of you. So, which is why we have two masks here, by the way. So there's he's got his mask on, and then there's yours, and you have yours on. So you've attracted somebody into your life that's equal. You're dealing with an equal match. But you also need to understand you're dealing with an equal match in terms of all of it. So the things that you probably don't like, the behaviors you don't like, it's vice versa. So the qualities about yourself that are probably not so great, he's probably got similar qualities that are not so great. And so whether you're consciously aware of it or not, neither one of you really trusts the other person. And it's implied in this, but it's also implied in the masks that you both wear. So neither one of you are really, really ever being 100% yourselves. You're not being 100% authentic with each other. And so, in a sense, I mean, you have kind of a superficial relationship, but it doesn't mean that it's not at least fun. I mean, you got chemistry here, you have dating, travel. Like, this is the person, like, if you're going to have a situationship with where it's like, hey, look, I don't want a commitment. I don't want, like, I don't want, you know, I don't need to have an emotional attachment even. Just, you know, I found this person, we like each other. They live their life, I live my life, and when we come together, we have a lot of fun. Um, this kind of relationship would be perfect for that. It would be ideal even for that. Now, I'm not saying that's the type of relationship that you've had with this person. I don't know. I'm just saying that the energy of this relationship would be ideal. Um, this is the problem. The problem is you both are afraid to really, 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 really get emotionally invested because you've both been hurt in the past by something. You haven't learned uh, your lessons to the full extent that you're not repeating them per se to some extent because you're both repeating it to some extent here. But you know, you both kind of have a little bit of the wandering eye, and you both like a lot of attention. While you're having a shit ton of fun with each other, you're always keeping it kind of, you kind of got the back door open, he's kind of got the back door open, and neither one of you really wants to be locked down. But the problem is that anytime this chemistry starts to get too intense, the control, inevitably the control starts to come in. And then once the control starts to enter in, then all of a sudden those little birds start feeling like they're inside that cage and the door is closing, and that's just when all hell breaks loose between you and this person. So essentially what you're both doing is you're both creating the obstacle here. Both of you are with this rock. So it's like you're both playing with fire here with the lessons and the chemistry card, but you think that you're not going to get burned. Or it's not that you don't think you can get burned, it's you don't want to get burned. You want to play with the fire, but you don't want to get burned. But it doesn't work that way. You can't have this intense relationship, where there's moments, okay? There are moments when you do experience a deeper level of connection, which is why we have the divine feminine card up here. And this is for you because I'm dealing with you more so than him. So in the moments where there's all this intensity, there's all this chemistry, there's all this passion, there's all this fun, there's all this stuff, well, inevitably your hearts want to merge. That's cause and effect. That is the normal and natural tendency of people who are obviously your body is being hijacked by chemicals, bonding chemicals, and it's the natural tendency of the soul is, okay, we're going to be intimate, we're going to share life and share these experiences, naturally that means coming together, getting closer, going deeper. But because of all the other baggage and all the other bullshit and all the human and all the stuff that humans have to deal with, which I'm not going to get into all the things, it's not enough. It's not enough to override the need for this. And so you're at a catch-22 here. It's like you have this really, really, really intoxicating connection that can be really fun, really passionate. It looks like it, looks and feels like it could be all the things sometimes. But then, unfortunately, the human part of you, which are these two, and this card says hope, but forget the word hope. Okay, it's really, you know, it's just investment. You get emotionally invested. You start getting emotionally invested, and then it triggers the attachment issues. It triggers the fear, triggers all the shit. And then immediately, as a result of being triggered, here comes the control. And neither one of you are going to give up your autonomy. Now, you're willing to fake it because you both are wearing this mask. And even if you pretended to be in a serious commitment with this person, both of you would secretly basically be having the back door open here. That's what I see. And that's really essentially because, again, you guys just don't trust each other. And the reason that you don't trust each other is because you don't trust yourselves. And the reason you don't trust yourselves is because there's other issues that are pre existing deep down inside of both of you. And so you've attracted somebody into your life who is here to teach you something more important if you're willing to learn. Now, if you don't give a shit about this, then obviously you have free will, you can do whatever you want. But the divine, and that's why I'm here to just be a messenger of what's in your highest good. So what's in your highest good is for you to do introspection. This is like the hermit energy in tarot, which is doing soul searching, going inside, reflecting, soul searching, introspection, to uncover a deeper truth about what's inside of you that needs to be healed and nurtured. What inside of you needs to be loved? What inside of you needs to be empowered so that you don't have to learn more of this? Now, the same really applies to him, but again, this is your reading, not his. So, at the absolute best, and I know this is probably not the reading you wanted to hear, but again, I'm not going to lie to you. At the absolute best, you and Kai will probably, I'm going to give you two scenarios. You guys have an on again, off again relationship. So what does that look like? You guys get serious, you get connected, so you have a falling out, but then all the passion, all the chemistry inevitably brings you back together. You start having fun again. The passion builds and builds and builds. The connection builds and builds and builds. But eventually, you reach that threshold where there's so much connection. The only other place that you can go is emotional investment. And that's not where you want, because emotional investment for you guys feels like a loss of freedom. And that's when the control comes in. So basically what I'm saying is the more intense and the more serious that the relationship gets, the less trust that you actually have and the more controlling you both become. That's what ends up happening. And that's what will continue to happen. So you'll just, you'll have fun. The intensity will get you to a certain point. You can't go any further. So then all the control shit and the bad, the bad parts of you, the bad parts of him start coming out, and then you hurt each other, you break up. But then you're like, damn, it was so good. So then inevitably you come back to each other and it's on again, off again. All right. So that's scenario one. Scenario two is you're like, hey, we'll just, you know, just go for it and try to have a serious relationship. But it's not really serious, it's superficial because neither one of you are really being authentically who you really are. I mean, it's commitment only in title. It's like, yeah, we're in a relationship, but again, secretly, you both have the back door open. You both like getting attention from the opposite sex. There's still not going to be any trust, and there's still going to be more lessons that you're both going to have to learn because you've literally manifested each other so that you can learn the lesson now. And so you can either learn the lesson now with this person so that you don't have to do it over again with somebody else, or Kai can, you can kick Kai to the curb, and then maybe Tony will show up, maybe Michael will show up, maybe somebody else will show up, but it'll just be Kai 2.0. It'll be the same thing, just in a different body, the same patterns, the same problems, the same bullshit in a different body until until you learn this. Because we don't attract what we want, we attract who we are. I'm not the one who did it. Don't shoot me. I'm not the one that created the laws. I didn't create gravity. I didn't create humans. I'm not the ultimate creator. I'm just the messenger. And so now if I could sprinkle, and this is very challenging. I'm challenging myself. If I could sprinkle unicorn fairy dust on this reading, this would be it. There are moments, very, 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 very few moments. And I'm not sure if you guys are even aware of it or not. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know. But there are moments when you guys allow each other to connect vulnerably without the masks. But they're very, very brief and they're very quick, which is the deepest part of you guys that actually wants the real fucking thing. It's just all the bullshit and all the fears and all the other shit that has happened to you as a human being that's covering up what's really deep down inside of you, your soul's truth, your soul's purpose, what's really real for you at the deepest core level. Every once in a while, that creeps through and you get to experience that with each other. But they're just it's moments, little moments here and there. But that's as much unicorn and fairy that I can. That's as much unicorn fairy that I can sprinkle on this, unfortunately. Um, but hey, this person on the flip side, if you're looking for somebody, you're looking for somebody who's fun, they're a banging good time, and I mean banging good time in all the ways, this is your dude. Like you're probably not going to have more fun in that regard. Like this guy's a pretty good match in that regard. I'm not going to say perfect. That's a stupid word to use. Nothing's perfect. But they're an ideal match for you in terms of dating, fun, interest, sex, hobbies. Like you guys, this chemistry is no joke. This chemistry card is like high levels of chemistry. So you guys, there's a lot of chemistry here, tons. And I think sometimes even the level of chemistry that you experience can be mistaken for other things. In fact, infatuation, right? So you're experiencing these high level of chemistry, infatuation. It can be mistaken for love and other things when it's just chemistry. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like all of that goes, anyways, they would be an ideal person for you. So that's what I have. I know that's probably not what you wanted to hear, maybe. I don't know. I'm just the messenger. But if you're, again, assuming that you're looking for a healthy, committed, long term, ideal relationship that you can build a life with and all that with, this isn't your person, for sure. At least not right now. Now, never say never. People can change. But right now, you guys both have some things that would benefit you both, in my opinion, to work on. And again, that's not me being judgmental. We all have our shit. I have my shit. Everybody has their shit. Okay. H is the next donation, right? Am I right on that? I'm gonna go back over here to my chat, right? That is why I've been looking within a lot of childhood trauma. But see, even the fact that you have the ability to say that out loud, the fact that you have the ability to even admit that you have childhood issues, most people can't even say that. Most people can't admit that they have anything wrong. Most people, they just project their blame. They just want to say it's the other person's fault, the opposite sex's fault. They want to run around and use the N word all the time. Everybody's a fucking narcissist, narcissist this, narcissist that. Nobody wants to take ownership and responsibility for their own personal growth, which is why people stay powerless. So the fact, and I commend you and I honor you for the fact that you're willing to even admit that, which is amazing. So what if our issues are worked? What if our issues are worked through? I've been being distant to work through my issue. I've been I've I've been I've been being distant to work through my issues and working on my self-worth. Well, that's what you should do. And is if you're willing to do the work, then anything is possible. It can change everything. So are you, you know, is it doomed to fail with this person forever? No, I don't believe that. I believe that humans can change, you can change, and he can change. Now, you have to be careful about your motives and intentions. You can't change, because you're thinking, well, if I change, then that means I'm going to get him. Then you're doing it wrong. You're doing it for the wrong reasons. If your motives and intentions are, I'm going to change for me because it's the best thing for me to do, and it has nothing to do with him, then yes, I would say, then of course there's tons of potential uh, for you guys to potentially take a different path. But if you're going to change because you think that's what's going to get him, it's like, oh, I'll change myself and then I'll get him. Well, then you're right back into that influence energy, which is what I said at the beginning of your reading. You're being influenced by something outside of you instead of you in you being the strongest force of influence for yourself, right? And so when it comes to anything and all the things, at least the relationship part of it, and I'm not saying this because it's my book. I hardly ever uh, bring this thing out, and I hardly ever harp on it. But here's my book. You can get it on Amazon. There should be links in the description for it, but uh, tons of stuff in there that would help you in regards to yourself and your relationship with Kai. Okay, romantic connection. H with I saw Monty wanted to check the energy between Monty and I. A lot of feelings stirred up after unexpectedly seeing him on social media. Want to understand and see what's happening beyond my level of perception. Romantic connection, by the way. I'm definitely changing for him, not me. Okay, awesome. So H. Um, I have a question for you, H. I have a question back to you. Now, did you go look Did you go seek this person's? Were you? Is it one of those moments of like, I can't help myself. I'm gonna go see what they're up to. In other words, did you? Was this a self-inflicted? Was this self-inflicted torture? No judgment. No judgment. We all get curious. We all like to snoop on the X every once in a while. We've all done it. I'm guilty. I've done it. See, you guys are fucking awesome, man. You guys are badass. You guys are badass. That's honesty. Now, the reason I asked you that, H, there's a reason that I asked you for that. And it wasn't just to be, you know, there's an intention behind anything that I do out here in the readings. And so the reason I ask you is it lets me know how open you are to receive the message that I know the divine wants to give you. And even though it hasn't hit me exactly what that is, the purpose is that the divine is saying what the divine is saying, which I don't need cards for yet because we haven't got that far. But the divine is saying, you know, she needs to be ready. She needs to be ready. And so that's the question that the divine was really using me to ask you when I was asking you that question. Is like, are you really ready to receive the message? Because that's all I can give you is what's in your highest good. And if you're willing to receive the message that the divine has for you, what's in your highest good, then you're in a powerful place. And so, when you told me the truth, that told me the answer, if that makes sense. And that's going to be important to you in just a second. So hold on to everything that I just said because it's about to be important to you. I'm not sure why, but it's going to somehow, I just know that it's going to make sense to you in a second. So, Monty, what is Monty an earth sign? What sign is Monty? Is he earth? Or is he water? I mean, he could be neither, but I'm getting earth or water. Earth sign or water sign is what I'm getting. Okay. He's a Capricorn. Hmm. Wee, yay. Okay. You guys have a very, very, very complicated and complex history. And I don't know if it's a past life complex history or you and him just have a really complex history in the real life. Other people have been involved in this. There's I mean there is a whole fucking Jerry Springer uh saga. There's all kind of stuff going on here. Okay. Um yeah, and it's all here at the bottom, man. I mean, there's so much stuff. Um my god. Hey. Um all right. All right, so I'm gonna just start from the bottom. I mean, some of this stuff I can't. I'm gonna have to like force certain energies out because there's so much stuff, and I know not all of it matters to what's really important, but it's all here, and so it's kind of like there's this mountain of energy that's just attached to you. Are you sleeping, by the way? H. We'll just conveniently call you H. Um, are you sleeping? Like, are you actually sleeping well? Are you having health problems? When I say health problems, I could mean like literal health problems or just like minimal, but like, is your anxiety out of the roof? I mean, like this energy, there's no way that you're functioning. There's no way that you're functioning like a normal human being with this energy. I mean, I know some people can get used to this type of energy, but like they usually end up like addicted to like crazy amounts of meds, anxiety meds, stress meds, maybe drinking problems. I mean, God knows what. I mean, the energy that's attached to you. Somebody around you just go through bankruptcy. Anything about bankruptcy or major loss of finances, or at the very least, massive financial hardship, or is that not you? I'm picking up on some. There's something about somebody, and it may not be your energy. I mean, it could be attached to somebody that's attached to you. But okay, well, hold on. Yes, I'm struggling a bit. Now, I'm going to need you to stay in that honesty that you had at the beginning of your reading. You're out here in YouTube land amongst complete strangers. Obviously, your identity should be pretty protected, I would assume. Um, so, are you struggling a little bit? Or are you bullshitting me? Are you actually like, are you struggling just a little bit? Or are you struggling like for real, for real? You're reading H. Me and you, we're going to be having some dialogues, by the way, just so that you can be, just so that you can be prepared. This doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. So this isn't going to be so much of a you sit back and you listen like most people when they get a reading. I deliver the message and they either take it or they don't, whatever. Like this isn't like for whatever the reason the divine's like no, I need your engagement with me. So this is going to be a little bit of a different reading for you. Like we're going to be engaging almost like you were sitting here at the table with me. Okay. Do you have children? Are there children involved in this? The reason that I ask is because when I start getting down into these, the further down I go, I'm seeing family here. It doesn't have to be, but I feel something about kids or children. All right. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Here's the deal. I'm not going to tell you that you. Okay. So let's just get the obvious out of the way. All right. So you and Monty, yes, there's an opportunity for you and him to work through whatever's going on. You said that you look, you went snooping and you saw some things. Like I do think that at some point, at some point, you guys will have an opportunity for a second chance. It's possible. However, however, there's like a million other things right now that are far more important that the divine is to needing you to go through and kind of learn work not go through, that's a bad word, for you to work through, for you to find your own power here. So I'm going to show you what this is, and there's a lot of energy here. So again, I have to be very selective here. So you have the leadership energy. This is you stepping into your power. We have the captain card, which says boss. This is you being the captain or the leader of your own life. And then we have mastery, and this is you learning self mastery in your own personal growth and development here. You have favored, which is you needing to learn and see, uh, generically speaking, the star that you are. You need to learn to see and understand that what you're looking for, everything that you're looking for, all your wishes, the fulfillment, everything that you're desiring here, the longing inside of you, looking outside of yourself for fulfillment, it's not there. Because right now, you're really down on yourself, you're down on your life, you're kind of like, I don't want to say you're at rock bottom, but maybe sometimes you feel like you are. But it's all being fueled by this scarcity mentality. Now you beat yourself up to kingdom coming back. I don't know what your background is with your parents, but I feel like you've had a lot of unrealistic expectations. I don't know if you were raised in religion or religious environment, or you come from like a military background. Maybe one of your parents was military or religion. They don't necessarily have to be, but you have this perfectionistic thing. And it's not perfectionistic in the way that like most people think. Like you may not have to have things spotless and clean. You may not be OCD. You may not need to have things in a certain way, in a certain order, and organized. And it's more perfectionistic in the way that when you don't live up to, when you don't perceive that your life is living up to an expectation that you had for yourself, then you beat yourself up. And it can be in the smallest little thing. Like you said something to somebody, and once the words left your mouth, you couldn't take them back, and so then you beat yourself up because you realized the way that the thing that you said wasn't what you meant, but it didn't get the outcome, it didn't create the result that you desired, so you know you beat yourself up over it. and then you ruminate on the things that you do wrong. So basically, you're basically, you just, you know, you're beating yourself up all the time because you spend so much time hyper analyzing, basically how fucked up you think you are. And so, it's really hard to it's really hard to get out of that pattern, because that's why this is here, the pattern energy. And the patterns that are self-sabotaging you are all based on your beliefs, but a lot of the beliefs that you have to do with the way that you were raised in the environment that you grew up in. Now, I may not have I may not have hit the exact beliefs precisely, but you know what they are. Even if I can't tell you what the exact beliefs are, the exact way that you were raised, you know what I'm talking about. And so that's all that matters, right? Because I'm not here I'm not here to be Eddie the psychic. Like, I'm not here reading people's minds. That's besides the point. The point is that the divine is trying and wanting to show you, and the things that you've been seeing, that you've been misinterpreting as signs and synchronicities for other things. So basically, for example, like maybe you, like most people, maybe you've been having a lot of dreams, maybe you've been seeing a lot of repeating numbers, maybe you've been seeing names, repetitive names, or anything of significance, anything that is significant, and it's like you can't make this shit up kind of stuff. And you'll see it, but your brain, your ego rushes to attach a meaning to it that isn't really what it's trying to tell you. And so then it gets confusing because you think you're seeing all these signs and synchronicities that are telling you, oh my God, it must be this, when it's really has nothing to do with that. And so there's a part of you that's wanting the signs and synchronicities that you're seeing, is wanting them to be attached to the things that you're hoping for. That's what the ego's doing. The ego's playing game. Your brain's playing games with you because you've been in this down place for so long. In the scarcity, you're seeing these signs and synchronicities, and your brain's going, okay, well, let's just attach our hopes and dreams to that, because now it gives us something to look forward to, something to be happy about. But that's not what these synchronicities are tied to. And I know that's kind of like, well, shit, that sucks. And I'm not saying that it doesn't mean that none of the synchronicities have to do with the things that you're desiring. But what I am saying is that the things that you desire right now are already based off of a blueprint of scarcity. So what does that mean? It means that if you didn't have the blueprint of scarcity, you wouldn't be desiring the things that you currently desire. Nobody would. There's people out there right now in the world who, for example, and I'm just going to use an example. Now, this isn't, I'm using relationships as the example because everybody can relate to relationships. So I'm not saying this is exactly specific to you and Kai. I'm just generalizing. But there are people in the world who are fixated on a person that is completely toxic and completely wrong for them. But yet they would die, they would kill, they would do anything in their power to have that toxic person in their life. Where if they didn't have whatever belief within them that they currently have, and then they could actually see that relationship, see not even the relationship rather, but see the desire outside of their flawed thinking and their flawed perception, they wouldn't desire it anymore because they go, holy shit. This is why hindsight's, the term hindsight is 2020. That's where it comes from. It's realizing after the fact, it's like, why the hell did I ever, what part of me was ever attracted to that? Right? I think we've all been there at least one time in our life where we ended up with somebody, and when we met the person, we thought, oh my God, this person is it. They're everything. I can't imagine my life without this person. This is it. And then once we get into the relationship, and then we learn the hard way, we go through the lesson, we come out the other side, and then, it's like we see things clearly. It's like, oh my God, and maybe it takes a few years. Maybe, A few years down the road, you look back and you go, man, I can't believe, what was I ever thinking that I was ever attracted to that person? You know? And I was so obsessed with them. I was so fixated on them. And man, I just, back then when I was hung up on that person, it's like nobody in the world could have convinced me that that person wasn't the end all be all. And then, years later you look back and you're going, what the hell was I thinking? That person was so not right for me. They were so toxic for me, right? And the reason that we don't see it in the moment is because our desires are being shaped by our beliefs. But if our beliefs are being shaped by negativity, scarcity, lack, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then that's bad news because it means that essentially our desires are based on things that are ensuring that we're going to get hurt, disappointed, and let down again because our beliefs are already set up to disempower, to let down, scarcity, lack. Your desires cannot outgrow your beliefs. It can't. You cannot have a desire for something that is more or greater than your current belief system. It's impossible. That's just a psychological fact. So, and it's important for you to understand this because of where I'm trying to take you here. So at the bottom of the deck, we get into the nitty gritty here. So the illumination is the divine wanting to wake you up basically here. And that's what the synchronicity energy for you is. The divine is wanting to bring awareness to the things within you that you actually have the power to change that you don't think that you have the power to change, which is why the leadership card is here and why the captain energy is here. And it's not about perfection. It's just about progress, which is key for you because again, you spend so much time beating yourself up and being so hard on yourself that you could just use that energy, that same energy of saying, hey, you know what? I just need to come to terms with the fact that I'm human and I'm going to fuck up and I'm not going to do it perfect. And it's going to be 2 steps forward and 1 step back and all the things in between. And so the minute that I come to grips with that and I just, it's like, okay, cool. Let's just, go ahead and get that out of the way, right? Like we're going to have this acceptance moment where we're going to accept that I'm going to fuck up. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be 2 steps forward. It's going to be 1 step back. And, it's called being human. And everybody does it. It's not just you. It's me and everybody else too. So holding yourself to some unrealistic expectation because somebody else was holding you to an unrealistic expectation, aka your family, your parents, or whoever helped program you with this bullshit, the divine is saying, hey, you have permission now. You have permission now to think differently. But you have to give yourself permission. You have to be willing to take your power and say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to do this anymore. Or at least I'm not going to do it in a self-defeating way anymore. Like you might still beat yourself up from time to time, but when you catch yourself, and then you just say, hey, we're not doing that anymore. We're not going to use all, losing sleep over it, losing health over it, potentially losing relationships over it, not getting closer to your dreams, goals, and desires coming true, because all of your energy and all your resources are being used on you living in a scarcity mentality where you beat yourself the fuck up all the time and basically sitting and waiting and hoping and wishing and dreaming that one day things are going to get better, but yet they never do. Which is why you're on social media, and I commend you for, looking at, looking at your ex because, again, it's that wishing energy, like this crystal ball. It's like you're outside the crystal ball, looking in the crystal ball at the imagination of a future that you wish that you could have. And the divine is saying you don't have to wish that you could have it. You could just go have it. You could just go have it. You don't have to wish anymore. You have to hope. You don't have to sit in, in waiting and longing and I suck and I'm a piece of shit and I beat myself up for this and that and blah, blah, blah. It's like you can just go have it. You don't have to look in the crystal ball wishing and waiting. You have the power. Hence again, the leader energy, which is you, the boss energy, which is you, and the mastery energy. The mastery card wouldn't be here if this was something that you could not overcome. If this was a problem that was unsolvable, you were incapable. It's like, well, I can't do it. I don't have the ability to overcome this challenge. Then that card wouldn't be on the table. Neither would the leadership card, neither would the captain card. So the bottom of the deck is the illumination, is the divine illuminating this fact to you and saying, hey, you don't have to look into the crystal ball. You are the crystal ball. And the synchronicities is just the divine waving all these flags and these numbers and all these things out here in the world to try to get your attention, to stop looking out here for the answers and to come in here and look for the answers. And so you found your way here to me on YouTube land. So I could be another one of these flags that's waving in your face saying, hey, you've been looking in the wrong place because you've been caught up in all the bullshit and the programming and the thinking, the scarcity and beating yourself up. You can't see the woods you can't see the forest through the woods and through the trees. So let's go underneath that. So underneath illumination is clarity. The sword has to be wielded. A sword sitting on the table is nothing. You wield the sword, you can wave the sword. And when you wave the sword, you can cut through the bullshit. But you have to pick it up and you have to use it, right? And so this is you using your power to cut through the bullshit. Underneath that, wisdom. Well, what comes with clarity? Wisdom. I know you feel stuck. And that's why the very fact that you literally just said that in the chat is perfect. Is perfect because of this. And this is a great example. I'm glad that this actually happened in real time, so that everybody else could see this. This is what literally just happened. So the very information, the very thing that got you here tonight was this synchronicity. The divine is like, all right, let me get her somewhere to where she can get answers that are more clear than the ones that she's already been given. So here you are. So now you're here, and now you're getting tangible, verbal, a human being translating divine messages. And as you're receiving that information, the scarcity part of your belief system literally kicks in, which is part of the pattern. And so as you're hearing the information, you're like, but I'm stuck. It's the hypnosis. The pattern's kicking in. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. And you will continue to be stuck. So what I want you to do right now, and I'm not bullshitting you, I want you to say, I'm not stuck. I want you to, obviously we're not in the room with you, but you can say it, and you can just say it, out loud, or you can say it in your mind, but I want you to say it. I want you to say it in your mind. I'm not stuck. And then I want you to amplify it, and I want you to say it again more intently and more seriously. You can say it in your mind. You can say it out loud, whatever feels right for you, and say, I'm not fucking stuck. And then I want you to amplify it again, and I want you to say it much louder, whether it's in your mind or out loud with your mouth. And I want you to say it, and I want you to fucking mean it. I want you to say, I'm not fucking stuck. And then I want you to say it one more time with a level of intensity and seriousness where your life depended on it. Where if you had to convince somebody had a gun to your family or somebody had a gun to somebody you love's head, and it's like, all right, convince me that you're not stuck, or they're going to die. Say it with that level of conviction to where somebody's life depended on it. But saying it to yourself, and say it with that level of conviction. I am not fucking stuck. And mean it with more intention and more severity. And then feel the difference in your body. Feel the difference in your body. And then now go back to I'm stuck. You can feel the difference of powerless, victim, stuck, I can't do it, versus someone's got a gun to somebody I love's head, and if I don't convince this person that I'm not stuck, they're gonna take the life of somebody I love. Right? Two totally different types of energy. Now, why am I doing this exercise with you? If you actually did it, if you didn't, I can't help you. But if you did do it, you would have felt a difference in your body. Now, here's the point of doing the exercise. It takes just as much energy to go, I'm stuck. I can't. Hopelessness. I've already given up. I've accepted defeat. It takes just as much energy and effort as it to go, I'm not fucking stuck. And I don't have to accept defeat. And I don't have to accept my circumstances. That's how quick the shift is. That's you wielding the sword. So part of the pattern is you needing the self-awareness of how often you go into it. You needing to learn catching yourself. The moment you go into powerlessness, you need to start learning when that happens so that you can take out your sword and go, wait, I'm not fucking stuck. This is just an outdated fucking belief that's been inside of me for a really long time. It's what I'm used to. But just because you're used to it doesn't mean it's good for you. It's a pattern. You can break your pattern. There's lots of ways you can interrupt a pattern. You can use humor. That's one that I like. Because you always feel good after you laugh your ass off. So I have a whole bunch of completely random, stupid, you know, shit that I know that will make me bust out dying laughing. And so anytime I find myself in a negative energy, a negative state, I just go reach for my phone and I just start looking at funny shit and I'm dying laughing. And instantaneously, I'm in a totally different state of mind because I'm not down here in the powerless victim. It's like, no, I'm happy, you know? So I've pulled myself up out of that energy so now that I can function in a different way. So part of the thing that you need to start doing with this, going back to this, is learning to identify when you go into the powerless pattern and learning how to interrupt that pattern by changing your energy. Because if let's say that I could teleport a list to you, and I said, okay, look, all you have to do is follow this list of things. Literally, it was written out for you to the T. Just do this. Step 1, do these things. Step 2, do these things. Step 3, do these things. Here you go. Here's the list, and you'll have whatever you want. You'll be as happy as you could ever possibly be. Even if I could somehow give you the actual list of things to go do, you wouldn't go do them. And the reason that you wouldn't go do them is because of this pattern. That's how powerful these patterns are. It's like, well, I'm stuck. That's why nobody changes things that they know that they should change. People like, oh man, I know, I'd like to lose 10 pounds. Okay, well, why don't you get off the couch and go for a walk? The pattern kicks in, the brain kicks in and goes, oh, well, we'll do it later. We'll do it in an hour. An hour goes by, nothing changes. Like, we'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow comes and nothing changes. This is the normal thing. It gets delayed, it gets put off, it gets delayed, it gets put off, it gets delayed, it gets put off because the pattern is what's in charge, not the person. So until we take charge over the pattern and do something different by exercising our power over the pattern, then we're always going to be stuck. So, and there's no amount of knowledge, there's no reading, there's no mentor, there's no therapist, there's no expert. I mean, you could spend the rest of your life listening to people tell you what you should do and what you could do, and here try this and here try that, and it could all be good and useful information, right? But it's just falling on deaf ears until you take that and you do something with it, right? But sometimes we don't know how, right? So that's just one example I could give you in this of something you can do. You can change your state by interrupting that I'm stuck energy. Either find something that pisses you off or find something that makes you laugh hysterically. Because either one of those is a better energetic state than I'm stuck, I'm down, I'm depressed. When you're down and you're depressed, it's extremely hard to get motivation. But if you piss somebody off, you'd be surprised how fast they can go from I'm stuck, my life sucks to I'll fucking come kick your ass. Happens all the time. Or make people laugh. All of a sudden you're laughing. You're like, oh my god, I think maybe things aren't so bad, and now you want to go out and do something, change things, right? So bring awareness to your energy to that. And I caught the reason I'm taking time on your reading for this is because I saw you run the pattern in the chat. And so now if you can start to recognize the pattern in your own life and you can learn to interrupt it, you'll be far ahead of the game than most people are. Wisdom. Wisdom is everything that I just said underneath there. We can talk, you can have all the wisdom in the world, but if you don't have the means to actually apply the wisdom, nothing in your life is going to change. Because this transformation is more about you than anything else. Because when you change, you're going to get the things that you want, or you're going to realize the thing that you want were actually not the things that you want. There were other things that were better. Sixth sense. This is you needing to get reconnected to the divine, your intuition, your spirituality, your internal compass, your true north. Not your fucking ego, not where your brain is, not where the pattern is, not where I suck, I'm not good enough, and whatever all the powerless shit is. This is you needing to get into your divinity, your truth, your true power, with the sixth sense here. And underneath that's the higher power. So, this is the true answer right here. When you realize that the answers that you're looking for are inside of you, that your true power lies in the divine inside of you. Now, this isn't about religion and shit outside of you. This is about you finding your power, your inner strength, your inner power, your true north. Who are you? This is what's going to give you everything. This is the access to everything. Now, underneath that, we have family. Now, this is just telling me a little bit of history about, again, the mountain of energy connected to you, sickness. So this is essentially the generational bullshit that was attached to your family, and they just passed it on to you because they didn't know any different than what they knew. So you've inherited this mental shit from your family. So somebody fucked them up, and they did the best that they could do with what was given to them, and now they handed it down to you, and they were doing the best that they could do with what they had and what they thought they were doing, and it got passed to you. So, but it can stop with you. You have the sword. It can stop with you. And if I were you, I would demand that it does. Because if one day you decide that you want to have your own family, because you actually do meet somebody and you want to have a family, you sure the fuck don't want to pass this shit on to them. It's like, no, I'm not going to pass this on to them. I'm not going to pass any disempowering patterns onto my kids one day. So the buck would stop with you at that point. So underneath sickness, we have influence. And again, this is just, again, saying that all of this stuff, you have been under the influence of beliefs, trauma and all kinds of shit that's not you. It's not yours. It was handed to you. But you believe it's yours because you feel it in your body. And then you claim it as yours because you beat yourself up and punish yourself because it's a way to connect to at least something. You're not having the connection outside of you that you desire, so you can connect with yourself by beating yourself up. And that's another part of the pattern. That's actually uh, a very common pattern with all human beings. Underneath that, uh, secrets, this is basically just the lies that you tell yourself. So forget the word secret, but you can kind of see like here's this kind of like witchy kind of chick, but you can't really see her eyes, and she's like, shh, no, 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 no. Like, you need to listen to what I'm telling you. So this is the still small voice of the things that are whispering in your ears, which are all the lies and the bullshit and the way that you know, the way that you basically you beaten yourself up. And then underneath that's the matrix, which is again just the collective bullshit that you've been taught. That's all the lies, because that's what the matrix is. It's the global belief system that, you know, has told you who you need to be, what you have to be, and how you have to be it, and all the things. And underneath all of it is essentially that you don't feel that you're good enough, which is the loss. I'm not good enough. The two greatest fears that all humans have is the first fear is that we're not good enough, and the second fear is because we're not good enough, we're afraid that we won't be loved. So in terms of the situation with you and the guy, this is what I'm gonna tell you. You think that this guy, based on your current beliefs, you think that this guy is what you really want. But I'm going to tell you that if your beliefs were more empowering, in other words, you weren't in this self defeating state that you've been in, you wouldn't be attracted to this guy. You would not be attracted to this guy at all. You're attracted to him right now because you're super down on yourself. But if you weren't down on yourself, you wouldn't be attracted to this guy. And it's not because he's a bad guy per se. In fact, his energy is not even really showing up in your reading at all. None of this is Kai's energy, by the way. Or not Kai, that was the other person. Monty. You were asking about Monty. You know, their energy is not in your reading at all. Not even here. Even with the second chances, their energy is not even really on this. They're just a placeholder for a desire that you have that is not being met. You have an unfulfilled desire for a relationship and a partnership, and grief is just love with nowhere to go. So when we have a desire that's not being fulfilled, what we do, what the human mind does, is we project our desire onto something so that we can at least have the illusion of the invisible connection. Because it's easier to long for something that I can't have than to think that I can never have it at all. And that's why most people will settle for fantasy, and that's why fantasy can be empowering, because, you know, at the very least it keeps you hopeful. But people get lost in the fantasy, or the carrot that gets dangled, you know, and so we continue in our suffering in that regard, because again, you know, we'd rather be hopeful for something that we desire than the fear that we'll never have it at all. So in other words, in scarcity and desperation, or out of scarcity and desperation, people will take anything. And what's that? What's that saying? You know, beggars can't be choosers, something like that. It's like that mentality. It's like, well, I'll just take anything. Anything's better than nothing. And I know your ego's saying, well, that's not true. I mean, I wouldn't take anything. Of course, your ego's going to get involved and say, no, no, of course not. Of course not. I'm not going to take anything. But you could still take something that's not good for you. Because how can you know what's good for you? How can you know what's good for you when you beat the shit out of yourself? How can you know what's good for you when you're not good for you? We can't give away what we don't have. So you have to become good for you to know what's really good for you. And the way that you do that is not through the ego, it's not through the mind, it's not through the patterns, it's not through your parents, not through all the bullshit. You can see that now. The divine is pointing it out to you, highlighting the problem. The problem was never you. You were never the problem. You inherited the problem through the mind. It's all mental bullshit. You were hijacked. You were programmed. It's just mental lies and bullshit that you inherited, that you came to believe. You believe you are your mind. This is what you need to do, or what I would recommend that you do, is go get Eckhart Tolle's book, The Power of Now, and read the first chapter. If you want to read the whole book, that's fine, but at the very least, the first chapter. The very first chapter of his book is called You Are Not Your Mind. And I recommend reading it 10 times. And I'm not exaggerating. Just the first chapter. You don't have to even go through the rest of the book if you don't want to. You can do that. That's super easy. If you can't do that, then nobody can help you do anything. Get the book, either listen to it, even audiobook. If you can really pay attention to it, obviously, then you don't, then you can do other things. I mean, you could just walk on a treadmill, you can, whatever. As long as you're paying attention, either read or listen to the first chapter of that book. And the chapter is called You Are Not Your Mind. And that will begin a process for you of unraveling all of this energy and ultimately getting you here. It's going to get you here. Now, what I'm not going to lie to you and tell you at the end of your reading here, I'm not going to tell you that there's a magic pill from you getting where you are to where you want to go and what you want. And I'm also going to remind all of you, and especially you, that the divine has two non-negotiables. The divine is never going to violate your free will, and the divine is never going to give you anything that's not in your highest good. I am a messenger of the divine. I am only here to give messages that are based on what's in your highest good. But because you have free will, you can do whatever you want. You can continue on the path that you're on. You can want what you want. You can anything you want to do, you get to do anything that you want to do. But if you want what's in your highest good, if you want what's going to change your life, if you want what's going to get you your desires that you long for, then this isn't a magic pill. This isn't going to change tomorrow overnight, but through progress, not perfection, but through progress, meaning just do the next thing. The synchronicities are the steps of what you need to do, which is the next thing. Don't obsess over the steps that, behind that step. In other words, when the divine gives you something, that's the step that you need to take. Even if you don't understand, well, what's this going to do? How's this going to work? And your ego is going to get involved, which is why I'm telling you the first step for you is to go read this chapter of this book, saying you're not your mind, so you can understand how powerful your mind is, because this is your problem. The problem for you is that your mind is what's running the show for you. Your mind has been programmed to fuck you over, and you're being fucked over, and you will continue to be fucked over, and you will continue having the same experience that you're having until you learn how to take control of your mind. Because right now, your mind has control over you, and unfortunately, what's been put into your mind is disempowering you. So step one for you, H, is not this guy. Step one for you is you need to learn and understand how powerful your mind is so that you can learn how to take your power back, so that you can get out of the lies and the toxic and the bullshit and create separation from the you that you've been, which is not the real you, by the way. You can create separation so you can see what's actually real and what's actually true for the you that you're supposed to become. And as you become her through steps of progress, and you begin to start loving yourself and feeling great and noticing that your thoughts are changing, and then you start to see and experience tangible results out in the real world, you're like, holy shit, this stuff works. And of course it works, because There's people that are doing this all the time. It's about you taking your power back. It's about you becoming the leader of your own life. It's about you taking your power back. Everything for you, H, is about you taking your power back, understanding that you are not your patterns. Your patterns are just programming that was given to you that has been keeping you stuck. Just like you said in the chat, I'm stuck. And you're right. You are stuck. And the way to get unstuck is to take control of your mind. And you're going to do that one step at a time. And step one for you, Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, all you have to do is chapter 1. Not even the whole book. Chapter 1. Either read or listen to chapter 1 10 times. But you have to be in it. You can't be checked out. You have to be intentionally listening or paying attention. It has to actually get inside of you. That's why 10 times, because the first like 6 or 7 times you're going to get distracted, you're going to forget things. It's you're human. But after 10 times you're going to be like, "Okay, I got it." And into doing so, the next step is going to be revealed to you. The divine is hiding the next clue for you in what you're going to hear. You're going to have an epiphany, you're going to have a revelation, you're going to have an awakening. Something is going to click by doing this. And then when you get the next thing, you're going to listen to that, you're going to follow that step. And eventually, after doing enough following and enough steps, you're going to walk right into this. Everything that you want, which is a new you, which is the love, which is all the things. And maybe, I don't know, maybe that guy, maybe he does show up after all. I don't know. And I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that he is or that he isn't. But there is a reason that this card is on the table for you. But you have to do this for you. You can't be doing it. You can't be motivated like, "Oh, okay, cool. Now I'm going to get him back, so I'm going to go to work and myself." It's like, then you miss the point again. It can't be about the guy. You have to do this for you. Because like I said, when you start doing the work, you'll realize if you even want this guy anymore or not. Because you might realize you don't. You might be, interestingly enough, I lost attraction for him. I'm not interested in him anymore. How do I know? Because I'm no different than you. I hated myself. Literally hated myself. And this week, I'm making a video about hating myself. I'm making a video of my journey. I'm making a video of what I had to do, an experience that I had about a month ago. We're doing this work for many years led me deep enough into myself to where I finally found my deep, deep, dark, demon that had to be conquered. It took a long time, but I got there. And, that was about a month ago that I had this experience. But it took a long time. It took persistence. And, but I spent my whole life hating myself. And I'm no different than you. I had to just start like anywhere. I had to start where I was and just do the next thing. No different than you. I followed the yellow brick road. The divine would send me, when the student is ready, the teacher would appear. Books, mentors, classes, whatever the things were. I just kept going. It's like, okay, I don't know where I'm going. Sometimes I had no clue where I was going. Sometimes I got distracted. Sometimes there were detours. But inevitably, the divine got me back on my path, and I just kept going, and I just kept going. And eventually, I found my way. Because I never gave up. Hope costs nothing. Giving up costs everything. But I just kept following the clues. And every time I got a clue, I applied the clue progress. Just, okay, this is what I have to work with. So let me work with the thing that I have. And eventually, it got me to where I needed to be. So it's it's a journey. It's not a magic pill. It's a journey, but I can promise you, from somebody who's been on that journey, I can promise you, if you say yes to the journey, you'll never go back and you'll never regret it. And besides, what's the alternative? Staying in the same place that you've been, wishing and hoping, and my life sucks and I'm stuck, and looking, you know, you know, looking through the window, like you're the poor homeless child looking in the window, watching people eat Thanksgiving, wishing like, oh my God, like, you know, living in the poverty, scarcity mentality, the bullshit and the lies. I mean, I know what my answer was, and I believe in you, and I think that you will, just a mustard seed of faith will change your whole life, and you don't even have to know that. And this is the cool thing about the divine. The divine, the divine doesn't even care if you're doing it right. The divine just cares that you're willing to do anything at all. That's the mustard seed of faith. When you have a mustard seed of faith, you can tell the mountain to move, and the mountain will move. It didn't say you knew how to move the mountain. It didn't say you knew what to say to the mountain. It didn't say any. There's no instructions. All it said is you just had a mustard seed. You were something inside of you that said, I want different than what is. I want more than what is. There's something inside of me that's telling me that I'm bigger, I'm greater, I'm stronger, I'm better than whatever the fuck this is. It can be the teeniest, it can be the size of a sand grain. Just respond with the sand grain, whatever little tiny thing that you have within you. The divine will honor that and will maximize it. And you'd be very surprised with just whatever amount of effort that you're willing to put forward, the divine will meet you tenfold. That's how it works. Every step you're willing to take, the divine will take 10 towards you. But you have to mean it and you have to want it, because again, the two non-negotiables, the divine's not going to violate your free will ever. And if you don't want it, you can't lie to the divine. The divine knows if you want it or you don't want it. It's the minute that you don't want it, the divine's like, cool, hands off. Like, nope, well, I want it. Nope, the divine's like, okay, hands on. But that brings to the second non-negotiable. You have to want what's in your highest good. And you might go, well, I don't know what's in my highest good. That's okay. Just want it. You don't have to know what it is, just want it. Just say, hey, look, I don't know what's in my highest good, but I want it. And as long as you mean it, the divine's like, okay, cool. I get it. Right now you don't know what you want because you're trying to get out of the shit that you don't want. No problem. Just want what's in your highest good, which is essentially you saying, I want the divine to help lead me and guide me and assist me. I want the divine to participate with me in the co-creation of my life. And if you can have that level of honesty in meaningfulness, then the divine will meet you and match you and your life will change. Okay. Who's next? Are we on the free list now? Back on the free list? Okay, so K-pop did donate it for a second question. Okay, I need to read an entire dream sequence. This should be interesting. Might have to take my kick the old hat up here for this one. Dream interpretations. Okay. Okay, I see it. I see it. I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try to pronounce those names. Okay. My other question is about two other guys. Kampichi Muki and Yu-Gi-Oh! I've had dreams of only to wake up to have them both post what they told me in my dreams that very morning after each dream. Okay, so you had a dream where they say something, and I'm seeing, and it sounds like you're saying that you wake up from the dream, and then whatever the thing they said in the dream is something that you actually saw in real life, if I'm understanding you correctly. Um, with Campeche Mookie Poo, I was in a dark room, no light, just us, and he whispered to me, I can be your nightmare. Is this a sexual dream? Because that could be a good nightmare. That sounds like something that's written in like a woman's romance novel. Now with Yu-Gi-Oh, I was outside and was embraced and kissed, my kind of dream. We became engulfed as one in a bright yellow light, and he whispered, I'll never let you go. Do 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 do. Near, far, wherever you are. After each dream, the very first thing they posted on their social media was what they told me. So wait, they posted on their social media like they tagged you? So like the one guy said, "Hey, I'm your fucking nightmare," and uh, he tagged you in social media and said that? And the other guy posted and said, "I want to make out with you and I'll never let you go." Okay, hold on. Still reading here. Even okay, so posted a pic of himself in front of a sun, so he's surrounded by a yellow light. Can you dice into them and tell me if that means either they are forever destined dive. Okay. Dive, not dice. I was like, can you dice into them? Can you dive into them? Okay. Considering we've never met in real life, the fact that that happened with them makes me wonder. It's never happened with anyone else, just them. So, okay, hold on. I'm confused about something. So you've never met these guys. You've never met these people in real life. You had dreams about both of them, and they both posted things on social media about you, but you don't know them? Or they just posted things on social media that were in the dream that weren't? Uh, Scrolling down. Never met them in real life. Okay. So you've never met these guys in real life, but they posted things that you saw in your dream on their social media. Gotcha. And so you're trying to understand what it means. Okay. I understand now. I got it. All right. Let's see what it's about. What is K-pop's dream about, please? All right, we have the message of love just came out. Repression. Okay, I got it. So yeah, the divine is basically the divine is definitely trying to speak to you, but I don't think that it's about what you think that it's about. The first thing you're going to notice here out on here on the table is you got the duality here. Okay, now in tarot, you'll notice that there's many cards in tarot that have that depict duality. Like you've got the high priestess. She's you know there's the black pillar in the background. There's the white pillar. You got the chariot. You got the black horse. You got the white horse. You got temperance. You got the two cups that's in the angel's hands. Like the you got the hierophant. The same thing. You got the two pillars. And so the two pillars come from the tree of life or from Kabbalah basically. You got the left pillar and you got the right pillar. Basically, the the pillar of light represents the conscious world, the known world. The black pillar represents the subconscious, the hidden world. So basically, already I can tell you that your reading has to do with an imbalance that you have within two parts of yourself. Because this card here is talking about repression, which means that there's a part of yourself that is out of balance. And then the context, obviously, yes, it is about love, but it's not about what you think that it is. So we receive dreams as symbols to things that it's the language of the unconscious. It's the language of the things that go on deep inside of us. And once we wake up, it's very natural, it's very normal for us for the ego to try to make literal sense of it, meaning like, oh, is this literal? And it doesn't mean that there aren't times in life when you can't have a spiritually profound dream that is literal, but it's extremely rare. All right, the next card out is you have respect. And there's this woman here. I'm going to show you the card again, and you kind of see it, but I'm going to pull it up to the camera here. There's this woman here who is in reflection here. She's meditating. She's by herself, and she's in reflection. Now, of course, you kind of get the backdrop with the stars and the mushrooms and things, which is just a metaphor for accessing divine truth, spiritual knowledge. And then here she is meditating again and receiving the communication. So now the moon that was once out here has now come upon her here. So this is again just saying what you already know. You've been receiving communications, but not necessarily about what you think that it is. Bottom of the deck, we have forgiveness. So, yeah, and then underneath that, there it is. You. This message is not about these men. This message is about you. So, I've had a lot of dreams the past 2 weeks. I've had a lot of dreams with my ex-wife. I've been divorced for 12 years. I haven't talked to my ex-wife in 12 years. And she's been showing up in my dreams a lot. Now, ironically, a really, really, really long time ago, ex-girlfriend, a girl that I dated before I got married when I was like 19 or something, I dated this girl for 2 years. And she showed up in my dreams just the past couple of days ago. Um, in a few dreams, like more than one. And so what I've learned about the subconscious is that you have to learn what the symbols relate to in terms of like almost like learning, you know, the meanings of tarot cards. No, I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use. Let me get this other one. This has more traditional word. So, like this. I'm just going to pick a random card. It doesn't matter which card. So, now if you didn't know what the Five of Cups was, because you've never seen a tarot card in your life, you have no fucking clue what this is, and you're just like, okay, I see an image, some artwork with some person here, standing here. There's three cups turned over. There's two cups over here standing up. There's a sky. There's some type of landscape and maybe a little village or houses in the background. And some dude's face up here in the clouds and shit. But if you didn't know anything about tarot cards, you'd have absolutely no fucking clue what this means. It's just artwork. And down here, it says Five of Cups, which, I mean, it wouldn't take a whole lot of common sense to be able to count and go, okay, well, I see 5 cups, but what does it mean? But once you learn what this card means, anytime that you see this card, you forever know what it means. It's like, okay, if the 5 of Cups comes out, I know exactly what it means because you learn what that symbol means. It's the same thing in the dream. So for me, anytime a lover shows up in my dream, meaning a female, that there's romantic anything having anything to do in my dreams. There's a female, and I know that it's romantic. The next thing is, okay, is this somebody that I don't know? And I'm interacting with this female in my dream. I've never seen this woman before, but I'm interacting with her romantically. Or is it somebody from my past? These are all very important details for you to help you understand what it is your unconscious is trying to tell you. So if it's the first is the context of what's happening in the dream. It's like, okay, is it romantic in nature? Yes. Okay. So then the next question is, what does romance have to do? Where do you categorize that? Well, you categorize it in love. Okay, cool. So now I know that my dream has to do with love, something to do with love. And then the rest of the dream will give me clues about what that is. Now, the mistake is to is to jump to conclusions that, like, okay, for example, um, you know, I've had, really weird dreams with my parents, uncomfortable dreams about my parents. I think we all have stuff that we wouldn't want people to know about because it's taboo and it's just uncomfortable. And it's again our unconscious trying to tell us something that our literal brain would interpret completely in a wrong way. Or maybe we've done things in dreams that are really, really bad. You know, like if you've ever like, you're like, I love animals. I'd never hurt an animal, but maybe you had a dream and you killed an animal. And you're like, oh my God, I did these terrible things in the dream. Why was I doing it? Right? Like dreams can be really, really wild, really, really crazy. And so we wake up and we misinterpret them. Now, in other ways, the other side is we might, we might interpret something literally by saying, okay, so I'm having a dream where I'm being intimate with this man from my work or whoever. And so you wake up and your brain goes, okay, well, I had a dream where I was intimate with this guy, so maybe the dream's telling me that I'm going to end up being with this guy and we're going to being intimate. Most of the time, that's not what it's saying at all. The person in your dream is an archetype. It's just a metaphor. It's a symbol for something for you to interpret as a message. So when you see a man and it's in a romantic context, okay, you know it has to do with something about love. But in your dream, you had two different dudes, and one's representing the dark and one's representing the light. One is saying that they're your nightmare, and one is the opposite of it. There's this guy who says, "Well, I love you. I'm going to be with you forever," and that brings you to the two different parts of yourself. This is this part of yourself that is out of alignment, out of balance with this other part of yourself that's wanting love. So basically, because this is something that's been on your mind a lot. So essentially, unconsciously, you've been trying to figure out what the deal is in regards to your love life. That's the surface level. But underneath that, what this is all really about is about you. And look, you can't make this shit up, by the way, because look, underneath that, and I did not look underneath this card the entire time. I set this deck down right here, just like that. And I left it there. And underneath it, you cannot make it up. Duality, which is everything that I'm talking about right now. And I started out talking about, I was talking about the two pillars, the dark pillar and the light pillar, the conscious and the unconscious. And so what your dream is trying to tell you is that there's a part of yourself that you're disconnected from, that's out of balance, because some part of you learn through some type of pattern or something happened in your life, a trauma, all kinds of things that can happen, and you've learned to repress this part of you. And that's the part of you where it's the dark side. The dark side is the side that's deep down inside of you that's like, hey, I'm your fucking nightmare. And the nightmare resembles what? What does a nightmare represent for most people? Fear, terror, right? Some type of terrifying, fearful, anxious, something that we're scared of. And so in relationship, that man, because both of these men represent love, by the way. So there's a side of you, there's a side of you unconsciously that relates to fear in terms of love. And there's the other side of you that's looking for love. But the reason that you can't find love is because of this part of you that fears having it. And so, the divine, you are a spiritual person. And you have enough spiritual awareness for the divine to speak to you this way, because the divine knew, okay, well, I can get her attention because she knows that she takes dreams seriously. See, most people, they have the dreams and they're like, man, that was really wild. But see, then you had something that went even a step further, is the divine actually showing you, giving you tangible evidence, because not only did you have the dream, but you woke up the next day and then you saw the tangible proof and you're like, I can't make that shit up. So you're very spiritually, you have a spiritual gift, which is a whole separate, I can't get into that part of because it's not part of your question, but you're actually a very spiritually sensitive person. So you're spiritually gifted. The fact that basically, you kind of had a psychic type of premonition where, you're basically able to see something in your dream that hadn't happened yet. It was something that was about to happen in the near future. You're going to wake up and you're going to see these tangible messages posted on these guys' social media pages. But the message is not about them. To be crystal clear, the message is not about them. You also have a spiritual gift that you need to learn. Because if you learn how this gift works, then you might get more messages that you could learn to decode and decipher for yourself and decipher for others. Because if you learn the language of your unconscious, and that's the method through which the divine speaks through you, you could basically be having all kinds of dreams about anything and anyone, and wake up and be able to decode it for yourself and go, okay, I know what that was about. I know what that was about. Oh, that's not about me. That's somebody else. Hey, that's a message from the divine for somebody over here. Oh, hey, maybe that is for me. You can learn how to do all this for yourself because you have a gift. Now, the specific message for you is about forgiveness, about self-respect, and this part of you that you're repressing here. So there's some part, there's something inside of you, some part of you, whether you're aware of it or not. I'm assuming that you're not aware of this because it came to you in a dream, and the dream is the unconscious trying to speak and communicate with the conscious, where something has happened with you or something that's happened to you that you've taken responsibility for. But either way, there's something that's either happened to you or something that you've either blamed yourself for, you've beaten yourself up for, or you're hating yourself for. There's something in that arena. And the divine is basically saying, hey, you know, you have to release yourself of that lie. Now, there's a small chance that there could be somebody else that you need to forgive. Like if there's any part of you that's still holding on to resentment, bitterness, or unforgiveness towards somebody else that you were in love with at one point in time, that, you know, even if you're not sure, you're like, well, you know, I think I've forgiven. It's like, well, are you sure that you're sure that you're sure you've forgiven everybody from your past? Anybody? Doesn't have to just be romantic interest. It could be a parent, could be a sibling, could be a coworker, it could be anybody. Anything having to do with unforgiveness within yourself or towards somebody else is affecting you. Uh, what's underneath the repression? Okay, endings. Somebody hurt you. Can you read what Gene said to you? I can read anything. But right now, what's more important than what you guys are seeing in the chat about this is you hearing the message that the divine has for you. The message that the divine gives me for you is not going to change based on anything that you guys are seeing in the chat right now. Something happened, something hurt you, and you've blocked it out, you've repressed it, you've pushed it down. Something hurt you. There's a trauma, there's a hurt here. And you've pushed it down, you've repressed it, and it's deep, deep down inside you. You may not know what this is. It could be a legitimate blind spot. I don't know. I don't know if you know what this is or you don't know what this is, but something hurt you. Why is the endings here? You, or maybe somebody else. There's two energies attached to this. I mean, your energy, and then there's some other female energy attached to this card. I don't know if it was I don't know if it's a mother. I don't know if it's a sibling. I don't know if it's a child. Could even be a child. I don't know. It's you and somebody else, and it's a female. Have you ever had an abortion? I know a lot of times women, they have an abortion and then the psychological effects of that, and they don't forgive themselves. They end up having a lot of guilt and shame after the fact. You know, even a miscarriage, which is different than an abortion, but even a miscarriage, women blame themselves for that. I'm just throwing out the possibility. It's not clear yet, but it's possible. We have a knife here. We have air, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius energy. Okay, we have family, so obviously this is something to do with family, somebody in your family or connected to family. We have money or inheritance, wealth. Why is endings here? Yep, validation. You didn't feel, you either didn't feel special, you didn't feel important, you didn't feel cared for, you didn't feel needed. I mean, this could have just been maybe absent parents who were too busy, focused on money, career. Maybe you felt like you were completely unimportant when you were a child. Maybe they thought they could buy you love. A lot of parents, it's like, hey, I know, just buy my kid a bunch of shit so I don't have to actually be a parent. I'll just distract them. I'll get my kids a bunch of shit and they'll go be by themselves and leave me the fuck alone. And, it could be one of, I don't know. And the truth is that I'm probably not going to be able to tell you because the divine is wanting you to do this. This isn't like, just to be clear, my job as the guide, as the messenger in this instance isn't to tell you what this is. I'm just here as a detective. I'm here to bring clues, and it's really going to be up to you to decide and to make sense, to put these clues together, to put it's going to be up to you to figure out what the picture is. Take the clues and put the big picture together. Because I can't go inside of you in your past and your nervous system and your body and your mind and figure that out. And you're on the other side of there's an internet barrier here. Like if you were, a coaching client of mine and we were talking on Zoom and we were doing like an actual coaching thing, yeah, we could get to the bottom of it. Like we could go into doing all kinds of things and we would figure this out. But here in a reading, I won't be able to do that. I can get clues. And that's what your subconscious is doing. Your subconscious is trying to give you clues as well. But uh, the matrix is, again, the worldly systems, the worldly program, politics, religion, all the bullshit, fake belief systems that most people subscribe to. In other words, things that feed the ego, not spiritual things, ego programming, basically. So, why is endings here? What else? Favored goes with validation. You weren't treated. Yeah, you were neglected and you were abandoned, basically. And even if you weren't literally neglected and abandoned, you felt that way. So there's something here about you being abandoned or you being neglected here. You were not important. And some part of you feels that way. Even if you grew up in an amazing house and maybe you're like, oh, my parents were great. Well, some part of you disagrees with that. Yeah, not now. You were not important. And maybe you were told this. Maybe you were told this when you were really little. Maybe you went and you were trying to get attention from your mom or your father and they were always telling you not now. Maybe you were always put aside. Maybe you were always told to shut up. Maybe you're always told to be quiet. Maybe you're always told to go away. Maybe you're always told to go play. You know, we have travel and change. Maybe you had a bunch of instability, no security. Maybe, you were moved around a lot. Maybe you grew up all over the place. You lived in different places, I don't know. But this could be literal, this could be metaphorical, that you just had a lot of instability in your life. So you had no sense of grounding. You had no sense of like, okay, I need to feel grounded. We all need certainty and security as children. We all need to feel like, okay, I have a safe environment, right? And I don't feel that you had that at the very least with whatever this is. So at the very least, you had a lot of instability somewhere. Um, I'm gonna get a few tarot cards here just to see why is endings here, just to see if I can get a little bit more on that. Yeah. So you've been through a bunch of shit. Nine of Wands. You've been through a lot. The world. There's more travel, more change, potentially more moving around, more instability. Two of Swords. Not now. Go away. Heart chakra blood. Yeah. Eight of Swords. Overthinking. Like, and then we have this fire. Uh, this King of Wands here. So I feel like you were rejected and you were made to believe that you were a burden. That's what this is telling me. That you were taught and told that you were a problem, you were a burden, and unconsciously that's what's underneath all here. You believe that you're a burden, you're a problem. People don't have time for you, you're not important. That's what all this is showing me. And then there's this fire energy here. Now what's interesting is underneath the deck on this one, the next card underneath the travel and change is fire, Leo, Sag, Aries, and then we have this Leo, Sag, Aries male figure here, masculine figure. So, I mean, you know, it's clear that and then underneath that, we have that Five of Cups, which is ironic because, and look, underneath the Five of Cups, we have the Four of Cups. It's ironic that I actually picked this card earlier, um, to use as my example, and then it came out at the bottom of the deck. And look, here you are being rejected, feeling rejected, and then we have the Ten of Pentacles, which is family energy again. So there's something here about your childhood. There's something about stuff that maybe is really, really old in your subconscious, all the way back to when you were a child, childhood trauma. It could have been things, there could be some things in there that are so deep and so painful that they're really blocked out. I mean, this could be like maybe something where you might need to go, you might even consider like hypnosis, hypnotherapy, where you know, they can get you in trance and really start pulling some shit out of you. Um, or plant medicine. That'll be a way to get there, but you have to be careful with that because you're doing it on your own. So I wouldn't recommend that unless you know yourself enough to know how you're going to react. But on a professional level, uh, somebody could get deep in your subconscious and really pinpoint what that is. But whatever this is, the dream that you had is not about these men. The dream that you had is the divine trying to show you that you have something here that's out of balance, and it's affecting your love life. Like so because you've been trying to troubleshoot this. It's like, why is it that I keep having these issues in regards to love and romance? It's like, well, because there's this part of you that feels rejected by love, so it's not going to let you have the love that you're actually desiring, which is what your dream is about. You have the one person that's like, I'm your fucking nightmare, and then you have the other, which is like, no, I'm going to love you forever, and I'm going to be with you forever, blah 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 thing. I'm going to love you, all the things, right? Well, the one guy represents the thing that you desire. That's the conscious part of you representing, yeah, this is what I want. But the unconscious part of you, the part that matters, the part that controls all of our unconscious behaviors and patterns, that part of you is saying, hey, Love is a nightmare. I'm a nightmare. It's a metaphor. And that's the part that needs to be dealt with. So there's something deep inside of you that's been it's very, very, very ingrained into who you are. And it's been affecting your ability to experience love. And it's not something that you're going to be able to get to through just thinking. Like this, you're gonna need probably assistance from somebody, unless you venture out on your own and you use like plant medicine. That's what I did. I used a shit ton of mushrooms and I figured it out. That's the kind of person I am, but I don't recommend that. I don't recommend it. You know, don't do what I did. You have to know yourself well enough. But this dream is not about men. It's not about them. You're not supposed to be with these guys. It has nothing to do with these two men. It does have to do with your ability to have love, but it's about you healing the part of yourself that's been preventing you from having the love that you desire. And so, you know, the divine is trying to shed light on the area that needs to be healed so you can get the thing that you desire. And I know your ego is going to go, no, 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 that can't be true. That can't be true. It's just it's just too crazy because like it's just impossible. Like I woke up and they posted it on their actual social media. Like it can't. Like trust me, I know the ego is going to get involved, and your ego is going to tell you that guy on YouTube, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's full of shit, and that's okay. I'm just here to be the messenger. I can't control what anybody does with the information that they get. Okay, worthy queen. Can I have a general read? Whatever the divine feels I need to know currently. All right. And then where are we at on the free list? I'm not saying I'm not. I need to take that back. I'm not saying that you're that you're really telling me that I'm full of shit. It's just I know I know how the brain works. The ego is always going to have an opinion about anything. Okay, so I see it. So, Worthy Queen. So then Aesthetic Delta, we have Alicia, we have Ashu, we have Chanley, Nicolette if she's still here, Sonali, Dream, Ariel, Nikita. All right. Whoa, don't do that. Whatever the divine wants Worthy Queen to know. That's 100% true. That is 100% true. We definitely have to learn. And sometimes we think we've done it. I know that I thought I had. It's like, no, I am loving myself. And the divine's like, yeah, you're doing good. But let me show you this other thing. Oh, I didn't know that was there. The divine's like, I know, but you weren't ready to tackle that yet. All right. Well, so either you're gonna have a decision worthy queen, you either have some decisions, something coming up for you, some decisions and choices to make here, or this could end up being maybe a warning that you're dealing with somebody who's basically keeping secrets and they're keeping their options open. But we're gonna find out here because we got decisions, we got secrets. The passion card came out in reverse here, and then we have validation also in reverse here. So this is this screams this energy screams that potentially dealing with somebody here who's toxic. but you know, I'm not 100%, you know, saying that's what it is yet. What is this about? Is this about a person? Give me the context of what exactly. Mm, go back to this one. Okay, interesting. So you have success here twice. Contract stuck. So is this about work? There you are. Okay, is this about love or career? What is this? That part is not clear to me. Conquer. It's just giving me a bunch of like random information about you, but it's not telling me, it's not giving me the frame. Like what? Okay, we're getting repeat cards now from two different decks. Overthinking here, overthinking here. Deception and the secrets, and then we have deception there. Okay, yeah, but is this about work or is this about a dude? Or is it just about herself? Secrets twice. Yeah, you can't make this shit up, dude. This is wild. You're getting like the identical cards. Secrets here, secrets here. Synchronicity. Okay, well. Okay. What the fuck? No. What is this about? Okay. All right. I'm seeing a few different dudes here at the bottom of the deck. We got a King of Wands, and then we have a King of Swords as well. So obviously it's not really clear. It's giving me like this is like I mean this could be many things. I mean I guess it doesn't really matter. It's affecting you. It's going to apply to your whole life, but it's just really weird because the energy it's coming across like it's speaking to a specific situation. And I'm asking it to tell me what the specific situation is, but it's not telling me a specific situation. So I'm going to honor the fact that the divine's like, hey, all right, it's not a specific situation. Um, she's going to have to figure that part out. Like, all right. So, and it's very possible that this could just be all areas of your life right now. So we have stuck here. We have contract. So I'm just looking at the few things here that make me, we have success up here. We have success here. We have secrets here. We have secrets here. We have deception there. We have overthinking here, overthinking there. So basically, what I see for you, worthy queen, I want to know about this. Why is synchronicity here? Endings. Okay, so the divine has been trying to tell you something, and either you haven't been paying attention, you haven't been listening, or you just haven't seen the signs. Investments. So anytime the synchronicity card comes out, this is essentially, this card right here is just a card of basically the divine trying to communicate with us in any way, shape, or form. It's just when the divine wants to talk to us, that's what this card really means. And because the divine typically doesn't just come down off the mountain, you know, Jesus or Moses manifests in front of us and gives us like, hey, this is what's happening in your life. This is what you need to do. Like that's not how life is. We don't just get typically don't get direct messages. And like, in fact, this is probably the closest thing that any of us will ever get to an actual direct message. Um, you know, besides obviously being able to spiritually grow, spiritually develop, and then just, connecting to the divine ourselves, which we all have the ability to do in our own way. But even then, it can be a little bit hairy because we're human and our ego gets involved in that process. Our ego is always involved in everything. But this right now is the most important card to me because this is what the divine's been trying to talk to you. All this other stuff has multiple energies attached. There's all kinds of shit going on in your life right now. There's endings here and we have investments here. There's a few energies attached to investments. Okay, we have sickness here. I think that's just speaking to the types of effects that this is having on you right now, whether you're aware of it or not, energetically or not. Yeah, we have the zodiac here. So, um, there's stuff going on right now. Even if you were to look, at your astrology chart, you would see, you know, you would see some things there because that's what the zodiac sign is about. Um, why is endings here? All right, we have delays. That came out before. Why is endings here? Family, higher power. Okay, so the divine, yeah, the divine is basically commitment. So having to do with a commitment, a marriage, a relationship, family, divorce, either, anything having to do with those things. Now, again, I don't know your situation. I don't know if this, I mean, you could have been dealing with someone who was married, or, you know, maybe you didn't know they were married. With that could be with the secrets and the deception. Like, this is like a personal reading. Like each one of these things, like if this was like a personal reading, like going into each one of these things specifically to see what all is connected, all the things that would be there. And obviously I can't do that here. But what I can tell you is that the divine is this is the most important thing. The divine is wanting to get you out of some bad situations that you don't need to be part of. And you're already a part of it, unfortunately, but the divine's like, okay, like, look, your life is not going to change until you get out of until you get out of this drama, this stuff. There's somebody, or maybe multiple people, and they could be past, they could be present. It's not very clear to me, but um, I'm just going to say it to you like this: if there's somebody that you're involved with in your life, they're not being honest with you. Secrets is here twice. If it's somebody from your past and you're not involved with anybody, then the fact that you were deceived in the past is still affecting you in the present. But either way, whether it's somebody in the present or somebody from the past, it's negatively affecting you, because it's got you in this overthinking energy. It's got you stuck. It's affected your confidence and your self-esteem here, your self-worth, and you're losing a lot of passion, motivation, and drive in your life. Now, there's also a selfish energy attached to these two. So the validation and the passion is just energy that's attached to a negative person, somebody who's self-absorbed, somebody who's narcissistic, whoever this deceptive energy is attached to. That's either, again, around you, they're in your life currently, or somebody who burned you in the past. It's one or the other. And so, for whatever reason, you're having a hard time letting go of this, which is why the stuck energy is here. And the divine is trying to get you to overcome it. The conquer energy is you overcoming the challenge of feeling stuck to this situation so that you can transform, because basically the divine is wanting you to go through a renewal. Now, I don't know if you were here all the way back at the beginning of the live when I talked about that this year we're all going to go through this. It's a 9 universal year, and we're all going to be forced to confront things in our lives that need to change. And then we're going to be given an opportunity to willfully change those things before the end of the year, or the divine is going to intervene and force us to confront those things and change whether we like it or not. And that's why I said there's going to be two groups of people. There's either going to be a group of people who this year could potentially be one of the best years of their lives, or there's going to be a second group of people where this could potentially be one of the worst years of their lives. And it's all dependent upon our willingness to basically participate with the divine showing us, hey, here are the things that you need to cut loose and change and to be rid, to get rid of or whatever. And once those things are shown to us, then, we're going to have an opportunity to start working on that, or we're going to be like, okay, well, it's been brought to my awareness that these are things that need to change within me, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm going to keep going my merry way. And the divine's like, okay, well, now I'm going to come in, basically tower moment, blow up your life, and then kind of force you out of this situation. And it's going to be probably a hell of a lot more painful than it needs to be. So for whatever reason you're stuck. I don't know if you're stuck because you think that you have to be stuck, because there's a lot of overthinking here, and overthinking is just a form of powerlessness. And so there's a need to explore, why are you overthinking? What is it that you're overthinking here? What is it that from your perspective about the situation that's keeping you stuck in the situation? And why do you believe that you don't have the ability or the power or the options to change it, to transform, uh, to get out of it or whatever? And I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm not talking about, well, but this and that. I'm not talking about, because that's what powerlessness does. Powerlessness starts looking at all the reasons outside of us about why we can, why we can't, and all the bullshit. Instead of going in and going, okay, but wait a minute, I can only control me. I can't control anybody else but myself. But there's something here that if it hasn't ended, it needs to end for sure. And that's why the higher power card came out over here a second ago. Now, this is also another energy attached to this for you, is that, yeah, you've been dealing with somebody or have dealt with somebody who lied to you and betrayed you. And so there's a few energies again attached with the success. Some of this is attached to you, some of this is attached to somebody else. Like, it's not just your energy in here. But the overthinking also has to do with a decision that you feel that you have to make here, but it's also you feeling like you don't have, that you can't, like you have limited options available to you, which isn't true. Now, there's yet another energy attached to this, which is obviously somebody else having a lot of options and keeping their options open here because of the deception and the secrets and all the things here. So, again, this is like, there's a lot of things that are going on in your life right now, but the bottom line is, the big picture here, because that's all I can really get into, is the synchronicity. Is the divine basically trying to send you a crystal clear message and telling you, hey, it's time to leave. It's time to leave all this shit behind. It's time to end it. You need to stop overthinking it. You're not as stuck as you think you are. You're not as powerless as you think you are in the situation, whatever it is. Because if you were, these three cards wouldn't be here. There was no way out. There wasn't an option, a viable option that was in your highest good, which there always is. If I can hold the fucking cards. The higher power wouldn't be here to assist you in conquering it, so that you can, basically, the renewal is like the new you that you're meant to go out and become apart from all of this. So basically, you've outgrown this life that you've been living. The divine is like, look, you've outgrown all of this. And trying to stay here is you just keeping yourself stuck. And while you can do that because you have free will, eventually the divine is going to come in and force you out. And then, whatever decision and choice you make after you've been forced out of the situation, whether you want to or not, which is going to be a lot more of a painful, that's the more difficult way to go about it. Obviously, you can decide to do whatever you want to do. Like, sometimes the divine comes in, takes shit out of people's life, and then they turn right back around and they go right back to it. Like the old term, a dog returning to its vomit, that kind of thing. It's like, hey, like, the divine sends you messages and saying, hey, it's time for you to leave the life that you've outgrown so that you can go and have the life that you've matured, the you that you're becoming and maturing into. This is the new life. So forget the fact that this card says renewal. This card represents a whole new life, a whole new you, a whole new life, love, new all the things. Because you've outgrown all of this. You're not that person anymore. But there's a part of you, for, again, whatever reason, that's still attached and hanging on to it for some reason. And you're kind of torn here because of the overthinkings here. Now, part of it could be because you've dealt with somebody who's gaslit you and they've this deception. Who knows? Maybe they've just completely mind fucked you in a way to where you don't know which way is up, which way is down, and you don't know what to believe anymore. That's that's possible. But, but even that doesn't matter because again, the divine is going to show you, and it's showing you here. Like, yeah, if you've been dealing with somebody and you're not sure if they've been telling you the truth or they haven't been telling you the truth, well, obviously, here's your answer: they haven't been telling you the truth. And even if you've known that they haven't been telling you the truth, but you've chosen to hang on to them because hey, maybe having something's better than having nothing, then at some point the divine is going to blow this whole thing up, and you know it it's a dead end. It's a dead end. It's a dead end road. So you can hold on to it and just basically take unnecessary damage, collateral damage that you don't have to take by staying in it longer than necessary, just for the divine to take it away for you anyways. In other words, this situation, and again, I'm not saying that you're doing this, but I'm saying that if you're holding on to it willfully for any reason, any part of you that's willfully holding on to any of this, the divine is going to the ultimate outcome is the same. The divine is going to shut it down. This is not good for you. It's not meant for you. All this stuff, you've outgrown it. And the divine is wanting you to let it go, to move on from it, and focus on this new life that you're stepping into. Because this success energy on when it's attached to this renewal energy is actually the positive. That's like saying, hey, the life that you're meant to have is on the other side of this renewal. But the life that you're living now, you've outgrown it. And it's having a negative effect on you. You're not around people that are benefiting you anymore. There's deception, there's manipulation, there's toxic energy here. And so the divine is basically just saying, hey, look, you know, you feel stuck and you are stuck, and the way out is to willfully remove yourself with the conquer energy, even if it's hard, or not. And if you don't, then it's like the clock's basically just ticking. And obviously, I don't know when. It's like we don't know what the timer is, but we just know the bomb's going to go off at some point. And it'll be this year. When this year, I don't know. But at some point this year, the divine's like, okay, you know, I've I've given her fair warning. I've told her this is this is what's going on, what's not working. I've been sending the messages, and you know, we'll see what she does. She has free will. Uh, so this is you, conqueror. This is you getting out unscathed. This is you getting out without being harmed. This is you getting out with the divine on your side. This is you getting out with the divine helping you move on to the life that you deserve, getting all the things that are meant for you, and making sure that you end up in the group of people where this year potentially ends up being one of the best years of your life. Or hang out, stay where you're at, do nothing, and then this situation is going to blow up, and this could potentially be one of the more painful years of your life. And I just have to keep it real. Like, I don't say that lightly. Like, I'm not going to just give a bullshit warning. And it's not like, I'm not trying to freak you out or scare you, but there's some of that here. Like, and that's why the divine is adamantly trying to tell you, like, basically short of begging us. Like the divine basically like, please, please, if you would just trust me, if you would just listen, if you would just believe that what's in your highest good, that the force, the divine, the power of all, the ultimate power that exists, if you would just believe me that what I'm actually trying to do and help you guide you to and towards and all this, if you would just believe that it actually is in your highest good. And if all of us, myself included, at times, would just believe and trust that, okay, like if I would just align myself to what's actually in my highest good and believe that the things that I really desire will be there, our life would be a hell of a lot easier because we would get out of our own way. And so that's what the divine is wanting for you. The divine's wanting you to get out of your own way without the overthinking, all the second guessing, holding on to shit that you've outgrown, and trusting that the divine will help you and assist you as long as you ask for it, because it's not going to violate your free will. And trust and believe that if the divine's asking you to leave this life, the assumption is that it has another life. If it's asking you to give up those friends, it's going to provide you new friends. If it's asking you to give up these men, it's going to provide you a different man. Like, if it's asking you to give up this job, it's going to give you this job. Like, you're not going to be asked to give up something that's not going to be replaced with something better for the version of you that you've become. So your whole reading is really, I guess, really it kind of boils down to these two cards. So the divine's giving you information, and now you have a decision to make about what you want to do moving forward with that information. And so it's not really like there's not really like a super profound, deep, necessarily message here. It's just kind of it's just very practical. Sometimes the challenges that we're experiencing in our life, they feel more complicated than they are, especially when we're in this overthinking energy. But the reality is if we really got honest with ourselves, we know what the right thing is, because our spirit always does. The divine inside of us always knows what's right. It's just getting out of our head, getting out of our ego, and being willing to acknowledge the divine truth inside of us. Our intuition never lies. It's like, okay, yeah, I know I'm not supposed to be with this person. I know I'm not supposed to, whatever. Like, we know, if we're really honest with ourselves, we know, even if it's just a hunch, which is why I say never violate a hunch. But if you needed additional knowing or confirmation, then this is the divine giving you the additional confirmation that it's time. It's time to make changes because you've outgrown your old life. And that's a compliment to you, actually. That's actually showing and proof that, hey, you've made some type of change in your life, because this old life is no longer a vibrational match for you. It's no longer in your energy anymore. So that's in its own right, that's kind of like a compliment for you. So you've done something to warrant that change. I hope that makes sense for you. Okay, aesthetic delta. Aesthetic delta. 215. I gotta pick it up. Like 2.5 hours over, but that's fine. I always end up going over. You're welcome. I know some of these messages tonight, like you guys, I can feel it, man. Like, oh my God, this is one of those nights where it's like, you know, the divine's like not saying what we want to hear, what we need to hear. Okay. Elite aesthetic delta. Aesthetic delta, if you're still here, he may have, he may not be. Okay, Alicia, you can ask your question. I can circle back around. I saw something about cheating. I gave my exam on the 4th of May. Okay. You get will I get a government will I get a government medical college this year? And will I be a doctor? So are you saying, like, are you asking if you're going to pass a test or something? Or are you asking if you're going to get a job? I'm not sure that. Okay, so this is the chaos. All right. So, Alicia, you're spending too much time here, my friend. This is a 5 of Swords energy. You have a lot of overthinking, a lot of mental chaos going on. And because of all the mind chatter, it's causing a lot of this fears, illusions, doubt. And you have to remember, energy is everything. Okay. So the more time you spend in that fearful energy, that's not going to help you out very much because that energy is creating your reality. Now, the sixth sense here is the divine reminding you that you're a spiritual being and you need to trust your gut. You need to trust yourself. You need to trust your intuition. You need to trust your power. You need to trust what you know, what you've learned. You need to get out of your head. Too much head, too much ego, too much mind noise. Yeah, you have a lot of fear for failure right now. Will she get into medical school as a doctor? Well, it is as you believe. The influence card here, the influence card is basically you have power. This is what the divine wants you to know. You have the power to create, you have the power to destroy. Sixth sense, that's your power. You're choosing right now to use your power, whether you mean to or not. You're choosing to use your power to create a lot of this, a lot of chaos. And the reason that there's all this chaos is because you have all this fear. And you have all the fear because of failure. And so right now, The divine is basically, the divine doesn't want to give you a cheap answer, because no matter what answer that I give you, or the divine gives you rather, is just a band-aid. Because if I tell you, okay, yes, you're going to get the job, you're going to be a doctor, that's not going to fix this. You'll just self-sabotage, like you're in a self-sabotaging energy right now. And so giving you an answer is like putting a band-aid over, you chopped your arm off, right? Like your arm's cut off, and it's like, oh, hey, look, you're bleeding, your arm got cut off. You know, you're going to bleed to death. And here's a band-aid. That's not going to fix the problem. The divine wants you to be in your power at all times. Not just now, not just tomorrow, not just later, not just when you feel confident, not when you're, it's like the divine wants you to know what your power is, so that you can know what's in your highest good. And if you know that you know, because you're connected to your power, what's in your highest good, then you would know if you're meant to be a doctor and you're meant to have this job. Because if you're meant to be a doctor and have this job, and you know that that's what's in your highest good, then nothing between heaven and hell is going to keep you from it. The purpose of destiny is for you to for you to fulfill it. The purpose of destiny is not for you to miss out on it. So if your destiny, your purpose and destiny that you came here to fulfill is for you to be a doctor, and you've done everything in your power to ensure that you're ready for that opportunity to take on that mission, then the answer would obviously be yes. Because the point is for you to live your destiny, not to miss out on your destiny. And so, I mean, unless you've just been a complete slacker, which I don't think you have, and if you've studied, you know that you've done, you know, you put your best effort in, you've done the work, you've done what's necessary, then the answer is absolutely, because the divine is always behind you, ensuring that what's in your highest good is what you get, as long as you're using your free will to seek what's in your highest good, because that's how it works. The divine's not going to give you anything that's not in your highest good. So, you know, if this isn't in your highest good, then obviously the divine is not behind you. The divine's not going to support you in going after something that you weren't meant or created or destined for. Which is the sixth sense, is you knowing within yourself, is this your purpose in life? Does this feel aligned with you? Is this right for you? Do you really know that you know that you know that you know that this is what you've been called for in life? Or are you unsure? Because this energy, this chaos, and this illusion is coming from somewhere. What are you afraid of? Let's start there, Alicia. Why are you so scared? What are you afraid of? What are you fearful of? Why is this here? Where did it come from? Where did this mental chaos and this fear come from? Are you just afraid of failing? Are you unsure that this is what you've been called to do with your life? What is the actual fear that you have right now? Because if we can get clear, we can name it, then we can get it out. We can do something about it. What is the actual fear that you have, Alicia? And I'm going to wait here until you put it in the chat. I want you to tell me what you think the fear is. Because it's important for you to identify what's going on inside of you, not me as the tarot psychic person to tell you. I'm here to be a guide. So you tell me, what is this? What is the fear that you have, and why is it here? Where did it come from? What do you think it is? I'm scared to fail. Okay. What happens if you fail? Let's just pretend for a second. What happens if you fail? Are you going to die? Are your family and friends, are they going to disown you? Are you going to be rejected? Are you going to be homeless? What's going to happen to you if you fail? What's the big fear? The biggest fear? It's not the fear of failure. There's something deeper than the fear of failure. People fail all the time. Sometimes failure is the best thing that ever happened to you. Like me. My marriage ended. My ex-wife of 10 years left me for my best friend of 17 years. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. You couldn't have told me that at the time. I went through hell. Almost killed myself. But 13 years later, here I am. Hindsight's 2020. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. How do you know that failure is not the best thing that could ever happen to you? Oh, okay. As a good person, I'm feeling as a good person. I'm also scared that I'm not going to fulfill my mom and dad's dreams. I give my 3 years for it. So we have to be honest about something here, Alicia. We have to be honest about something. Are you trying to live your mom and dad's dreams to get their love and approval? Or is this really your dream? And you're going to have to be really honest about this. Is this your dream to be a doctor, or are you trying to live your mommy and daddy's dream because you think that if you're a doctor, you're going to get their love, you're going to get their approval, and they're going to be like, oh, look, Alicia, our dear little Alicia, she decided to live our life, live our dreams. I'm afraid of hurting people. What I'm not hearing in any of this, Alicia, is I'm not seeing where you are in any of this. I hear you saying that you're afraid of hurting people. I hear you saying you're afraid of letting other people down. It is my dream also. Are you 100% sure that this is your dream also? Because I'll find out if it is or not. Are you 1000% sure that this is your dream? Well, I do believe that. Of course you do. Of course you want to help people. And that's beautiful. And you were created to help people. You are here to help people 100%. But your desire to help people and you becoming a doctor because your parents want you to become a doctor and confusing being a doctor with being the destiny that's meant for you, meaning the path that you came here for, are you sure that that's the reason that you're here? Is that the form of help that you came here to provide? Okay. She's standing by it. All right, we're gonna actually this is what I'm gonna do. We're going to leave these. All right. So is it Alicia's destiny to be a doctor? Is this what is in her highest good, please? You know what that card says, Alicia? Not aligned. This card says delays. And this card says you're not listening. And I'm not telling you that you're not listening because you don't want to listen. I'm telling you that you're not listening because you have too much of this. There's too many other voices inside of your head. These are not your voices, Alicia. And all these voices that are inside of your head that are not yours is why something doesn't feel right to you. The reason that you feel anxious, terrified, uneasy, the reason there's all this negative energy going on inside of you right now is because of this. You're not listening. And the reason that you're not listening is because the power that all these other voices inside of your head have more power and influence over the truth inside of you. This card is out here twice. Two different decks, Alicia. I'm getting chills. Two different decks, the same card. This card is the same card as this card. This card is the divine trying to tell you you need to stop and you need to really, really, really think about something. You need to silence all the other voices inside of your head, including your parents. Because there's a lesson here. And this is the lesson, Alicia. The lesson is you can either disappoint somebody now or you can disappoint everybody later. I'm going to say that again. You can either disappoint somebody now or you can disappoint everybody later. What you're afraid of is not knowing what's going to happen when you have to disappoint somebody. And you have a fear about not understanding that sometimes we have to disappoint people. And disappointing people when we're doing what's right and best for us doesn't mean that you're a bad person. And it doesn't mean that you're responsible for the disappointment that other people experience when you decide to take responsibility for your own existence. Because your parents aren't responsible for your existence. Your parents aren't going to have to live with the consequences of the actions and decisions and choices that you make as you move through your life. Your parents aren't going to have to go through that pain. You're going to have to go through that pain. You're going to have to accept and embrace those lessons. In fact, your parents, they're not the ones who are anxious, afraid, scared, tied up in knots, losing sleep. It's not your parents who has all this chaos going on in their lives. It's you. And the reason this delay is here, the delay is here is because the divine is saying, Alicia, time out, time out, time out. Pump the brakes. Before you go and you make a decision that may not be in alignment with you, before you go make a life-changing decision that's not in alignment with you, I know it's hard to read, but right here it says not aligned. The divine is offering you an opportunity to hear because you weren't listening. So now hopefully the divine has your attention. If you can turn off the chaos in your mind long enough to hear the divine give you this message, you have an opportunity. You have the opportunity to change the direction of your life. Because here's what I'm going to tell you. There's two paths. There's two paths available to you. Now, the first path, the first decision is you go on and you keep going on like you're going. I'm going to go live my life for mom and dad. I'm going to go live my life to please other people. I'm going to go live my life to do what other people want and expect of me so that, I don't make them feel bad. I don't hurt their feelings. I don't let them down. I don't disappoint them. I'm going to live my life pleasing other people, people pleasing. And this is what's going to happen. It's not going to work out. And because it doesn't work out, everybody's disappointed. Everybody. And then you're going to be like, oh my God, how ironic. How ironic is it that the entire reason that I even did this shit to begin with was to make all of you happy. And then when it didn't work, come to find out, you all ended up unhappy anyway. What you don't realize, Alicia, is right now you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Because you choosing to go live your mom and dad's dreams is going to end up crashing and burning because it was never aligned for you. And then you're going to end up disappointing them. And so the path that you're on is a dead end. You're not meant to do this because you're not living your life. You're trying to live your mom and dad's life. And you're trying to do it to feel worthy of their love. And that's a bad way to do anything. And so the consequences of that are going to be really, really, really bad because you're going to be like, well, I spent all this time, I spent all this energy. I thought I was going to make them happy. I thought that if I did this, I would get their love. And I thought that I would make them happy and all the things. And now I failed. And then you're going to find out Everybody's disappointed and you didn't do what was expected. And so then what's going to happen is you're going to turn on yourself. Oh my God, I let mom and dad down. I let everybody down. So then what are you going to do? You're going to turn on you. And you're going to hate yourself, and you're going to hate yourself, and you're going to beat yourself up, and you're going to hate yourself, and you're going to beat yourself up, and you're going to hate yourself. I'm a terrible person. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a failure. I suck. And it's going to be a downward spiral. And because you go down a downward spiral, that's even more years of your life wasted because now you've gone into a dark pit, a dark hole of failure. I suck. I let everybody down. I'm a piece of shit. And you're going to spend, I don't know, you'll probably spend at least 5 or 10 years down there. You'll resent your parents for not loving you because, hey, you know, why didn't you love me just because I was your fucking daughter? Instead of loving me despite whatever title, whatever job, whatever money, why can't I just be loved because I'm your child? Why do I have to earn your love? Why do I have to go prove myself? Why did I have to go be a doctor and be successful and do what you wanted me to do to get your love? Why didn't you just love me because I was your child? So then you'll resent your parents because they didn't love you. You gave your life, you gave your time, you did all the things and you were working your ass off to make them happy. And then just to come to find out that when you failed at making them happy, that, oh my God, they're all disappointed in me and I didn't get the love that I thought that I was going to get because it's never enough. When your life is based on significance, needing to feel worthy of receiving love, it's never enough. And you'll never please enough people. You'll never be good enough. If your parents don't love you now, Alicia, for who you are, just because you're their daughter, if they don't love you enough for you to respect yourself enough to align yourself with what you want for your life, then you're never going to get their love. It's never going to be enough because your parents have a blueprint for love that unfortunately is a little dysfunctional because their parents did the same thing to them that they're doing to you. So let's keep the fucking toxic cycle going, right? Great. My grandparents fucked my parents up. My parents are fucking me up. And then I'm going to go. Maybe I'll have kids one day and then I'll fuck my kids up too. And we'll just keep the toxic cycle going. That in order for you to deserve love, you have to be good enough. You have to do what mommy and daddy said. You have to do what the culture tells you. You have to have this job and have this thing and do it my way and blah, blah, blah. And in the midst of all of it, where is Alicia in all of that, by the way? Where are you in all of this? You're non-existent, Alicia. You're non-existent. You don't have a life. You don't have a life. You're existing and you're living somebody else's life. You're not here. There is no Alicia. Alicia doesn't exist. Alicia is just the birth child of two parents who didn't accomplish the things that they wish they could accomplish. So what your parents are doing is they're trying to live vicariously through you. It's like, well, we weren't successful. We didn't do A, B, C, or X, Y, Z. So, you know, we have to project all that shit onto Alicia so that she can go and she can, redeem us, redeem our family and redeem our family's name and heritage and legacy. And all the pressure is on you now to take on all the bullshit that your parents and your grandparents and the people above them, they weren't able to accomplish in their lives. And so they put it all on your shoulders. It's your burden now, Alicia. You clean up our mess. You pick up the pieces. You carry all of our bullshit. And you make us proud and happy. And if you can do it, and you can do it the way that we want you to, then we'll love you. And meanwhile, you're not even here. You don't have a life, Alicia. You're not allowed to have a life. That's what all this is. So, back to my point, there's two paths. You take this path, you take this decision, you live the life that your parents want you to live. It's going to fail, it's going to blow up, and then your parents are going to be disappointed anyways. And like I said, you can disappoint one person or you can disappoint everybody. And then everybody's going to be disappointed, and then you're going to resent them because you're going to realize that love was based on one thing and one thing only. What the fuck could I do for my parents? Could I live up to their expectations? Well, no, you couldn't. And the truth is you didn't want to, which is why you're feeling uneasy because you're denying your spiritual truth. You deep down, Alicia, with this energy, you know the truth, but you've been lying to yourself for so long because of the fact that you have mom and dads and everybody else's, voices in your head influencing you, telling you who you have to be. You don't trust the truth inside of you saying, no, that's not what we're here for. Which is why I said at the beginning of your reading, the divine is speaking to you and you're not listening. But I hope you're listening now because the consequence of the action that you're taking is not going to end well because you're not going to get that time back and you're not going to get the favor, you're not going to get the outcome that you seek because your parents aren't going to get the outcome that they seek. And this is all a big lesson. And so, path number 1, learn the hard lesson. Go live the life that your parents want you to live. It's going to end, it's going to blow up, and you're going to disappoint your parents, and you're going to end up resenting your parents. And not only resenting your parents, you're going to beat yourself to death because you failed. Like, see, I knew it. I'm a failure. I'm a fuck up. I'm not good enough. And you're going to go through at least 5 to maybe 10 years of literal, absolute self hatred. You're going to become a shell of yourself, and you're going to become angry. You're going to become bitter. You're going to attract angry and bitter people into your life. Your relationship with your parents is going to turn to shit. And essentially, you're going to have to give up 5 or 10 years of your life going into kind of a dark period of resentment just for you to climb out of the dark hole that you could have avoided all along. So that's 10 years of your life you're going to have to give up. So that 5, 10 years into the future, maybe you'll come out of that dark place and maybe you'll get a chance to start over and do what the divine is telling you to do right now. That's option number 1. Now, before I tell you what option number 2 is, I want you to really, 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 really silence all the bullshit. You need to tune out mom's voice, dad's voice, and everybody else's voice inside of your mind. And to the best of your ability, I want you to go here inside of your heart. And before you do it, I want you to say this to yourself right now. You can say it out loud or you can say it in your mind. But I need you to say it and I need you to mean it. I want you to say, I choose me. And then I want you to say it again, and I want you to say it more fiercely, more intensely, like you fucking mean it. You can yell it if you want, or you can yell it in your mind, but mean it with intensity. Say, I choose me. And I want you to put your hand over your heart, and I want you to say it again, and I want you to say it with every ounce of intensity and passion, and I want you to mean it like you've never meant it before, and I want you to say, I choose me with all of your might. You can say it in your mind or you can say it out loud. And I want you to feel how that feels in your body. I want you to feel the difference between I choose me and I mean it, the difference between that and the difference between mommy and daddy's voice in my head, the mental chaos. Even if it's a teeny tiny subtle difference, I want you to feel the difference. And while you're still here in the I choose me energy, I want you to ask, I want you to ask your heart. So keep your hands on your heart. Keep your hands on your heart. And you can say it out loud or you can say it in your mind. It doesn't matter. Just mean it. With your hand on your heart, I want you to ask. Ask the divine inside of you. Say, what is my truth? What is right for me? I choose me. What is my truth? What is real and right for me? And I want you to just listen to what comes out of your heart, not your head. What comes out of your heart, what comes out of your heart and into your head. It feels good. Yes, it feels good. Release. It feels good because that's your truth. And those tears aren't tears of sadness, they're tears of happiness because you're doing the thing that's right. The tears are confirmation. You're proving to yourself that you can choose yourself. You're proving to yourself that you can feel and experience the love inside of you, that you're not a failure, that you're not a fuck up. But there's more. Stay in that place. Stay in that energy. There's more, Alicia. The answer that you're looking for is here in your heart. It's even in the tears. It's in that part of you that feels good. Because that's the divine part of you. What is it telling you? What is the answer? I choose me. What is my truth? What is my truth? And just let your heart answer you. Your heart's not going to lie to you. It knows what the truth is. What is your heart telling you right now? There's no wrong answer. That's the beauty of this. It's the right answer, and there's no wrong answer because it's coming from your heart. It's coming from you. It's not coming from expectations. It's not coming from pressure. It's not coming from things that aren't aligned with you in your life, your existence. What is your heart telling you? What is your truth? Because this answer, this is the answer. This is the path number 2 answer that you're looking for. Feeling what you feel is good. Tears are good. I love to dance. I love to do photo shoots. I love to be free. I want to live my life as an inspiration. I want to help people. So now, Alicia, I love to travel and find new things. So my question, this is the most important question, Alicia. If you knew, if you found out, You had 3 days to live. That's it. For some crazy reason, you found out, I'm sick, I'm going to die, I have 3 days to live my life. 3 days to live my life. Is this what you would be worried about? Would you be worried about being a doctor? Would you be worried about what mom and dad want for me? Would you be worried about letting mom and dad down and all that stuff? Or would you choose you, like you're choosing you right now? Would you try to go do any of the things that you just told me? You had 3 days. Would you try to do any of those things? Because here's the secret, Alicia. Here's the secret. Every single one of those things that you just told me that you wanted to do, you can help people while you do them. Every single one of them. If you went and you danced, you could help people dancing. If you took up photography, you could help people with photography. Because here's the thing, Alicia. Your ability to help people is not based on what you do. Just like me. I'm out here with cards, pieces of paper that have art on them, pictures. And I can take these same cards and I can give them to somebody else. And they wouldn't know what to do with them. I can give these cards, any of these cards that I have, I can give them to somebody else. And they wouldn't know what to do with them. Just like, well, you can't see it, but over here behind me, it's just off camera. You can't see it. I have a guitar. If you don't know how to play guitar and I hand you the guitar, you don't know how to make music with it. Right? But you put the right tool in the right person's hands, and that's where the magic is. So while, yes, I'm out here kind of doing things, it's not the cards that make me able to help people. It's just like you. It's not dancing, it's not photography, it's not what you do that gives you the power to help people. It's who you are, it's who you become. It's the knowledge, it's the experience of life that you have inside of you. How many people do you think, Alicia, grew up in a family just like you, who have the same type of parents that you have, who feel pressured to live the life of their parents' expectations? How many people feel like I'm not going to be good enough, I'm not going to be loved by my parents or the people around me if I don't do what they want me to do? You're not the only person who has that problem. You said you wanted to inspire people. Well, how inspiring would it be for you to choose path number 2? And look, this is what path number 2 is. It's everything that you just did, by the way. It's courage. This is you, Alicia. I want you to see this picture on the screen right now because this is you. Look at this girl. My camera will focus here. Look at this girl. Look at her face. She is calm. She is confident. She is sexy. She is classy. And look, she's just hanging out here with this lion. This is the you that you're meant to become, Alicia. Courage, brave, bold, fearless. What is courage, Alicia? It's doing things scared, which here at the bottom of the deck is we have unknown. The unknown just represents the fear of not knowing what's going to happen when you choose yourself. But you just proved to yourself by being courageous what's going to happen by doing something and embracing the unknown. You just proved to yourself what's going to happen. And it was that good feeling that you felt. That feeling that you felt inside of you that was telling you, this is what's right. This is what's right. This is what's right. And you're crying, this is what's right. Because you're listening to your truth now. What is your truth? Wow, I get to go be me. I get to go live my life. I get to go inspire people. And I can do anything that I want. Anything that I want. I can choose what I want to do with my life. And you feel it, and it moves you. That's what will happen for you. Path number 2. You choose you. You choose courage. You do it scared. But you do it knowing that it's the right thing to do because you're choosing you. You're staying true and authentic to yourself. And as you step into what feels like the unknown at first, only at first, only at first, it feels like you're stepping into the unknown only at first. But then the minute that you make the decision to do it anyways, you feel that emotion just like you felt. And I want to tell you, Alicia, there's no different in what you just did with yourself versus anything else you'll ever do the rest of your life. It's that simple. I'm not being true to myself. I know this doesn't feel good. It's chaos. It's conflict. It's heavy. It's exhausting. It wears me out. It wears me down. I can feel it inside my heart, inside my soul. It feels bad. My whole body is resisting it. My whole body knows that it's not right. Versus the things that are right for you, that are connected to your spirit, your soul, and your highest good, they bring you joy. They bring you peace. They bring you freedom, like you said. And they have the power to naturally help people. When I come out here, Alicia, and I'm doing this, I don't have to try to do this. I don't come out here and go, oh my God, what am I going to say? What am I going to do? Oh my God, what does this mean? Like, I don't stress. I have no stress in my body. There's no anxiety. I come out here because I'm called to do this. I'm meant to do this. And I've been doing it for 6 hours and 20 minutes without getting up from this chair. How many people can sit and do anything for 6 hours and 20 minutes straight? How many people can do anything for 6 hours and 20 minutes straight without going to the bathroom, without getting up, without doing anything? And I'm not bragging on myself. I'm just saying, when you're doing the thing that you're meant to do, nothing will stop you because you're meant to do it. You want to do it. There's nothing else you want to do. I could be sleeping right now. I could have been doing a million other things right now, Alicia. A million other things. But I'm here right now because this is what I want to do. This is my passion. This is my calling. And it's nothing complex. I'm sitting here in front of a camera in my house with pieces of paper that have artwork on it, talking to people from around the world, and I'm able to do it all here without going anywhere. I'm able to help people with pieces of paper that have artwork on it. It's not special. It's not profound. You have things inside of you, Alicia, that are way more profound, way more special than what I'm doing. And the impact that you will have on people's lives because you chose yourself. You took the courageous path. You were willing to potentially and temporarily let other people down for you to go fulfill your life so that you could teach them and show them the mistakes that they've made, indirectly speaking. Because your parents, they need to see this, and they will. When you choose yourself, one day your parents are going to realize, wait a minute, we're the ones that fucked up. Not Alicia. She did the thing that we never had the courage to do because your parents didn't have the courage to do it either. That's why they treat you the way that they treated you. It's not because they intended to, it's they just didn't know any better. They were programmed, oh, hey, you know, it's up to us to do what our parents tell us to do, and that's how we get love. And so now we're going to teach that to Alicia. And you're here to break the pattern. You're here to break the generational curse and say, hey, you know what, mom and dad, I love you. I'm so thankful for you. I'm so grateful for you. I love you, mom and dad. I truly, truly love you. But I've made a decision. I'm making a decision. And I know this might be difficult and I know this might be hard. But I'm going to go live my life. I love you. I'm so grateful for everything you guys have given me, for believing in me, for wanting the best for me. I know that your motives and your intentions, you just wanted the best for me. But mom and dad, I have to live my life now. I have to go after what makes me happy. And I'm sorry if this disappoints you right now. I don't mean to disappoint you, but I'm sorry that if it does, but I have to go live my life. I have to go live my life. And one day, Alicia, your parents are going to come back around to you and they're going to love you and they're going to respect you and they're going to tell you, you were right. Mark my words, Alicia, go write it down. I want you to go find a journal and I want you to write today's date and I want you to write all of this down in a journal and put a date on there so that one day when your parents come back to you, they're going to tell you, you were right, Alicia. You had the courage to go live your life and we didn't. We didn't have the courage to do what you did. We didn't choose us, but you did. And they're going to tell you, maybe not now, maybe not a year from now, but they're going to come to you and they're going to tell you, wow, we're proud of you and we love you and you were right. Mark my words. Mark my words. They're going to come back to you and tell you that you were right. Now, I can't what can you tell me or give me a little hint about myself because I never thought about myself. I will find the rest of my own, but just a hint about yourself. Yeah, I will do that for you because of your courage. And for those of you that are patiently waiting, um, I appreciate you. I do not control who comes through, when they come through, or how it comes through, but these are divine moments, life-changing moments, and I have to be responsible with what the divine gives me. So I appreciate you guys. And hopefully you guys are learning things. I'm learning things. I always learn things when I come out here. Okay. You cannot make this shit up, Alicia. You cannot make this up, Alicia. I'm getting chills all over my body. I'm getting chills all over my body. I'm looking. You won't see it on the. I have too much hair on my arms, but I have all this hair on my arms, and I'm getting chills all over. Okay. So Alicia, the very first thing I want to show you. The very first thing I want to show you. If you choose yourself, Whew, getting all kinds of chills. If you choose yourself, the divine is promising you success. The success that you are wanting is you choosing yourself. The success card came out. The success card did not come out a second ago. Now when this reading, when this live ends, you can come back because it's going to be posted on YouTube, and you can come back and you can scroll through and you can find and you can rewatch this reading again later. But this success card did not come out, but it's here now. This is confirmation that the divine is telling you your success is in you choosing you. The wisdom. The divine is saying, now you are listening. A second ago, I said you're not listening. The divine is saying, now you are listening. You're hearing. You're hearing. This is the wisdom that you're looking for. But there's more. The divine is saying, Alicia, there's more. There's so much more inside of you. There's so much more inside of you. And the divine has so much more to give you. So while right now, it seems like, okay, it's a fresh start. There's some unknowns. The divine is saying, no, don't fear starting over. Don't fear the unknown. Don't fear a clean slate. Because look, creation. Your whole life is about to change. When you make this decision, your whole entire life is going to shift and change. The success is coming. The life that you want is coming. And look, the bottom of the deck, you have love coming. And this is romantic love, but it's also love for life. You're going to actually fall in love with the life that you are going to claim for yourself. So for maybe Alicia, for the very first time ever in your life, you're actually going to enjoy and love the life that you have chosen and lived. This is you experiencing a love for your life. And at the bottom of the deck, we have integration. So this is you taking everything that you've learned, all the wisdom, all the success, all the challenges and fears that you've overcome and faced, everything that you learned, how to create it, all the things, and this is you integrating those things so that you can give those things away to other people. So you said you wanted to help people. You're going to help way more people, Alicia, by living your life than you ever will as a doctor. If you really want to help people, and you really want to enjoy the life that's meant for you, this is the life to do it. You'll help way more people living your life than you ever will being a doctor for your mom and dad. And this is the alternative. This represents the place that you've been in, the chaos. This is what needs to be left behind. And look, just so that you know, if you think I was kidding about the love, there it is. This is confirmation of this. I said you're going to love your life, and I said you have love coming to you. And both are true. The man that you're meant to spend your soulmate, okay? The man that you're meant to spend your life with, your soulmate, the man that you will marry, or however that works for you, is here in this life. The person you're meant to find is on that path. So first thing is first. It's just staying in that courageous place, and knowing that sometimes you're going to have to do things scared. Sometimes you're going to have to face the challenge of disappointing other people to stay true to yourself. And just because you're staying true to yourself doesn't mean that you're bad, it doesn't mean that you're selfish, and it doesn't mean that you care, that you don't care. It means the opposite. It means if I don't choose myself, then I'm going to be unhappy and I'm going to be miserable, and all the people that I came into this life to help are never going to get the help that they need because I wasn't living the life that was meant for me. There's people out there, Alicia, that you haven't met that are waiting for you up the road. There's men and women that are in the same place that you are right now up the road who are going to be scared out of their mind, afraid to make a decision because they don't want to let somebody down, and they're not going to know what to do, and they're going to feel stuck and trapped, damned if they do, damned if they don't, and then they're going to meet you. And you're going to be able to tell them your story and say, hey, this is so crazy. I grew up the same way. My parents were the same way. And I was stuck and trapped one day, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I was scared shitless, but I realized that I couldn't live that life anymore. So I made a scary choice, and I chose me, and my whole life changed. And it was hard in the moment, but everything changed. And you're going to be able to help those people. Even more so than that. There's other things that you're going to help people with too, but you'll never know because you never, you would have never gone down this path. You would have never met these people. There's so many things. There's a whole life that you'll never experience, you'll never live if you choose the other path. So I'm just going to leave I'm going to close out your reading, Alicia, and say this to you. This is what's at stake for you. Your destiny. Tonight was a date with destiny. Your destiny is what's at stake here. It's not just happiness. It's not just about pleasing mom or dad. It's your destiny. The entire reason that you even came into this existence is what's at stake. The divine has your back. You have access to infinite knowledge and infinite resources inside of you, and you accessed it just a second ago. Stay out of your head. Learn to get into your heart. Stay out of your head. Learn to get into your heart. And the more that the more you practice that and get good at that, the more clarity that you'll receive. You won't need tarot readings and stuff anymore. You'll just know. You'll know what the right thing is. You have access to that power. You're more powerful than you know. You're more spiritual than you know. So, I hope that that was helpful for you. And again, I appreciate everybody's patience. Every once in a while, really important, life-changing messages come through like that, and I can't ignore them. I won't ignore them. That's the whole reason that I'm out here. I'm not really a tarot reader, for those of you. You know, I tried that. I tried to be a tarot reader, and I'm not. Like, I'm not. Yes, I use cards and tarot cards, but that's not really what I am. So, anyways, who's next? I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your patience with that. Ashu, you are next. 3:42. Shit, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight, but it's worth it. You're welcome, Alicia. Keep me posted. Keep me updated about your journey. Please stay in touch about all the things. God bless you too. Thank you. So, Ashu, if you are here, okay, you are here. You may ask your question. Okay, well, that's actually, I mean, that's like a, that's a lot of questions. That's a lot of questions. All right. Well, this is what I can do for you, Ashu. I can ask the divine what you need to know, what's in your highest good. Thank you, Alicia. I wanna know. Keep me in touch. Okay. Um, we have control here. We have soulmate in reverse here. So, uh, so right now, Ashu, you're in an energy where you're basically going to attract a karmic person. Yeah. Spiritual growth is in reverse. Dating. So there is something in your energy that is not conducive for you right now to meeting a healthy partner. And I'll try to get some type of information about that. Okay. We have children here. There's two energies attached to that. I think that's your desire. I think you want to have children, you want to have a family, but there's also something here that happened to you when you were a child. Yeah. We have Ice Queen here at the bottom of the deck. I think that this is a mother. You might have had your mom might have been really harsh with you, really strict with you. She may not have been very loving towards you. She may not have been very motherly, very nurturing. Um, she may have, I could go a list of things here, but something about your mother is tied to that energy. And unfortunately, whether you realize it or not, you've adopted a lot of that energy yourself. And maybe your mother has resentments towards men, and maybe your mother has taught you to also have resentments towards men, right? Because that maybe for her, maybe that's the most loving thing that she could do is like, well, hey, these things called men who have penises, they're bad news. So I'm going to teach you how to protect yourself by getting you to adopt the same shitty beliefs and mindsets that I have about men. Because that's what people do. And I'm not saying that I know that that's true or not. I don't know, but there's something here. Okay, so your mom died when I was in the 8th grade. Okay, well, this could be a different, some type of female figure here uh, is attached to this. If it's not your actual mom, there's a negative energy to a female or a feminine person that's here in your reading, and it's attached to that card. And there's something about your childhood. And this person, whoever this person is also tied to this control energy. And because of that, the problem here is that you'll probably end up attracting a very controlling narcissistic man. Well, hopefully you won't now because, okay, so it's your stepmom. I have a stepmom. Okay, so maybe it's your stepmom. I don't know. It could be. Okay, so here's the family issues. So this is coming out again. There's two energies attached to this. This is me. This is the energy saying, yes, you want a family and all the things. But again, the major thing that the divine wants you to know The divine needs you to understand the negative shit that you've adopted, you've inherited from your family. You've inherited some type of negative beliefs, patterns, something. There's something here that you've inherited, and it's not good. So we have ascension here. That's a positive. That's a card of healing. And then we have male here. Now there's a few energies attached to this. This is obviously, yes, there is a man. There's two, potentially three. Okay, so I'm going to go with three. And at the bottom of the deck you have commitment. So here's the deal. There's three dudes. One of them is the right guy, and two of them are bad. And I'm going to give you the timeline. One of these people is going to be your first marriage. You're going to meet this guy, and, you know, everything is going to seem great. Everything's going to look great. You probably have a couple kids with him, but it's going to be a controlling and abusive relationship, and you're going to divorce him. Then you're going to have a second guy that comes later on after him, and he's going to have been divorced too. So at this point, you're going to be divorced, and then he's going to be divorced. He's going to have kids, and then you're going to have kids. And you're going to end up in a relationship with him, and then he's going to be abusive. But he's going to be different than your first husband. And if you haven't learned by then, whatever this control thing is, then, you know, I'm not sure what'll happen after that guy, right? Maybe the third guy maybe he'll come in after the second abusive guy, potentially. Now, here's the thing. Yeah. So I'm going to show you at the bottom of the deck everything that I just said. Commitment. Here's all the different marriages. Okay. Here's all the different marriages in this energy. I just put that right there. And then release. This is you walking away, having to leave the first toxic relationship, and you know, eventually the second toxic relationship. Renewal is here. So this is basically like, okay, you leave this toxic relationship, and you get back out there and you're like, okay, well, I got hope again. I get my hopes up, and then you're going to meet the second guy. Now we have soul contract here, but the soul contract is for the guy that you're meant to be with. So I'm going to put that there. Okay. So this is the guy that's the good guy, the positive guy. So the second guy is, you know, it's gonna be really bad the second time. The first guy, you know, you can have children with him, but, you know, like, you're not gonna have, you know, you guys really don't really have a whole, like, that relationship's not gonna be the one that really hurts. It's the second one that's gonna hurt you. It's really gonna hurt. And that's what this card is saying with sickness here. Now, destiny, I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to set that here. Talk about that in just a second. Now, you know, you can have recovery here. So this again saying, like, the second guy is really going to, you know, the second marriage is really going to fuck you up. The first one too, but not as bad as the second one. And you have the recovery card here. And it's going to take you time to recover from the damage, not only of the first failed marriage, but then you're going to have the second failed marriage. And so, and then you got the letting go here. And so it's going to take you a lot of time to heal and recover from whatever the second guy does to you. We have deception here, so there's probably going to be lying and cheating and God knows what. And then we have loss here. You're going to go through a lot of shit, a lot of loss there, obviously. And then as a result, at some point, this would probably be like 10, 15 years down the road. So you'll have teenagers by then. Like your kids will be, your kids will probably be teenagers by this point. Eventually you'll learn the lessons that these relationships were trying to teach you about what was inside of you that attracted them into your life all along. And again, it's something that was handed to you. It was a negative influence that turned into a blind spot. And so then here's the timing going by. But my point is, you'll go through a spiritual awakening as a result of having to go through these difficult relationships to where you finally get it. Like, oh my God, I see it now. You're going to go through a spiritual awakening and you're like, I see it now. Now I know why I attracted these narcissistic controlling men into my life, why I had to go through all this hurt and all this pain and all this loss. And then eventually, once you've learned all the lessons and you've healed from all the shit, you're going to go through a spiritual awakening. And then that's when, after you've done all your healing and all the things, destiny and your soul contract is going to bring you the guy that you were supposed to be with all along. But we have these two cards. It's timing. It's going to take a lot of time, cycles. You're going to go through a lot of cycles. Now, what I didn't tell you is that all of this, everything that I just told you, can be avoided. You can actually skip all the things that I just said, and you can skip right to this. Because of this card right here. Destiny. Destiny is in your hands, my friend. It's up to you. You get to decide whether you learn now, or you learn the hard way by going through all these relationships, and then you have to go through spiritual awakening, and years and years and years go by, and then eventually one day you're going to wake up and go, oh, now I know why. This and this are the problem. There's something about a belief, a pattern. There's something inside of you, something that you've inherited from this person that has created an energy, a negative energy of something to do with control. And because of this energy, you're going to attract these negative people. That's why this soulmate card is in reverse. That's why this spiritual growth card is in reverse. And the dating card, this card here that says dating, this is very superficial. This just means, these people are not spiritual. They don't care about anybody but themselves. They're not here to give anything to you. They're toxic people. So what the divine is wanting you to know more than anything in this reading which is why I said I can only tell you what's in your highest good. I can't tell you. You asked a lot of other questions. What are they going to be like? What's their personality? What's this and what's that? And the divine is saying that shit doesn't matter. You're focused on the wrong thing. And if you stay focused on the wrong thing, you're going to end up having to go through two really, really terrible and toxic relationships to learn something that you could learn right now. But you need to shift your focus off of the superficial. You need to stop worrying about superficial shit that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they look like. It doesn't matter what their job is. It doesn't matter how tall or what. All that stuff doesn't matter. What do they look like? What are they going to be like? Where will I meet them? And all, none of that matters. You're focused on the wrong thing. The divine is saying, in order for you to not have to go through some really difficult lessons, you need to focus on yourself, because there's things inside of you that are far more important right now. You're putting the cart before the horse. And if you want to put the cart before the horse, you're allowed to do that because you have free will. You can do whatever you want. But if you put the cart before the horse, there's a price to pay. And the price is two really, really, really terrible marriages. And there's going to be kids involved. And you're going to lose, 10 or 15 years of your life to toxic relationships. And then one day, though, you'll wake up and you'll be like, oh, I get it now. Now I know. The temptation right now is to be focused on the superficial. When is it going to happen? How is it going to happen? And who is it going to be? What are they going to be like? You're putting the cart before the horse, and you're worried about things that are not important. The divine wants you to focus on you understanding, okay, there's clearly some things inside of me that need to change, and that's not bad. We all have things. We all have things inside of us that we need to work on, myself included. And this is why it's important to know what they are, so that we don't end up, making bad decisions and bad choices that we'll pay for later on. So now is the time to really, really, really start getting into your personal growth, your spiritual growth, your personal development, really start focusing on you and really trying to figure out what this is. And I can't tell you what this is. All I can tell you is this. You have been influenced somehow, some way, some shape or form by some type of toxic, negative, mother-like energy, what we might call toxic feminine energy. Somehow this has infiltrated you. I don't know how, I don't know what shape, I don't know the way it got there, I have no idea. But somehow this is inside of you. And it's tied to this controlling, manipulative energy. And that doesn't mean that you're controlling, that you're manipulative. It could just mean that you're susceptible and you're vulnerable to manipulative and controlling people. Maybe you have a blind spot. Maybe you can't see red flags. Maybe you're naive. Maybe you're gullible. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't mean that you're controlling and manipulative. It could mean many different things. But it's something that you need to get super curious about. You need to investigate it. You need to take a look at it. You need to figure out what it is. And, trust that if you align yourself to the divine will help you figure it out. In fact, if you really just, you sat with yourself and you did some deep meditation, or maybe, you find a really good healer or therapist or somebody who's really good at helping, navigate unconscious patterns and beliefs, eventually you'll find it. You'll figure out what it is. And once you know what it is, then you can start working on fixing it. Right? So, and that will lead you to this, the renewal, and this ascension. And this is you, by the way. This is you going up the ladder, up the stairs, and this is you up here. This beautiful woman sitting up here on the moon with this with the divine shining on you. This is you being in your higher self. And all these steps are all the things that you've overcome. The different yous, the different leveling up, the different versions of you, the challenges, the obstacles, all the things that you will overcome until you're up here, and this is when you'll be ready. And I'm going to give you a clue. This is how you know that you're going to be ready for this. So here's a clue. This is how you'll know when you're ready for this. Let me put these cards back in over here, because I only want you to focus on the cards I'm about to show you. I don't want there to be any other distractions with these other cards. Put all these back in here. Okay, there we go. These cards right here. This is how you know. I'm going to put this one first. This is how you know that you're ready for this with this guy to have this soul contract. Now, this is a soul contract. What does soul contract mean? It means that you're destined, it's fate and destiny. You are meant to be with this man. Okay? You have a soul contract with this man. It's destiny, it's fate, it's serendipity. You will know that you are ready to be with this man when you no longer feel a needy desire for it. In other words, when you feel completely at home, at peace, and you're just good with life, you're just contentment. It's like, man, I really love my life. I'm content. I am completely content. And when you have that contentment and that peace within you where you're just completely in love with the life that you have and you're experiencing, you don't need anything, you're just happy and content. That's when serendipity and fate are going to align, and this guy is going to come in out of nowhere. You're not going to see him coming. It's going to shock you. It's going to take you off. It's going to take you off guard, take you by surprise. And the timing, she'd be like, well, when? That's the next question. Well, when is it going to happen? The time is in your hands. Destiny is in your hands. It will take as long as you take. So the sooner you work on you, the sooner that he shows up. That could be a day, that could be a week, that could be a month, that could be a year. The divine is saying it's in your hand. The clock, the stopwatch is in your hand. It's up to you how long it takes. But that's to get him. You have those other guys that could come along too. But if you want the one that's right for you, it's in your hands how long it takes. So I hope that helps. Okay, who's next? I got to pick it up. It's almost 4 and I have to work in like a couple hours. I did it again. I'm not going to get any sleep. All right, who all is here? I gotta go quick. Okay. Shanley, I don't know if Shanley's here. Nicolette's probably not here, but anyways, roll call. If Shanley, if you're here, if you're still here, you're still awake. Nicolette, if you're here and you're still awake. Sonali, if you're here and you're still awake. Who is here that's still that's still awake? How many people are actually participants? I see one participant, but maybe there's more. I don't know. Who is still here? Nobody is still here. I'm going to sleep. because I have to, not because I want to, even though I've been on for 7 hours. Okay, Sonali. Sonali, is there anybody else? Sonali? Okay, Sonali, you can ask your question. Technically, you'd be next anyway. Here, I can ask. Okay. Gene might have gone to sleep. All right, Sonali, you can ask your question. And then after Sonali, if nobody else is here, then I will do I'll do Adna. If nobody else is here, it's gonna be quick though. I apologize, but I do have to go to sleep. I have to be up in like 3 hours. You'll know he's the right guy because you'll feel his energy issue. And if you meet somebody, you can always come back. We can always do another reading to see if he's the one or not. So there's two ways to know, but the best way to know is for you to learn to trust yourself. Because you'll know. Right now, there's no way to know because nothing's changed. Nothing's changed yet. Okay. What's coming towards Sonali in love? Okay, well, there's an ending, so I don't know if you're with somebody or you just got out of something. We have endings that just came out for Sonali. Secrets, so maybe you were with somebody who was keeping secrets or lying to you. Could have been a water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Uh, Yep, there are the secrets with the moon. That could be Cancer, Pisces energy. Also, we have the Eight of Pentacles here. This could be somebody from your past coming back, wanting to work on things. Somebody who kept secrets from you in the past. We'll see if it's somebody new or not. I'm going to try to see if it's somebody new or not. But right now, I don't like this. Eight of Swords. That could be just your energy. You might be overthinking way too much about, but I'm not sure yet. Who's coming towards Sonali right now? All right, we have Strength. That could be a Leo energy, but so far I'm not sure yet. Who's coming towards Sonali, please? We have the Fool. Okay, we have potentially a new person. We have a King of Swords. We have the Fool. Eight of Wands, the Sun, and the Ace of Cups. And we have the Two of Wands, the bottom of the deck. Then we have the Ten of Cups, Seven of Wands, Ten of Wands, Ace of Wands, Three of Swords, Two of Swords, Ace of Pentacles. Okay. So this could be. I mean, something here is giving me past energy vibes, but I don't know for sure. But you have potentially something in your past here. It's not in the cards, but it's implied. But then you have this guy. You have a King of Swords here, which is Libra, Gemini, Aquarius energy, but that doesn't mean that they have to be a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. We have a lot of Leo. We have the Sun at the bottom of the deck, and we have Strength. That's double Leo energy. We have the Ace of Cups. So that's a new person. So you got the Fool and the Ace of Cups. So that's like new love coming towards you. We have the Eight of Wands. This person could live at a distance. You might meet them online, or maybe this is just something that happens very quickly. But I don't know. Uh, give me information on this person. Is this person good for Sonali? Because all this other stuff is not good. Like the other energy that I was seeing didn't look. The cards at the bottom of the deck are not good. And this other stuff, the moon and the secrets and shit, like that's not good. Eight of Swords, that's not good. Why is the King of Swords? Is this guy, is he legit or is he bad? Is he good or is he bad? Okay, no, he's not good for you. You got somebody new coming towards you. He's not good for you. There's something better. But when he shows up, I don't think you're going to be easily convinced. Because when he shows up, you're going to be happy, you're going to feel excited, he's going to be, you know, you're going to think that this guy is too good to be true. We can have a life together. He's going to say all the things. You're going to see a future with him. But he's not the one. There's something better with the ascension here. Now, you could learn a lesson from this guy. And he'll teach you a lesson. Because that's what any person that you meet that's not the person that you're supposed to end up with is essentially a lesson. That's what the ascension card is here saying. Like, hey, this person's not your forever person. They're not your forever person, but you're going to think, you might feel otherwise. You're like, well, I don't know. I think that they are. Like, okay, cool. You know, you know. So yeah, see, I'm not lying. Here it is at the bottom of the deck. Like, no, they're everything. They're my Ten of Cups, my fulfillment right here. It says so right here. But there's some things that you're not seeing. And there he is. Ooh, what are you not seeing? Well, all this chaos that's coming with him. So there's something about this guy. He's going to show up in your life and you're potentially going to find him irresistible. There's something about him where you're just like, man, it just doesn't make sense that he's not the person. Just doesn't make sense to me that this guy is not the right person. And he's going to be very convincing that he's the right person for you. And you're based on what I'm seeing here, you're probably 90% going to go for it anyway. And I'm just going to keep it real with you, Sonali, but I think even though you've got this reading, even though I'm telling you all of this information, I could be wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. Unfortunately, I think this is what's going to happen to you. I think you're going to get hurt. I think that you're going to pursue this guy. He's going to come in, he's going to convince you. And the sun is the happiest card in the deck for a reason. You're going to have so much fun. You're going to feel so alive. It's going to feel so good. You're going to experience, it's like, oh my God, it's like there's all this good shit. What the fuck was that guy on YouTube talking about? He was so wrong. That reading was so off. It was so bullshit. He didn't have a fucking clue what he was talking about. This guy is perfect. He's Mr. Perfect. There it is, right there at the bottom of the deck. And I think he's going to convince you, 90% sure, This guy's going to come into your life. He's going to convince you. You're going to fall for it. And you're going to get hurt, which is this. But there's a 10% chance that I've given you this information. There's a 10% chance that when you meet this guy, at least the divine will have planted a seed of awareness and of warning so that when your intuition starts picking up on the slightest little something is not right, the secrets, the hidden shit that you don't see, that seed will be there reminding you, hey, remember this guy, so this is a warning for you. I wondered where Jean went. She's like, I woke up. Well, at least somebody's getting sleep because I sure the fuck am not. That's my own choice. I have no one to blame but me. So, yes, Sonali, you have love coming towards you, but it's not the person that you think that he's not the person that he claims to be. But there's a strong, strong, strong energy that you might want to play with fire. You might be like, yeah, I don't, you know what? Fuck it. I don't give a shit. I'm going to do it. And that's okay. Sometimes we just want what we want. And as long as we're willing to accept responsibility for our choices, then it doesn't matter. Right? Okay. So, well, I hope you got a good power nap there, Gene. Okay. Adna. I think everybody else left. I think it's just you and Adna. So Adna, you can ask your question, and then Gene, I got you, and then I'm going to go to sleep. Everybody else is gone, I think. Pretty sure. Can you see if I have any energy blockages? You know what I mean? Like magic rituals and time ago, and I feel bad. Nothing is going well for me. Okay, well, shame, shame, shame for whoever told you that you had magic rituals and things. 3-7. Oh, we have another 7 birthday here. All right. So what's going on with Adna, please? What's going on with Adna, please? Well, we have excitement here, so that's obviously not black magic ritual shit. There's no voodoo in the excitement. You might just be cock blocking yourself. I don't know yet, but it's very possible that maybe you're just cock blocking yourself. But we'll find out. Find out what's going on here. What's in Adna's highest good? What do they need to know, please? Oh, okay. Jesus. All right, well, we got the huge ass fucking tower moment here, destruction. All right. We got sickness here. Oh, okay. Well, that went sideways really fast. Okay, why is all this here? Okay, manifestation. So don't shoot the messenger. I'm just the messenger, but the divine is saying you brought this on yourself. Something you're doing, you're bringing this upon yourself somehow. I don't know exactly what yet, but you're doing something. It's not something outside of you. Okay, yeah. All right, so there's a lot here, and this could be tied back to even when you were a child. Could be childhood trauma, childhood wounds, favored, the void, fortress, patterns. Yeah. um. Let me see. So then we have the shadow self here. So this is basically just the negative energy itself. Like it's the devil energy in tarot. So it's like dealing with the negative the negative patterns that are going on inside of you here. Um, it's tied to you not really doing well with uncertainty. Uh, when you're dealing with things in life where you feel like you don't have control, you don't know what to do, staying in your comfort zone. And there's also an energy here of you just feeling like really your life has no meaning and purpose here. It's like what the fuck's the meaning and purpose of life? Emptiness. There's nothing written. And because there's nothing written, how do I explain this? Because you're not using your power to create the life that you want, the life that you have doesn't feel like it has any meaning, right? Like there's nothing on this. Like, if this piece of paper represented your destiny, you haven't created your destiny. Even though we all have a destiny, it's like you haven't created yours. You've been using your power to create other things, mostly, which is just this fueling, you know, fear, all the devil energy shit, toxic energy, yeah, fear, uncertainty, overthinking, and something hurt you in the past, and you haven't gotten over that, and that pain has still been inside of you. But there's also something about the fact that things that have hurt you in the past are also the things that have kept you from making new decisions because you're afraid of fucking up and making another decision that's going to hurt you again. And in the middle of all of this, because you've obsessed over it for so long, you've actually created health issues. So you have obsessive thinking, you've created PTSD around something that it's self-induced PTSD. So it's like you can go through something that really wasn't as bad as it was. And it doesn't mean that it wasn't bad. It just means it wasn't as bad as it actually was. But after the event occurred, because you give it so much power and so much energy, it grows and grows and grows and grows and grows and grows and grows, and then it becomes something that's way, way, way bigger than it ever was when it actually occurred. It's kind of like, I don't know, this is a really terrible analogy, but my brain is fried, but it's almost kind of like if the very first time you ever had sex with somebody, let's say you're a virgin, very first time you go out, I don't know, whoever you're with, and you do it for the first time. And it sucked. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. It was painful. It was nothing like the experience that you thought that it was supposed to be. You thought it was going to be crazy and passionate and romantic and pleasurable, and you thought all these things. But instead, it was awkward, it was painful, you didn't like it, none of it seemed right, none of it felt right. Well, now you have a memory of this really terrible experience that's attached to something that's actually meant to be really good. And even though the experience was bad, after the fact, the more that you relive that experience and that memory in your mind, you've turned it into something worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So that one day, when you meet somebody and, things get intimate and sexual, you start to have these, intimacy blocks and these sexual issues, and you don't want people touching you, and you're really self-conscious, and you don't like the way your body looks, and it's really hard for you to get turned on. It's really hard for you to feel comfortable naked. It's like all these things start to manifest. All these problems start to manifest that didn't exist. And even though you had a bad experience the first time, again, in this hypothetical scenario that I'm giving, even though it was a bad experience the first time out, most people would have been like, oh man, my first time kind of sucked. They didn't know what they were doing. I didn't know what I was doing. It was awkward. It was sucked and it hurt and whatever. You move on with life, and then you try again. And then the next time it's actually good. It's like, man, wow. The second time I met this other person, and the sex was great. It was pleasurable. It wasn't weird. It wasn't awkward. Like, you know, but that's not what's happening here in this scenario. In this scenario, whatever's happened to you, it's very similar. It's like the event that occurred, it might have been bad, it might have been painful, but over time, your mind has made it so much worse than it ever actually was. And because your mind has turned it into this monster, this devil, this demon, there's so much power that's been given to this thing. It's actually symptomized, and it's actually turned into a literal problem. It's manifested into a literal issue, even though the origin from where it came from really wasn't that big of a deal. In contrast, it wasn't that big of a deal. So, um, wait, what do I want to use here? So why is the destruction here? All right. So we have the Seven of Cups. We have the Three of Wands. There's a lot of confusion about. Well, there's several things here. Potentially, uh, potentially there was a betrayal of some form. Maybe you went through a series of bad relationships. Maybe you went through a series of bad. Yeah. There's clearly there was decisions or choices or options that were made, and I don't know if it's romantic or not, but they were destructive, clearly. And now you're living with the baggage of whatever all these choices and decisions were. Now there's multiple energies tied to each one of these cards: the Seven of Cups, multiple energies, Three of Wands, multiple energies, Two of Wands, multiple energies. Why is the three? Why is the endings here? So I don't know if these, were failed relationships. I'm not sure what these things were. If they were just bad decisions or choices that you made that turned out to be bad decisions after you made them. Three of the endings. So we got the Ace of Swords. All right. So why is endings here? Five of Wands, some type of conflict, competition, multiple people involved, a truth might have come out. I mean, I'm not trying to get into all the things because it doesn't matter. You know what you've been through. I don't need to figure it out what you've been through. You know what you've been through. But I'm trying to understand the big picture here. Right? The Six of Swords at the bottom of the deck, which is about getting out of the chaos. Okay, we have Judgment. More decision making, answering the call. Ten of Wands back at the bottom of the deck. Okay, well, why is Judgment here? And then I want to know why the Shadow Self is here. The Star. Okay, yeah. Needing to heal, needing to choose the truth, needing to choose yourself, needing to choose. It's almost like you're needing to see the light. Eight of Wands. You had hopes about something here. That's another energy attached to this. You had hopes about something and it did not go the way that you thought it was going to go. And that also created, we had that Ten of Wands at the bottom of the deck here a second ago. Each one of those wands metaphorically represents something that did not go the way that you thought that it would, or something that hurt you. It's almost like your bag of trauma. Yeah, and then at the bottom of the deck, we have the Four of Pentacles. You've been stuck in your comfort zone, playing it safe, guarded. This is what's needed, Temperance, to get out of this devil energy so you can have your happiness. But part of getting access to your happiness is actually seeing the truth, which is seeing the light here with the star energy, which is also tied to healing. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune, which is tied back here to the unknown card, which is what I was saying. You've been using your power to create other things in your life instead of the life that you want. Because destiny, like I said with the unknown, is, you're needing to use your power to start creating your destiny, writing things on this piece of paper, essentially, metaphorically speaking, which instead of you using your energy to create more drama, more bullshit because you're focusing on the wrong things, is what this is. You're the energy that you could be using to create a life, to make changes, to step out of your comfort zone, to heal, whatever needs to happen. Instead, you're using that energy to obsess over things that you feel that you can't control, things that have already happened to you, things that are in your past that you can't go back and change, you can't go back and fix, consequences that they are what they are. If you've already experienced them, like, again, I'm just going to use another. Um, I'm just going to use another generic analogy. I'm not saying this is applied to you, but it's like saying, like, okay, let's say you're in a toxic relationship with somebody from your past, and you slept with them, and then you got pregnant, and then you decided to get an abortion, but then afterwards he broke up with you, and then you felt guilty and miserable because you're like, oh my God, but I had an abortion for him because I loved him and he didn't want me to have the child, so I didn't have the child. Well, now he left you, so you feel stupid because he left you, and now you also have the guilt, shame, and regret of the fact that you got the abortion. And so, now you've been obsessing over the fact that you did something that you feel guilty and shameful for, that you can't go back and change, right? And it's like, you can't go back and change it. And again, I'm just giving you an example. The point is obsessing over things that you can't change instead of, taking control and power of the things that you can change. None of us can change the past, but we can control the present. And we can always leverage and utilize the past in terms of empowering us to know, hey, okay, there's a treasure in the pile of shit. Something in the past that was shit. I have to go into the shit, find the treasure, apply it to my life, and now it's gold. It's treasure. And anything in life, no matter what it is, no matter how bad it is, no matter how it's hurt us and what negative effect it's had, all of those things have the ability to be converted from something painful, something toxic, something disempowering into something powerful. First for us, and then the beauty is we get to have that treasure and go share it with other people. Because there's always going to be somebody else out in the world who's going through something similar to what you're going through. And because you found the ability, you found a way to overcome your hurdles, obstacles, trials, and whatever you've gone through, that means that you have something that person's going to need, because they're going to need somebody to help them figure out how to go through the things that they've gone through. And you've gone through those things. So you know what to do. Why is the shadow self here? So basically what I'm getting so far for you in your reading is that essentially, Adna, is that basically just most of what I'm seeing here is just an intense obsession of focusing on your powerlessness, focusing on things that may have already occurred that you don't have control over anymore, they don't matter anymore, but not being able to let them go, not using your power to do other things, more creative things, more empowering things, more healing. So the shadow self, we have justice here. We have the Nine of Wands. There's something here about fairness. You feel that you were wronged. You feel like you were hurt. You feel like somebody did you dirty. And you don't feel like that person or that situation, or maybe multiple people, maybe multiple situations, you don't feel like those people got what they deserved. You're like, hey, I'm the one over here who got hurt, Nine of Wands. How come they didn't get hurt? You know, how come I'm the one over here who's suffering? How come nobody else is suffering? That's what this justice card is telling me. There's a sense of injustice here. You feel like you were wronged. We got the Knight of Cups. Obviously, that's love, and romance. We have the Four of Wands. So this could have been, again, you know, at least one serious commitment or relationship. It could have been a divorce. We have the Five of Cups. There's the loss, the grief, loss, regret. Six of Pentacles. Feeling like you were giving more than the other person was giving. Four of Pentacles. This is you being guarded. Two of Swords. And basically now you're living in the consequences of you shut off your heart. You got hurt, and so you shut off your heart, and when you shut off your heart, you basically just cut off the point and meaning of life. You can live in your ego if you want to, and you'll continue to get this. You just live your life. You live a meaningless and pointless life of mental sickness, because the heart is connected to your spirit and your soul. And while you're like, you know what? I'm never going to get hurt again. This is the number one mistake every human being makes. And we can't help it. You get hurt, and then your first inclination is, I will never, ever, ever let that happen to me again. I'm never going to get hurt again. I'm never going to let this happen to me again. But here's the problem. You don't know if it's ever going to happen to you again. You don't know what's going to happen. We don't have the level of control that we think that we have, because we don't. The only thing that you can control is yourself. That's all you can control. And sometimes even then, we fail to realize just how little control we actually have. Because most people don't have control over this. This has control over them. A lot of people don't have self-control over many things within themselves. That's why they're stuck. That's why they're miserable. That's why their life isn't moving the direction it needs to go. So what I'm seeing here is essentially that you've just you basically you're and I don't say this to be mean, but you're just your own worst enemy. And this is the effect and consequence of allowing our pain, allowing our ego and our pain to override our spirit and our heart. Because no one taught us that when life takes a big shit on you, go find the treasure in the pile of shit. Nobody wants to go play with shit. It's stinky, it's smelly, and it's gross. But sometimes that's what we have to do. Pain is a part of life, and the only people who don't experience pain, the only people who don't experience problems are in graveyards. Suffering is a choice. Pain happens to everybody. Suffering is different. Suffering is when we take pain and we make life about what happened to us. We make that the meaning and the story of our life. My life sucks. I'm always going to get hurt. I'm always going to be betrayed. Always going to have this. Always going to have that. We live in the pain. We make the pain the point of life. That's the problem. Instead of making the purpose that the pain is there to teach us the purpose of life. So what's Adna's advice then? What's in her highest good from all of this? And what I see here is that you've been perpetuating your pain. That's all this is. You've been using your power to continue all the shit. Okay, this is interesting. So excitement is here and it's here. So you have excitement twice. You have trauma at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so we know about that now. We know that there's trauma here. So what the divine is saying, the first thing that you need to do is you need to get out of the funk by going out and changing your environment and changing your energy. Even if you don't feel like it. You need to go out and you need to just start doing different things. Even if you don't feel like it. Doesn't matter what it is. But it needs to be fun. It needs to be exciting. It needs to be anything that's more fun and more exciting than laying around all the time being miserable. Just start doing anything. It could be going for a walk. It could be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go bowling. Hey, I'm going to go dancing. Hey, I'm going to go to a concert. I'm going to go take an art class. I'm going to go to bingo night. I'm going to call up a friend and say, hey, you want to order a pizza and, watch, you know, some cheesy, terrible romance comedy. Play Uno. Like, it can be anything. Anything that starts to shift your energy. Because right now, your energy is like a void. It's like it's keeping you stuck down this bottom of the barrel type of energy. And so the divine is saying you have to interrupt that by forcing yourself to do anything that ups your vibration, like getting you into a better state, a better energetic state. There's lots of ways you can do that, right? Music is one of the best ways to do it. That's what I do. I use music. Music is therapy for me. You can exercise. There's lots of things you can do, right? But anything that's fun and exciting for you, you need to start doing those things, even if you don't feel like it. Force yourself. Yeah. Passion. You need to get connected to something that is meaningful to you. That's what this passion is here. It's all of this right now is just you shifting out of I don't feel good, my life sucks, woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. You have travel here, which came out twice now. This could be major travel. This could be minor travel. This could be just going for a drive. This could be you going to places that you enjoy, or this could be you maybe having to take a trip. It's like, hey, I've always wanted to go here. I've always wanted to go there. I've always wanted to go see this place. The divine's saying, go do it. Go do that thing that you wanted to do. Spend that money. You know, put it on a credit card if you need to. Whatever. But there's something here. The divine's saying, like, you all of this, by the way, is you getting out of your negative routine. Getting out of your house, getting out of you. You know, a little distraction sometimes isn't a bad thing. Okay, now this is interesting. So this card says timing, but it's not about timing. It's about the divine saying you need to start spending more time in this energy and less time in this negative energy. Like right now, it's like this. Like most of the sand is here. Less of the sand is up here. And so the divine is saying you need to spend more of your time getting yourself into a new ritual, a new pattern, getting out of the funk, getting out of the funk. Because right now the funk is eating you alive. You've been feeding this, like I said earlier in your reading, you've been feeding this for so long that it's turned into a monster. And so now you have to starve the monster. And the way that you starve the monster is by going out and focusing and getting different food, so to speak. Right? Like you can't eat Popeye's chicken every day for the rest of your life and not get sick. Okay, yeah. So this is the thing. So as you start changing your environment, changing your energy, getting out, getting connected to life again, getting to connected things that you love doing, positive energy, you're going to start to notice a change in the way you think, the way you feel. You're going to start noticing a change in everything about your life with this renewal. Everything's going to start to change slowly but surely. Everything's going to start changing. And look, fulfillment. You're going to bounce back. You're going to come out of this cloud, out of this depression, out of this funk. You're going to come out of it because you're not using your power to create and manifest to feed all the negativity because you're changing your focus. You don't get the life that you want, you get the life that you focus on. Go focus on this life and you won't have these problems. The choice is yours. You can take the red pill or you can take the blue pill. The blue pill is the one you've been taking so far. The red pill is choosing a different path. So I'm not saying that what's happened to you in the past doesn't matter per se, but I'm saying it doesn't matter anymore. Not right now, it doesn't. Right now, what's happened to you in the past can't serve the purpose in your life that it's meant to serve you because you're not there yet. But when you get here, it will serve you. And it won't have this toxic effect on you anymore. You'll be like, oh man, yeah, I did go through all of that stuff, but you know what? It helped me. It changed me. It helped me become the best version of me. You're not there yet, but you will be. So, you know, but right now, focusing on it, ruminating on it, obsessing over it, that's just going to keep you in depression central, keep you in the void, and it's going to keep you in a funk. So you're going to have to force yourself to do things that you don't want to do, that you don't feel like doing, because right now you're addicted to feeling like shit, and that part of you wants you to stay feeling like shit. It's like, no, 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 no. Let's just stay here and let's just feel like shit. Let's keep focusing on the shitty things so that we can keep feeling like shit. It's become an addiction. So you're going to have to break that addiction by going out and doing different things, excitement, fun and exciting things to get yourself out of the funk. And once you get yourself out of the funk, you're going to get your clarity back. You're going to get your passion back. And you're like, oh, I found me again. I'm back. But not are you just back? You're back in your better version of yourself. All right. Gene, my dear mod, we save the best for last. And then I'm going to sleep. My brain is done. My brain is done. How many hours did I go? 7 hours 47. And I have to be awake in like 2 hours. So basically, no sleep for Eddie, which is my fault. Apparently, I'm incapable of learning my own lessons. Speaking of learning lessons, Virgo came to mind. You're welcome, Adna. My Virgo friend who passed away in January had me watch a movie this weekend. And the guy with the exact uncommon name appeared. I thought of two people came to mind. One of them being the current Virgo. May I ask who's coming towards me in love, excluding the Taurus, two Leos, and Libra? I don't want any of them romantically. Okay, so who's coming towards you in love? All right, I will ask. I do not you as you well know, I do not control the cards that come out, but I will ask. We'll see whose energy wants to come out. But I hope it's the person that's worth a shit. So at least one of us, between you and me, maybe one of us will get lucky here one day. I thought maybe I had something going with a Leo, but she flaked out. I was like, what? For just a hot split second, I thought I had something going with a Leo a couple days ago, but she she was I think she still had some deep trust issues and hurt uh from her failed marriage. I'll just leave it at that. All right, so who's coming towards Jean in love? All right, well, there's Justice, so there's Libra. But that doesn't mean it has to be the Libra. We got the Five of Pentacles. It's been slim pickings out there in Love Land. It's been slim pickings. All right, we every person that you asked, every person you said, I don't want to know about them. I don't want to know about them. I don't want to know about them. And it's like Libra, Taurus. Well, there you are, and your badassery, your hotness. It's like, man, maybe I just need to get a cat and be a cat woman. And we got the Fool here. This is interesting. This is like you doing your own thing. That's that's the strong energy attached to that. But you're also in your power here. We have the Five of Wands. This energy is telling me that you're just done with any drama. Like this is you not dealing with any bullshit. You're like, the minute that you sense bullshit, you're like, nope, I'm good. I'm good. No bullshit here. I'm just gonna go over here, mind my own business. Like we have yeah. So we got the Three of Swords here. This is just obvious, us. The card's telling us what we already know. Like you've been through the drama, you've been through the bullshit. You're not being through the bullshit again. You got Judgment here. Judgment is you. Like you've learned the lesson. Like you've taken all your lessons and you've integrated and you've learned them all. It's like, hey, look, you know, I know that I don't have to go back and go through more of this bullshit to learn the lesson. I get it now. So you've learned the lessons and you're not going to go back and relearn them again. So I wouldn't be surprised if the World card didn't come out. All right, the Three of Cups. Now that one kind of spun and ended up in reverse over there, but whatever. And then we have the Six of Cups here. Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Yep, don't need any of that bullshit. So who's coming towards Gene? I'm not sure that that's a past person, though. I don't get past energy on that. All right, we have the High Priestess here. What else? Seven of Swords. Yep, there's more of the bullshit. I feel like this is like you. There's a part of you that's hyper vigilant here, and I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. But these two cards in here, there's a little bit of a hyper vigilance here. Temperance. All this other stuff is actually like really good though. Like, I mean, you're just not you're just content to not like there's no desperation here. You're not hung up on anything. You're just like, look, you know, it's like sobriety is the best way I know to say it. Like you have this kind of like spiritual sobriety right now of kind of like, you know, I don't need any more fucking lessons. I don't want any more lessons. If it's not the real thing and the right thing, then whatever. I'll just be single. Like, you know, if something good comes along, that would be great. That would be ideal. But, I'm not I'm it's like and with temperance here, it's like there's no hurry, there's no rush. Okay, now we have the Ten of Cups. Okay. So these two are promising. The Nine of Pentacles, so there you are in your power. Pre-Empress energy in there, the bottom of the deck, of course. You and you. And then we have a King of Swords underneath that. Seven of Pentacles, the Moon, the Devil, the Two of Pentacles. But I don't know. I don't know if this is. So let me do this. Let me get this other deck here. Because I don't know if this is the. I don't know that this is the Libra. Show me the Six of Cups first. And then I'm curious about this Ten of Cups. All right, so the Moon with the pass. So this could be saying, I'm not sure yet, but this could be tied to the things that were hidden. Because now we got three cards. We got the Seven of Swords. We got the High Priestess. We got the Moon. Could also be water energy, as you know. Interesting. Let me put this over here. with my OCD ass. Okay, so show me the Six of Cups. This can also just be something that you don't see. Maybe you don't see something coming your way. Okay, Page of Cups. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe you don't see that you're about to get an offer. But from who? Why is the Page of Cups here? Four of Pentacles. Somebody could be holding back, or they're still holding on to you. And if they're holding back, they're probably doing it out of fear with the moon. They don't know if what your response is going to be. Show me the Page of Cups. The Nine of Cups, the Fool, and the Wheel of Fortune. Well, I mean, that's all good energy. And that's obviously tied to, we got the Fool up there. Now we got the Hermit at the bottom of the deck, so now we got Virgo. Virgo, 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 Virgo. Show me the Ten of Cups then. Now, see, I shoot a brick if you end up with a Virgo. Especially after earlier when you said Meghan Markle and Harry are Virgos and Leos. That'd be some shit. All right, we got the Knight of Swords. Why is the Ten of Cups here? That'd be some shit if you end up with a Virgo. Ten of Swords. Okay, well, or not, or not. We got the Ten of Swords here. So somebody realized they fucked up. So who is the Ten of Cups then? And if it's not them realizing they fucked up, so this could be somebody. It could be somebody who's getting out of something too. Who is this Ten of Cups? Seven of Cups. Choices, decisions. King of Pentacles. Okay, so this obviously. Who is the King of Pentacles? Because we have Taurus up here, though, too. Is this the Virgo or is this the Taurus? The Taurus. Okay, the Hierophant here, the Hierophant here. So you have a Taurus. One of the people you said that you were not interested in showing up here. But it could be more than one person with the Seven of Cups. Is that true? There's the world. I knew the world was going to come out for you, by the way. When I saw Judgment, I knew. I was like, yeah, she's learned a lesson here, and she's about to close out this cycle because she's like, yep, I don't want bullshit anymore. And earlier I said I wouldn't be surprised if the world came out for you, and then here it is at the bottom of the deck that can talk. All right. Is there anybody else? The Seven of Cups is here. Why? Why is the Seven of Cups here? That's interesting. So you got the Ten of Cups, and he's 10 years younger than you. You can't make that shit up. What are the odds of that? Six of Cups. So yeah, this is again, I think it's just saying that at the very least, one of these options obviously is a past person. Six of Wands. He sees you, yeah, Six of Wands. And they think you're the shit. I mean, obviously, I don't blame them. I mean, I don't know what you look like. I've never seen you, but if you look like that, Jesus Christ. I'll come give you babies right now. If you look like that, Gene, we'll have like 10. We'll have our own 10 of Cups. I'll be the new Virgo. I'll be the new Virgo in your life. If you look like that. We won't stop making babies. We'll be like, we'll make babies until, I mean, we'll just make babies until my junk breaks. It's like, we broke it. It doesn't work anymore. All right, we have an emperor now. Okay. So show me the emperor. Now something, all right. I knew okay. Now we have the Virgo again at the bottom of the deck. Interesting. Interesting. I'm going to see if the Hermit comes out again. I'm going to put the King of Pentacles back in the deck also. Show me the Emperor. I was hotter than that when I was. How do we know that you're not that hot now? I have no I have no I have no reference to anything, so I couldn't tell you. I have no reference to anything. I just have to imagine you the way that I want to imagine you. To fantasize about you the way that I want to fantasize about you. Which right now, this is pretty good. Like I can just live with that image in my mind. I'm good with that. I don't care if you're 60 years old. I think older women look hot. I mean, obviously, you're not like a granny or something, but, you know, I'm not one of those dudes that's into like, I'm not one of those dudes that's into like, you know, like the look of a 20-year-old. That's not me. I like a woman. Even most 30, 35, 36, 37, you know, can have that real youthful. Oh, okay. So plot twist. The Emperor could very well be this King of Swords. Interesting. Knight of Wands, Nine of Swords. Now we have a King of Wands down here too. I don't know if it's the same guy or this is a different person. Now we got a King of Cups done. Okay, so you got some people here, dude. Like all of a sudden, holy shit, everybody's here now. Okay, you can't make this up. I knew that Seven of Cups. I knew this Seven of Cups that's underneath here. I mean, we got the Ace of Pentacles here too. I think I said that. My brain is so fried right now. I don't remember what I said and what I didn't say. So we have the Emperor here. There we go. Use your brain, Eddie. Here's Mr. Emperor guy. And we already knew about the Taurus guy. Here was the Seven of Cups. Now look at this. King of Swords. King of Pentacles. Three of Pentacles. King of Cups. King of Wands. Nine of Swords. This might actually get stressful for you if you're not careful with the Knight of Wands. You might, I say this half jokingly, but I say this half seriously because you had the Six of Cups here also and it came out twice. You may very well have, you may end up, before it's said and done, you have five different people here. I don't think this Emperor is the same. I think this is somebody different. Now, I mean, obviously we had the King of Swords at the bottom of this deck. I didn't get, I put that one aside for on purpose, but you've got all the kings. And look, you got the Seven of Pentacles. Seven of Cups and Seven of Pentacles. So it's kind of like you're gonna have a decision to make. Maybe Karen is my soulmate. She's 53 and she's on Tinder. Queen of Cups. So you're here kind of like this is like their perception. So this is you guarded, but this is kind of like the way that they perceive you. I mean, obviously, yeah, they see you. I mean, they see this too, but it's like this is also you like protecting your heart here. So it's kind of like, yeah, because we got the Five of Swords there, and then the Three of Swords there as well. So you have options, Gene. I mean, there's not there's not a specific person. It's all of them. You have all of them here. Well, I mean, like I said, I mean, if this is the way you look, no wonder the fuck why you have. But like I said, if you have a really badass black cat, you know, who needs a man? Who needs a man in 2025 when you can have a badass black cat? You got plenty of options here. I'm still unsure of this guy. I'll use my offline deck that I used to pull on myself. Show me the Emperor. These decks are with the exception of this artwork uh I purchased from Soulfire Tarot. It's just the prints. I had to make the back I made myself. The rest of the card, with the exception of the art itself, I created. So I can't take credit for the front art, but the back art and everything else I had to make. But this other deck is one that I created, and then I have this one over here that I created as well. So they're not you can't buy these anywhere. I made those myself. Now you can buy these prints. Um, she sells the prints, but you can't resell it because she doesn't give you a license to resell it. But you can purchase the prints and make your own deck if you want. Who is the Emperor? Ace of Swords, Three of Cups. Okay. Who is the Emperor though? Because he's kind of standing out. Like, yeah, you got all these other dudes, but I mean, he's like the Emperor. I feel like this person, okay, could be a Sagittarius. We got Temperance here. That's double Temperance for you. You got Temperance here, down here, and then you have Temperance here. This could be somebody who has their shit together. That's really what I was looking for. Who is the Emperor? Now, I'm getting an energy they're looking for the same thing. So like, they're kind of like looking at the world. And I think this person has had options like you've had options, but they haven't found necessarily what they've been looking for. They're single. They got their shit together like you do. There's your Nine of Pentacles. Here's his Nine of Pentacles. Now we have a King of Cups with the Nine of Cups. So he's this guy. Whoever this King of Cups is here is this King of Cups here, who is the Emperor. Now this could be the moon energy that we had over here. So maybe it's a Cancer or a Pisces. Doesn't have to be, because I come out as the King of Cups in all of my readings. So I'm a Virgo sun. I never, ever, ever come out as the King of Pentacles. I'm always the King of Cups in my readings that I do for myself. That's just the way that my cards. I don't know. That's the energy apparently that I give off, which makes sense. Because even though I come across very intense out here in YouTube land, um, I'm actually highly sensitive. So I don't have a problem with being the King of Cups. So this person, they got their shit together. Like, this is a hard worker. This person's going to put in the work and effort. They have their shit together. Can you tell me more about the King of Cups then? Is it actually a Cancer or Pisces? All right, we have the Nine of Wands. We have the Knight of Pentacles. They're steady, they're solid. They've been through shit like you have. That could be your energy, but that could also be them. There's the Seven of Pentacles again, so now we're getting repeating energies. I think this person's looking for the same thing you're looking for. But this is also children. The sun could be children, so this could be somebody that's, you know. Okay, maybe the the Nine of Wands is because maybe this person's been betrayed in the past, or they have trust issues, they've been hurt. Maybe they don't. Oh, now we have Virgo. And this could be that they're older and wiser, or maybe they're a Virgo like me. I don't know. Maybe it's me, Gene. Maybe it's just me. All right. We have Cancer, Pisces here twice, but the High Priestess now. This person could be spiritual like you. They could be wiser. They've been through a lot of shit. Oh, look. And then I think there you are. There, you would have to be the Empress. They're the Emperor, and here you are as the Empress. So this could be your person. This could be the person that you're holding out for here. Seven of Wands. I think this guy's had a lot of issues, a lot of challenges in their relationship. And I feel like, yeah, that this person, they're very similar. Like, this person has gone through a lot of similar things. Like, I'm done with this shit. I'm done dealing with all the drama, all the BS, just everything like you. Like, I feel that this person, they've learned their lessons. They want the real thing. You know, they want the passion. They want all the things too. They want to get married. They don't want any of this bullshit. There's some Leo energy there for you. And I think that this person will see you as the shit. And they'll realize this is why it never worked out with anybody else. And I think this person with the Ten of Wands, so there's the Four of Cups, and with this Ten of Wands, this is somebody who's like, when you meet this person, I feel like they would be the one to tell you, like, I basically had just given up. Like, this is like that moment where they're like, I've tried and I've tried and I've tried and I've tried and I've tried. Finally, I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I give up. Like, I can't do it. I'm just giving up on love. I'll be single forever, whatever, fuck it. And it's that moment where this person decides that they're done, they've given up, they're not going to try anymore. They're hanging it up. Like, whatever. Maybe I'm just not meant to be in a relationship. Maybe it's not meant for me. Whatever conclusion this person comes to, and then that's the moment when this person lets go. Somehow you and this person are going to cross paths. because you have the Wheel of Fortune over here, and you have the Fool, and you have the Nine of Cups, and you have the Moon, which again, at the very beginning, I picked up on the energy of like, you know, I think this Moon is saying that I'm not so sure that you're going to see this coming. So, Wheel of Fortune, the Fool, double Fool. Let's not forget that one, and Nine of Cups. So, you're going to meet somebody, and whoever this King of Cups is tied to the Emperor. This is the person who has their shit together. And there you are. There's your energetic match. So you do have this person coming towards you. And I don't think it's anybody from your past. I think it's a brand new person. And maybe you meet them at PetSmart where you're like you're deciding, hey, I'm giving up. I've given up on love too. I'm just gonna go get a really badass black cat to match my sick, hot black emo hair, and I'm just gonna be a cat lady. And so you go down to the PetSmart and you're looking in the window with all the kittens, and the next to this guy next to you, and you're like, that guy's kind of hot. And he's looking at you, he's like, she's kind of hot. And then you could just kind of like you strike up a conversation at small talk, and it's like, well, why are you here? It's like, oh, I'm here to buy a cat. It, you know, less bullshit than humans, and blah blah blah. And oh, really, you too, huh? And you're like, well, why are you here? And it's like, same reason. Here to become a cat dude. You know, decided that maybe human relationships weren't for me. And you guys are going to start talking about like, and who knows, you both might leave PetSmart with cats and each other's phone numbers. So it could be one of those things. It's like I went into PetSmart to get my cat because I'm going to become a cat lady, and then I left with this man's phone number, and then next thing you know, we end up together and making all the 10,000 100 babies that we didn't have in our younger years. And then you're like, holy shit. Who knew? Who knew I was going to meet the love of my life at the PetSmart? See, I knew, Gene. I knew I was saving the best reading for last. Which, by the way, I know I tell you this 100 times and you don't take me up on it, but you can email me anytime you have a question, and you don't have to wait to get a reading from me. Just send me an email. I owe you like 1,000 readings because you hang out with me and you do my mod and you make my life way easier because it's a little stressful trying to keep track of everybody and do all of this. And so when I don't have to think about it because you're doing all the heavy lifting for me, it makes my life really fucking easy. And the very least that I could do to pay you back for hanging out for all these hours is do a reading for you. So I've said it once, but I will say it again. I deeply, 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 deeply appreciate you and thank you. And you do not have to wait. You can send me an email. I will get your email, and I am always more than happy to do a reading for you. Anytime. Anytime you want. You do not have to wait. You have dibs. You have the in. You have the card, the secret card to get you in. You have full access, VIP. You get to skip the line at Disneyland. Oh my God. All right. Well, hopefully you guys can pray for me because I have to start working in 1 hour. No, an hour and a half. But by the time I lay down and my brain starts to shut off, I'll probably get 45 minutes of sleep, which is my fault. My brain is melted, but it's worth it. So I come out here and do it. I love you guys. And if I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm human. I try my hardest. Please like and subscribe, and I will hopefully be back soon, much sooner than not. I know I've been kind of a little MIA this last month, but I needed to focus on just not being in the spiritual life coach slash save the world mode, like, because it's like a double-edged sword. It's like when the energy is here, I can do it and I can go and I can go and I can go and I can go. But then on the backside, it takes a lot of recovery. Like it's very intense and it's very exhausting, even though it's absolutely my passion, and very fulfilling. And so it's just one of these things I haven't quite figured out how to do it strategic yet. Like my timing, when to come out here. And part of it, I still have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with it, because I'm trying to, I can't seem to find, and this is just me being absolutely mentally delirious right now that I'm saying all this, but I can't seem to find a balance between just giving generic tarot readings. Like, I think that's what a lot of people, I don't know if it's what they want. I don't know. I feel like that's what most people would be okay with. Like, hey, I have a question, throw a couple of tarot cards. Okay, like, here's a generic interpretation. And like I've tried that in the past, and it's like my tarot channel got sucked into the void. The divine's like, nope, that's not what we're doing. I'm like, oh shit, okay. So it's hard. It's hard to. I'm still trying to figure out what this is, and what it's supposed to be. And maybe it's not supposed to be anything else. Maybe it's just going to be, you know, a select few people that come through, and whoever makes it, whoever makes it, and maybe that's what it'll be. I don't know. I feel like it's supposed to be something more, but I don't know what yet. And maybe I'm not supposed to know right now. I don't know. But all that to say, it's a work in progress. I'm trying to figure out, you know, what all this is supposed to be in the bigger picture. Because I know it's a part of what I'm supposed to be doing, but it's not quite there yet. There's something missing. And so I'm trying to figure out what that is so I can be doing the thing that I'm supposed to do the way it's supposed to be done. Virgo problems, right? But anyways, if I didn't get to you, I deeply and sincerely apologize. I will be back soon, I promise. I'm going to try to figure out some kind of system, some kind of way to be here more often, to somehow do something quicker while still being able to do, this part of it. So experimentation is probably needed, but anyways, with that being said, I'm going to sleep. I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Gene. Yeah, I do. I overthink to my detriment, my Virgo problems, but you know, it is what it is tonight. But I appreciate you. Love you, my friend. Don't forget what I told you. You don't have to wait for a reading. And I really mean it. I do appreciate you. You hang out for fucking ever. And I don't take it lightly. I don't take it for granted. It means the world to me and all the things. So, you guys have a great night or a great morning, whatever, wherever you are. And I will see you guys soon. And good night.